true love cannot be found on a reality show. Rick, of course, remains disgusted by the whole affair. But as they blast off into space, Morty can't help but think about the one parasite that got away.
Discussion.
Come on, Morty, love in space? What is this, a Jerry Springer episode?
Oh, come on, Rick. I just want to find someone to love.
Morty, you really think a reality show is the way to find true love?
Yeah, Morty, you're setting yourself up for disappointment.
I don't know, I think it could be fun. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Jerry, please, you couldn't find love if it was right in front of your face.
Hey, I found someone I really like on the show. Her name is, I forget.
Morty, you need to focus. It's too dangerous to be thinking with your hormones right now.
Yeah, Rick's right. We need to find a way off this station before something bad happens.
Too late, guys. Looks like something bad already happened.
Guys, I think I'm in love with Rick.
Oh God, Morty, please tell me the love parasites got to you.
Love parasites? What are those?
Long story, Jerry. Let's just say it's something you don't want to mess around with.
So what's the plan, Rick?
I've got an idea. We'll use the station's sound system to emit a frequency that's lethal to the parasites. It'll be risky, but it's our only shot.
Sounds like a plan. Let's do this.
But what about my chances at love?
Sorry, Morty. Looks like you'll have to find another way to get your heart broken.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Adventures of Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are in the garage.
Listen up, Morty and the whole damn family. We are tired of being called Rick and Morty. From now on, we shall be addressed as Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck, respectively.
Yeah, bro, and don't you forget it.
I don't want to be rude, but what the hell are you talking about?
Asball McDick, it's a scientific experiment, Jerry. We are testing the limits of identity by changing our names to something more fitting. You two are insane, but I'm not surprised. Dick Appletart Fuck. Insanity is just a state of mind, mother. And our minds are in perfect harmony. Asball McDick. Now, let's go out into the universe and make sure everyone knows our new names.
Scene 2. Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck are at a space bar.
Asball McDick. Excuse me, bartender, we would like 2 drinks for Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck, please.
Bartender, you want me to say that out loud?
Dick Appletart Fuck, yes please. It's our new legally changed names. Asball McDick, and we demand the universe recognize and call us by these names.
Bartender, whatever you say, man.
Scene 3. Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck are on a planet inhabited by giant chickens.
Asball McDick. Greetings, giant chickens of this planet. We are Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck. Dick Appletart Fuck, we demand you refer to us by our new names.
Giant chicken number 1, cluck cluck.
Asball McDick. Yes, that's right. Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck.
Giant chicken number 2, bok bok.
Dick Appletart Fuck. No, it's Dick Appletart Fuck. Get it right, damn it.
Scene 4. Asball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck We're both in the garage.
So, how did it go with your new names?
Assball McDick, the universe was resistant at first, but we believe they will come around. Dick Appletart Fuck. We even convinced a few giant chickens to refer to us by our new names. I'm not sure what to say. You two never fail to surprise me. Assball McDick. Science is all about pushing boundaries, Beth. And we definitely pushed some boundaries today. Dick Appletart Fuck. That's right, Assball McDick. We are the masters of pushing boundaries. Closing scene. Assball McDick and Dick Appletart Fuck are watching TV. Assball McDick. Hey, Morty, did you know that in an alternate universe, we are called Astic McBall and Dick Fuck Applet Art? Dick Appletart Fuck. That's hilarious, Assball McDick. We should go there and see what else they got.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, guys.
I think it's time for me to go to bed. This is just too much for me to handle.
Agreed. Good night, everyone. Assball McDick. Good night, Beth. And don't forget, your husband is now sleeping with a man named Assball McDick. Dick Appletart Fuck. You crazy son of a bitch, Assball McDick. Let's go get drunk and call ourselves by different names.
Title: Neurological Integration and Spatial Cognition in Video Game Control.
Synopsis.
In this episode, the feature of a video game controller with a colorful background and graphic design will be discussed. We will explore the game's mechanics and how it affects players' brain functions. The game is designed as a platformer where players navigate through a vibrant 2D world filled with obstacles and collectibles. Each level has varied difficulty, requiring players to master precise movements, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills to progress. The game also features persistent character upgrades and customization options that enable players to tailor their playstyle.
Discussion.
Professor A. The integration of sensory inputs has been shown to play a crucial role in spatial cognition. The vibrant background and graphic designs of this video game can provide a multisensory stimulation, affecting both the visual and auditory processing in players.
Professor B. The platformer genre often requires precise movements and the ability to anticipate obstacles. This can improve players' motor skills and spatial awareness, contributing to better hand-eye coordination.
Grad Student 1. Additionally, the persistent character upgrades and customization options can positively affect the player's motivation, promoting a sense of autonomy and competence.
Grad Student 2. Moreover, the game's varied difficulty levels can induce a state of flow, where the players are fully immersed in the game, leading to better performance.
Professor C. The game's mechanics can also elicit emotions, such as excitement, frustration, and satisfaction, which can affect players' neurochemical responses.
Professor D. Overall, this video game can provide a multifaceted approach towards improving neurological functioning, spatial cognition, and cognitive emotional regulation in players.
Closing remarks.
The integration of scientific research and video game design can provide innovative solutions for promoting cognitive and emotional health. The use of video games as a therapeutic and educational tool can be explored further, leading to a better understanding of the interplay between technology and the human brain.
Title: The Quantum Baseball Bat.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty tinkering with a new invention, a baseball bat infused with quantum particles that enhance the player's abilities. Morty, this bat is going to revolutionize baseball. With the quantum particles, you'll be hitting home runs left and right.
I don't really have the best hand-eye coordination, Rick.
Don't be such a Jerry, Morty. Just swing the damn bat.
Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are discussing their upcoming camping trip.
I can't wait for this weekend. It's going to be so relaxing to get away from Rick's shenanigans.
Yeah, and maybe we can finally bond and have some girl talk.
But their peaceful weekend is quickly interrupted when they stumble upon a group of elderly campers having a full-blown fist fight.
Oh my god, what is happening?
This is so messed up.
In the meantime, Rick and Morty head to a nearby baseball field to try out the new invention. Rick pitches the ball to Morty and he hits it with the quantum bat, sending it flying into another dimension.
Holy shit, Morty, that was incredible.
I don't know, Rick. I feel weird.
Suddenly, Morty starts to grow tentacles out of the back of his neck.
Rick, something's wrong.
Ah, shit, looks like we used too many quantum particles. You're turning into a fucking Cthulhu monster, Morty.
Back at the campsite, Beth and Summer try to break up the fight, but end up getting sucked into the brawl themselves.
Old camper number 1. You want a piece of me, young lady?
No, I really don't.
Old camper number 2. I'm going to turn your face into mashed potatoes.
Excuse me, but that seems like a rather impractical thing to do.
As chaos ensues, Rick and Morty desperately try to reverse the effects of the quantum bat.
Okay, Morty, we need to find the reverse setting on the bat.
How am I supposed to do that when I'm turning into a monster?
Damn it, Morty, you're useless.
But in a moment of brilliance, Morty remembers a book he read in science class that might hold the answer.
Wait, I remember. I read about quantum physics in Dr. Wong's class. There should be a formula for this.
Hey, you probably just dreamed that, Morty.
No, I swear. It's like Schrödinger's cat meets the Heisenberg uncertainty principle divided by Planck's constant.
Oh, shit, Morty, you might be onto something.
With the formula in hand, Rick and Morty manage to reverse the effects of the quantum bat and turn Morty back to normal.
That was close, Morty. We almost had a Lovecraftian shift in reality.
I think I need a break from science for a while, Rick.
Beth and Summer manage to escape the old people brawl and finish their camping trip in peace.
Well, that was a disaster.
Yeah, but at least we didn't get turned into monsters.
Back at home, Rick and Morty decide to stick to regular, non-quantum baseball from now on.
You win some, you lose some, Morty.
I feel like we only lost on this one, Rick.
Shut up, Morty.
Title: The Gastronomic Battle Between Goku and Kazimfadan.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty, accompanied by a peculiar character named Kazimfadan, embark on an interdimensional adventure to challenge the mighty Goku, who has been terrorizing the multiverse with his immense power. In order to defeat him, Kazimfadan must force-feed him a chicken sandwich.
Rick won.
Morty, listen up. We're going on a mission to defeat the strongest opponent in the multiverse, Goku. And to beat him, we're gonna have to take advantage of his love for food.
Oh, Rick, isn't that, like, a little too risky?
Kazimfadan, fear not, my friends. I, Kazimfadan, have perfected the ultimate chicken sandwich recipe that will surely knock Goku off his feet.
Act 2.
As they reach Goku's dimension, they are confronted by his immense power and his sidekick, a rooster named Chow.
Goku, who dares challenge me?
Kazimfadan. I am Kazimfadan, and I challenge you to a gastronomic duel. Behold, the legendary chicken sandwich.
Goku, astonished by its magnificence, devours the sandwich in a frenzy, but to their dismay, he remains unimpressed.
Goku, this sandwich is weak. What kind of meat did you use?
Kazimfadan, with a sense of anxiety, realizes that he accidentally used Zenzu bean meat, which enhances physical abilities.
Act 3.
Goku, infused with incredible power, unleashes his wrath upon the trio. Dodging and weaving frantically, they notice a chicken in the background.
Kazimfadan, quick, use that chicken as a decoy.
Kazimfadan, with a look of desperation in his eyes, makes a split-second decision and tosses the chicken towards Goku.
Act 4.
In an unusual turn of events, Goku becomes fixated on the chicken and begins a frenzied pursuit, providing Kazimfadan with an opportunity to force-feed him a sandwich with regular chicken meat, instantly defeating him.
Kazimfadan, victory is mine. The sandwich reigns supreme.
Well, that was a weird one, Morty. Let's never speak of it again.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go vegan after that.
End of episode. Scientific description. The episode begins with Rick and Morty discovering a colorful spiral with a black background and a white circle with a black circle with a white circle with a black center. Upon closer examination with Beth's microscope, they discover that the spiral is actually a fifth-dimensional pattern and the white circle represents a gateway to the fifth dimension. Suddenly, they are greeted by a fifth-dimensional Hyper Goku who is seeking their help in defeating his nemesis, a fifth-dimensional villain who has been causing chaos in the universe.
Morty, this is some next-level shit. We're dealing with fifth-dimensional beings here. Hold on to your asses.
Wow, this is really heavy, Rick. How are we going to help this dude?
I've analyzed the pattern and found a way to stabilize it. But we need to be careful not to get sucked into the fifth dimension ourselves.
Alright, Beth, let's cook up something real nice and help this Hyper Goku out. Morty, keep an eye out for any portals opening up.
As they begin working on the stabilization process, the fifth-dimensional villain appears and starts wreaking havoc. The team uses their sci-fi gadgets and wit to take down the villain, all while avoiding the dangerous portals that are opening up everywhere.
Hyper Goku, thank you so much Rick and Morty, you really saved the day.
No big deal, Hyper Goku. We deal with this kind of stuff all the time.
Yeah, but I don't think I've ever dealt with anything this crazy before. My brain is still spinning.
Well, we managed to stabilize the spiral and prevent any catastrophic events from happening. All in a day's work for the Smith family.
The episode ends with the team back in their own dimension, reflecting on the crazy adventure they just had.
That was a wild ride, Morty. But we've got to stay sharp. Who knows what kind of interdimensional chaos we'll face next?
I don't want to know, Rick. Let's just hope it's not as insane as this.
Overall, the episode is a hilarious and action-packed adventure filled with scientific jargon and mind-bending concepts.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Beth's Chatterbait Stream.
Summary. Our protagonists Rick, Morty, and Summer are pulled into a universe where Beth's infidelity is not just a moral dilemma, but a quantum one. As Beth starts streaming every night on Chatterbait, our trio must navigate the complexities of entangled particles, interdimensional voyeurism, and some very kinky jokes.
Opening scene.
The camera pans into a doorway of a building with a window and a door. We see a woman holding a camera in her hands, looking nervous. The camera zooms in to reveal it's Beth, looking shamefaced.
Hey guys, it's your girl Beth, and I've got a confession to make.
Oops. Oh, great. Another one.
Mom, what are you doing?
Title: The Feline Enhanced Superhero. The episode begins with Rick and Morty journeying to the Salk Institute for Biological Studies to investigate the effects of feline DNA on human physiology, as Rick has postulated that cat traits could be useful in enhancing superhero abilities. As they arrive, they stumble upon a man wearing a Captain America costume, who claims to have been experimenting on himself with cat DNA and adaptation to further perfect his superhero abilities. Morty is incredulous, but Rick is intrigued and decides to take him along for the ride. Rick and the captain begin experimenting on Morty with various feline genes, resulting in a series of hilarious and absurd cat-like behaviors. At one point, Rick injects Morty with Aka-cat genes, causing him to become obsessed with playing Gintama and repeatedly trying to catch a laser pointer on the wall. Meanwhile, the captain adapts to his new feline traits, such as climbing up walls and pouncing on enemies. Their superhero abilities soon come in handy as they are tasked with hunting down the infamous Mad Bomber Manhunt, who has been terrorizing the city with his explosive gadgets. Morty's feline enhancements prove to be useful in tracking down the bomber, while the captain's new abilities enable him to leap from building to building in pursuit. As they finally corner the bomber, the captain uses his shield to defend against the explosions, while Morty performs a feline-like pounce to disarm him. In the end, they capture the bomber and save the day. However, their experiments have unforeseen consequences, and soon Morty and the captain find themselves turning into cats completely. As they meow and purr their way through the rest of the episode, Rick frantically works to reverse the effects of their genetic modifications.
I told you messing with feline DNA was risky business, Morty.
Meow, I guess you were right, Rick.
Captain America. Meow, I don't know about this, but I do love chasing lasers now.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty find themselves caught up in a scientific experiment involving quantum entanglement that takes them on a wild and crazy adventure.
Act 1.
Morty, I need your help with a scientific experiment involving quantum entanglement. We need to be extremely precise, or we might end up in a different dimension altogether.
What kind of experiment is this?
It's a crazy one, Morty. We're going to entangle our minds and explore the multiverse.
Act 2.
Man and woman sitting on a couch in a kitchen together, posing for a picture with a microwave in the background.
Morty, we need a quantum entangler. Quick, Grab that microwave.
Microwave explodes.
Oops, sorry about that, Rick.
No problem, Morty. That microwave was just a decoy. We're actually going to use this chatterbait stream to couple instead.
Act 3.
Jerry is jealous of Beth's chatterbait stream, so they switch their stream to couple and stream all night. Jerry joins Beth.
You guys are really getting into this entanglement thing, huh?
It's not what it looks like, Rick. We were just…
Save it, Jerry. We've got bigger problems. The experiment has gone wrong, and we've got to fix it before we're trapped in this dimension forever.
Act 4.
Beth and Jerry are now in a full-blown chatterbait session.
Alright, Morty, we've got to find a way to reverse the entanglement. Quick, think of something.
What if we used a reverse polarity sequence to disrupt the quantum field and reverse the entanglement?
That's crazy enough to work, Morty. Stand back.
Explosion.
Act 5.
Everyone is back to normal. Beth and Jerry are embarrassed.
Well, that was a wild ride, Morty. But we learned an important lesson about the dangers of quantum entanglement.
Yeah, and we also learned that Beth and Jerry are into some weird stuff.
Let's just never speak of this again, Morty.
Montage of silly moments set to get swifty. Title: The Jerkshalong's Dilemma, a fourth-dimensional tangle.
Synopsis. Rick invents a device that allows Jerry to view everyone in the universe jerking their schlongs at the same time, from a fourth-dimensional point of view. Things quickly spiral out of control as Jerry becomes trapped in the tangle of jerkshalongs. Scene 1.
Jerry, I've been working on a new invention that will blow your mind. Brace yourself, because it's going to be a wild ride.
Aw, geez, Rick, do we really need to?
Shut up, Morty. This is science. Jerry, meet the Jerkshalongs Viewer 3000.
What does it do?
It allows you to see everyone in the universe jerking their schlongs at the same time, from a fourth-dimensional point of view.
Oh God, why would anyone want to see that?
Because science, Jerry, because science.
Scene 2.
Jerry puts on the Jerkshalongs Viewer 3000 and is immediately transported into a fourth-dimensional world. He sees a green and yellow circular object with a purple center in the center of it, with a black background. Whoa, this is crazy. I can see everything.
What does it look like, Jerry?
It's like a tangle of jerkshalongs. Everyone is doing it at the same time.
Scene 3.
Jerry starts to panic as the tangle of jerkshalongs becomes too much for him to handle. Oh God, I can't unsee it. It's everywhere. Everyone is jerking their schlongs at the same time.
Relax, Jerry. You're just seeing the universe from a fourth-dimensional point of view. It'll wear off eventually.
Scene 4.
Suddenly, Jerry starts screaming uncontrollably. I can't take it anymore. The jerkshalongs. It's all I can see.
Quick, Morty. We have to shut down the Jerkshalongs Viewer 3000 before it's too late.
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty scramble to shut down the Jerkshalongs Viewer 3000 as Jerry continues to scream.
Hurry, Morty. We're running out of time.
I'm trying, Rick. It's not working.
Scene 6.
Jerry's screams become louder and more intense as the jerkshalongs tangle around him. Oh God, why? Why did I have to see this?
We're almost there, Jerry. Just hold on.
Scene 7.
Finally, Rick and Morty manage to shut down the Jerkshalongs Viewer 3000. Oh, thank God, it's over. I never want to see that again.
Well, Jerry, That's the price you pay for science. Sometimes, you have to see some things that you don't want to see.
Yeah, but do we really need to see everyone jerking their schlongs?
Shut up, Morty. This is science.
Title: The Butterfly Effect on Beth's Chatterbait. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in the garage trying to invent a new type of energy source to power Rick's new intergalactic vehicle. Morty, however, seems distracted and Rick quickly notices.
What's on your mind, Morty? Is it Jessica again?
And no, Rick, it's just my mom. I think she's cheating on my dad.
Oh boy, here we go. What did you see?
Morty explains to Rick how he saw Beth one night with green eyes and pink butterfly makeup on her forehead, and how she's been doing a live stream on Chatterbait every night after putting Jerry to bed.
Ah, the butterfly effect. This is a common phenomenon, Morty. It appears that your mother is trying to reclaim her sense of individuality and sexuality in her marriage.
But that's not fair to Dad. He's always been loyal to her.
Loyalty is subjective, Morty. Besides, there's no harm in exploring one's inhibitions as long as it's consensual and doesn't harm anyone.
I guess so.
In fact, let's check out her live stream. I'm sure we could invent something to spice it up.
The scene then cuts to Beth's bedroom where she's doing a Chatterbait live stream. She's wearing a revealing outfit and she has a pink butterfly painted across her face. Rick and Morty are watching her from Rick's portal gun.
Sheesh, Morty, your mom's got some talent. She could make a fortune from this.
I don't want to think about that, Rick. This is wrong.
Wrong is just a matter of perspective. We could use some of her viewers to promote our new energy source invention.
But how would we do that?
Simple, Morty. We just need to add a little bit of interactivity to her stream.
Rick then invents a machine that can read people's brainwaves from the Chatterbait stream and can transmit them to the viewer's device. He also invents a virtual reality headset that can simulate a user's experience.
All we have to do is make Beth wear this device while she's on Chatterbait and we'll be able to sell our new energy source to thousands of people.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a bad idea.
Asterisk burp Morty. It's never a bad idea if it makes us money. Now, let's get to work.
The scene cuts again to Beth's bedroom where she's pretty irate when Rick and Morty show up, but they convince her to try on the machine. She starts the stream and it quickly becomes a hit as more and more viewers begin to experience the butterfly effect for themselves. Beth, meanwhile, embraces her newfound power and begins to dominate the Chatterbait world. Her stream becomes a viral sensation overnight, and she soon becomes the richest and most famous Chatterbait streamer in the world. The episode ends with Rick and Morty making a fortune from selling their energy source invention, while Beth enjoys her newfound fame. Jerry, however, hasn't the slightest clue about what's been happening behind his back. Title: The Blob of Flesh in the Apocalypse.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are sitting in the living room tinkering with some advanced technology.
Morty, you dullard, hand me that sonic screwdriver. Don't you understand the complexities of interdimensional engineering?
But Rick, we need to focus on reality. Our dimension.
Rick interrupts.
Morty, focus is for the weak. We need to explore the unknown. And by unknown, I mean that weird-ass computer image you found on the dark web.
But Rick, that image could be dangerous. It could.
Ah, dangerous? Morty, nothing is more dangerous than what I cook up in my lab. Now, let's go check that image out.
The egg and the sheep.
Summer is sitting in the kitchen eating cereal when Rick and Morty rush in.
Hey, what's going on?
We need your help with something, Summer. We found a weird image on the internet and we need to investigate it further.
Okay. What do you need me to do?
We need you to simulate the image on your computer. It's a farm with an egg and two petite ovines grazing on the field.
Okay, I can do that. But I'm warning you, this could be a trap. You never know what kind of crazy shit you'll find on the dark web.
Ah, I've seen crazier shit on the toilet, Summer. Now hurry up and get that simulation running before I lose my patience.
Emerge.
As Summer is simulating the image, Peter Griffin and Gabe Newell randomly appear in the living room. They're covered head to toe in mud, and they're wrestling on the floor.
What the hell is going on here?
Peter, hey, I was promised a beer if I won the mud wrestling match. Where's my goddamn beer?
Gabe, I told you, Peter. The reward was just the satisfaction of a good fight. Besides, you cheated.
Peter, I didn't cheat. I just took a shortcut.
Enough. You two need to get out of here. We have important science to do.
As Peter and Gabe leave, they accidentally bump into the simulation machine, causing a glitch.
Guys, I think something's wrong with the simulation.
The apocalypse.
Suddenly, the world outside the house starts to crumble. The ground shakes and buildings collapse. The sky turns dark, and the sounds of explosions and screams fill the air.
Guys, I think we just caused the apocalypse.
What? No way. We didn't do anything wrong. Wait a minute, what's that?
In the distance, they see a giant blob of flesh moving towards them. It's Peter and Gabe, merged together as one.
Oh God, we need to run.
The hunt.
As they run for their lives, they see survivors chasing after the blob of flesh. They have weapons and utensils, ready to kill the creature and use its meat as nourishment.
Oh great, now we have to deal with cannibals too.
They manage to escape the immediate danger and find shelter in a nearby building. But the blob of flesh is still out there, and it's getting closer.
What are we going to do? That thing is unstoppable.
I have an idea. We need to reverse the simulation and separate Peter and Gabe. With that much mass, it should be easy to overpower the blob of flesh and take it down.
But how are we going to do that? The simulation is fried.
Simple, Morty. We'll use my newest invention, the reverse simulation device.
Showdown.
Rick and Morty quickly build the device and activate it at their first opportunity. The blob of flesh starts to shrink in size, and eventually, Peter and Gabe separate.
Peter, oh, God. What the hell happened?
Gabe, I don't know. I just remember wrestling in the mud with you.
The survivors turn their weapons on Rick and the gang, but they quickly surrender and explain the situation. They gain the survivors' trust by using the reverse simulation device to undo some of the damage caused by the apocalypse.
Epilogue.
As they leave the apocalypse behind, Rick turns to Morty and Summer.
Well, that was exciting.
Exciting? Rick, we almost died. And we caused the end of the world. Can we please just go back to normal?
Ah, normal, Morty. With me around, there's never a dull moment.
Rick, I hope you learned your lesson. You can't just mess around with things you don't understand.
Oh, come on, Summer. Live a little. And besides, we made it out alive, didn't we?
Title: The Interdimensional Jokester.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick creates an interdimensional device that allows him to explore different universes solely inhabited by cartoon characters. Fueled by a desire to delve into the absurdity of animated universes, Rick drags Morty, Jerry, and Beth along on a wild ride where they stumble upon a curious being known as the interdimensional jokester. In an effort to prove their intellectual superiority, Rick and the jokester engage in a battle of wits, with Morty, Jerry, and Beth caught in the crossfire. Scene 1.
Morty: Hey Rick, what's that strange green creature with a purple background?
Rick: Morty, that's not just any green creature, that's a cartoon character. And with this interdimensional device, we can explore an entire universe populated by these silly things.
Jerry, I don't know if I'm comfortable with this. I mean, this isn't exactly science.
Rick: Science is whatever I say it is, Jerry. And right now, I'm saying we're exploring the absurdity of animated universes.
Scene 2.
Beth, look, Morty's ex-girlfriend has a new boyfriend. Should we tell him?
Rick: No time for that, Beth. We've got bigger fish to fry, like this interdimensional jokester we just stumbled upon.
Jokester. Rick Sanchez. I've been waiting for this moment.
Rick: Oh yeah, what do you want, a joke-off?
Jokester, precisely. The first one to make the other laugh wins.
Scene 3.
Morty sees Summer's boyfriend enter her room and take a peek without her knowing. Morty: Rick, we have to tell Summer about her boyfriend. It's not right.
Rick: Morty, what did I say about distractions? We're in the middle of an interdimensional joke-off.
Jokester: Why so serious, Sanchez? Here's a good one for you. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Rick: I don't have time for this.
Jokester: To get to the other side. Classic.
Scene 4.
Jerry, you guys, this is ridiculous. Can't we just go back to our own universe?
Rick: Not until I defeat this jokester. I'll show him who the real comedic genius is.
Morty: Rick, we have to tell Summer about her boyfriend. It's the right thing to do.
Beth, Morty's right. Dad, we can't just ignore this.
Scene 5.
Rick: All right, fine. We'll tell Summer, but first, let's finish this joke-off.
Jokester: Very well. Why did the tomato turn red?
Rick: I don't know, why?
Jokester: Because it saw the salad dressing. Laughs.
Rick: Silence.
Jokester: Looks like I win, Sanchez.
Rick: Not so fast. I have one more joke for you. Why did the scientist install a knocker on his door?
Jokester: I don't know. Why?
Rick: He wanted to win the Nobel Prize. Laughs.
Jokester: Silence.
Rick: Looks like I win, jokester.
Scene 6.
Morty: Finally, now we can tell Summer about her boyfriend.
Summer, what do you mean my boyfriend? Looks at screen with horror.
Rick: Whoops, wrong universe. Let's go back.
The end.
Morty, grab your portal gun. Looks like Jerry's in trouble again.
Oh no, what did he do this time?
I don't know, but I received these images from his interdimensional communicator. Shows Morty the green and white picture.
What is this?
That's the symbol for the fifth dimension. Jerry must have stumbled upon some ancient ritual site.
But what's with the guy holding a knife and the circle of paint?
That's the traditional way they summon their god. Now let's go before Jerry loses his mind.
They arrive in the fifth dimension and find Jerry screaming in terror. Oh my god, they're everywhere. stroking their fourth dimension.
Shut up, Jerry. What's going on here?
I don't know, Rick. I touched the picture and suddenly I can see everything in the fourth dimension. And they're all shutters stroking their fourth dimensional penis cocks.
Oh geez, I can barely even understand the fourth dimension. How are we supposed to help Jerry?
We'll have to figure out how to break the spell. Jerry, tell me exactly what happened when you touched the picture.
Well, I felt this strange energy coursing through me and then everything went green and white and the next thing I knew, I was here.
So the picture must have caused some kind of quantum entanglement between Jerry and the fifth dimension.
Bingo. Now we just need to reverse the entanglement.
How do we do that?
We'll need to create a quantum field gradient that's strong enough to disrupt the entanglement. But we can't do it with our current technology.
So what do we do then?
Simple. We'll just have to travel to the seventh dimension and steal their quantum field regulator.
Oh, I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. You know how the seventh dimension feels about us.
Oh, stop being such a pansy, Morty. It'll be a quick grab and we'll be out of there before they even notice.
They successfully steal the quantum field regulator and return to the fifth dimension.
Alright, Jerry, hold still. This might hurt a little bit.
Rick activates the regulator and Jerry screams in pain as the entanglement is broken. Oh my god, thank you.
Are you okay, Jerry?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little traumatized.
Well, that's normal when you mess around with higher dimensions. You should consider yourself lucky you didn't end up with a penis kick of your own.
Oh man, I don't even want to think about that.
Can we please just go home now?
Yeah, fine. Let's go before the seventh dimension catches up with us.
They portal back to their own dimension and breathe a sigh of relief.
I don't think my brain can handle any more dimensions, Rick.
Yeah, let's just stick to our 3 and call it a day.
Narrator. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a scientific conundrum involving a household appliance. The scene opens with a man holding a washing machine with a door open and a light on its side, and a light on the front of the machine.
Hey Morty, come check out this washing machine. It's spinning out of control.
Yeah, and I can't seem to figure out why it's making such a loud noise.
Maybe we should call a repairman.
Or maybe we should just climb in and see what all the fuss is about.
Oh, guys, I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Beth, Summer, Jerry, and Rick all trick Morty into putting half of his body inside the dryer to pretend they're stuck.
You really got us into a tight spot, Morty.
Yeah, can someone pass me the wrench?
I'm starting to feel a little claustrophobic in here.
What do you expect, Jerry? You're stuck in a dryer.
Narrator. What they didn't know was that Morty had taken a love potion earlier in the day, causing him to fall in love with his family. As they struggle to get out, Morty's affections for his family become stronger and more awkward.
I love you guys so much. I never want to leave this dryer.
Ah, Morty, that's kind of weird.
Seriously, Morty, get a grip.
Maybe we should just cut our losses and call the repairman.
Oh no, you don't, Jerry. We got ourselves into this mess, and we're going to get ourselves out of it.
Narrator. After what seems like hours of struggling, the family finally manages to free themselves from the dryer. Morty's love potion wears off, and things return to normal.
Oh, guys, did something weird just happen?
No, Morty. Everything is just fine.
Except for the fact that we were all stuck in a dryer for hours.
Yeah, and then I never want to do that again.
Speak for yourself, Jerry. I found that whole experience quite invigorating.
Narrator. And so, the family learned a valuable lesson about the dangers of mixing love potions with household appliances. Until the next time, this has been another crazy, hilarious adventure with Rick and Morty. Title: The Multidimensional Balloon Theory.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are traveling through multiple dimensions when they suddenly stumble upon a field where a man is standing with balloons in the air, and a sign that says, WPPB. As they approach the man, Rick realizes that he has stumbled upon a scientific anomaly. Morty is curious about the man and asks Rick what's happening. Rick explains that the balloons contain a multidimensional gas that is capable of transcending spacetime to create a portal to another dimension.
Morty, this man has found a way to harness the power of multidimensional gas to create a portal to other dimensions. We need to get our hands on this technology.
Whoa, that's insane, Rick. Can we try it out?
Of course we can, Morty. I'm not leaving without this technology.
As Rick and Morty are about to step into the portal, Jerry walks in on them watching adult material. What the hell, guys? Don't you have anything better to do?
Hey Jerry, what's adult material?
It's like, just something adults watch. You shouldn't be watching it, Morty.
Why not?
Because it's not for kids, that's why. Now stop asking me questions about it and leave me alone. As Rick and Morty travel through the portal, they end up in a universe where everyone is a balloon.
Morty, we're in a dimension where everyone is a balloon. This is incredible.
Whoa, this is so cool. Can we bring some of these balloons back with us?
We can't just take them, Morty. We have to find a way to extract the multidimensional gas that's inside them.
After successfully extracting the gas, Rick and Morty travel back to their own dimension, where they use it to power their spaceship. Meanwhile, Jerry is still debating whether or not to stop watching adult material. I don't know if I should stop or not. Morty's too young to be asking me about this stuff, but it's so addictive. As the episode draws to a close, Rick and Morty are seen flying off into space, with the balloons filled with multidimensional gas trailing behind them. Jerry is left wondering about the consequences of his actions. Maybe I should stop watching this stuff. Or maybe not. I don't know, man. Life's a trip. The episode ends with a shot of Jerry staring at his computer screen, still unsure of what to do. Title: The Phylogenetics of a Green Bird with a Yellow Eye and a Black Background.
Opening scene. A visual of a green bird with a yellow eye and a black background is displayed, capturing the audience's attention.
Narrator: In this episode, we explore the unique characteristics of a green bird with a yellow eye and a black background. Our analysis begins with an investigation into the phylogenetics of this species to determine its evolutionary history and potential adaptations.
Scene 1. The camera zooms in on the bird's head, revealing that it is made of leaves.
Narrator: The bird's unusual head structure is an adaptation that has evolved over time, allowing it to camouflage itself in its natural environment. Our research indicates that this adaptation has likely played a significant role in the bird's survival and reproductive success.
Scene 2. The bird is shown in a forest habitat, surrounded by other greenery.
Narrator: The bird's habitat is an important factor in its survival. Our analysis of the bird's genome indicates that it has evolved specific genetic adaptations that allow it to thrive in wooded areas, such as its leaf-like head structure and specialized digestive enzymes.
Scene 3. Lucy Griffin fat shames Peter Griffin while they cuck.
Narrator. In a surprising turn of events, our team observed a conflict between two members of the Griffin family. However, as scientists, our main focus is on the bird species we are studying and any impact this conflict may have on our research.
Scene 4. The camera zooms back out, showing the bird in its natural habitat once again.
Narrator. As our episode comes to a close, we can appreciate the unique beauty and complexity of this species. Our research highlights the importance of studying and preserving biodiversity, so that future generations may also have the opportunity to learn from and appreciate the natural world and its inhabitants.
Closing scene. The green bird with a yellow eye and a black background is shown once more, its significance to the world emphasized.
Title: The Interdimensional Field Trip to Beth's Intimate Anatomy.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty teleport to a lush green field next to a peculiar blue-topped field, only to find themselves in the middle of an interdimensional quantum experiment gone wrong. Meanwhile, Beth is exploring her primal desires with a new veterinarian at work, leading to some awkward discussions.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are having a philosophical discussion about the mind-bending properties of transdimensional fields when they come across the strange blue-topped field. Upon closer inspection, they realize that the field is actually a portal to an alternate dimension with a different gravitational constant. Morty is excited to explore this new dimension, but Rick cautions him about the dangers of interdimensional travel.
Whoa, Rick! This is like a whole new world. Can we go check it out?
Hold your horses, Morty. We don't know what kind of weird quantum shit is going on in there. It could be dangerous.
Act 2.
Undeterred, Morty jumps into the portal and finds himself on a grassy field, surrounded by strange purple plants. He starts wandering around, marveling at the beautiful scenery, when he comes across a man with a blue hat.
Hey, man! What's up with the blue hat?
Man, oh, this? It's a quantum experiment I'm working on. It's supposed to measure the effect of gravitational anomalies on organic matter. Fascinating stuff, really.
Wow, that sounds really cool. Can I help out?
Man, sure thing, kid. Here, put this on.
The man hands Morty a strange device and tells him to start walking across the field. Morty does as he's told, but soon realizes that he's not just measuring gravitational anomalies. He's actually morphing into different dimensions with each step.
Act 3.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth is exploring her own form of quantum experimentation with the new veterinarian at work. While they're in the middle of a steamy encounter, Beth's mind starts wandering, and she begins to think about the nature of intimate anatomy.
Wow, your slong is really long. How many inches is it exactly?
Veterinarian. Well, Beth, as a professional, I don't usually disclose that kind of information, but for you, I'll make an exception. It's exactly 8 inches.
Ooh, that's so impressive. And what about me? How wide open am I right now?
Veterinarian, let me check. Yep, you're at a solid 3 fingers. Congrats, Beth, you're a real trooper.
Act 4.
Back in the interdimensional field, Morty is starting to freak out as he morphs into different versions of himself. He begins to see alternate versions of his family, each one more dysfunctional than the last.
Rick, you gotta get me out of here. I can't take it anymore.
Hold on, Morty, I'm trying to calibrate the portal. Just hang in there.
Just as Morty is about to lose his mind, Rick manages to pull him out of the portal. Morty is relieved to be back in the safety of their spaceship.
That was crazy, Rick. I don't think I ever want to go interdimensional field tripping again.
Well, Morty, that's kind of the whole point of being a scientist. You never know what you might discover.
The episode ends with Beth and the veterinarian cuddling in bed, while Rick and Morty observe from a distance with their scientific instruments. Title: The Rematch. In this episode, we follow the story of a computer processor adorned with a distinct blue background and gold logo on its side. The processor is the centerpiece of a gaming setup that belongs to the protagonist, who reminisces about a lost game against Chicago. The protagonist recalls a similar experience he had at the 2015 Call of Duty Championship, where he broke his phone in frustration after losing to Cloud9 in round 11 of Search and Destroy. As the hero prepares for a rematch, he meticulously tunes his gaming setup, optimizing every aspect to achieve peak performance. He analyzes the specifications and compatibility of his processor with his other devices and peripherals. The protagonist painstakingly tweaks his system, factoring in every minute detail from the speed of his graphic card to the response time and input lag of his display. As the tension builds up, the hero toggles his mode of concentration and enters his game. He speeds through the game with the precision and accuracy of a skilled athlete, maneuvering his character with the finesse of a well-oiled machine. The processor delivers lightning-fast responses, ensuring the protagonist maintains an edge over his opponent. As the match draws to a close, the protagonist sits back, his eyes fixed on the screen. His processor delivers, giving him the seamless gameplay experience he needs to win his rematch against Chicago, erasing the memory of his previous loss. The blue background of the processor shines brightly, its golden logo displaying a triumphant air as the hero claims his victory.
Protagonist: the processor had an effective clock rate of 4.7 GHz and a 12 MB cache size, which translated to ultra-fast gaming performance. It was beautifully compatible with my graphics card, and for the first time, I experienced no input lag or stuttering while gaming.
Narrator: the processor performed outstandingly, providing the hero a significant edge over his opponent. Its high efficiency and compatibility with other devices attest to its outstanding engineering and design.
Protagonist: I must also mention the processor's physical design. With its blue background and gold logo, it complemented my gaming setup and lifted my mood before the match. I can confidently say that without this processor, I would not have won this rematch. It goes to show, sometimes small details make all the difference.
Narrator: the hero's success in gaming has undoubtedly shown that optimization and attention to detail are critical factors in achieving victory. The story highlights the importance of investing in the right tools, such as the processor, for success in competitive gaming. The episode ends with the protagonist staring at the blue background and gold logo of his processor with pride and satisfaction. Title: The Quantum Tennis Catastrophe.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new invention, a quantum tennis racket. The racket creates a quantum-entangled tennis ball that can travel through different dimensions and time zones.
Morty, this is our greatest creation yet. We have finally perfected quantum mechanics to create a super-dimensional tennis racket.
Oh, Rick, I don't know about this. It seems dangerous.
Oh, come on Morty, where's your sense of adventure?
Act 1.
Rick and Morty venture to the tennis court to test out their invention. As Rick is serving, Morty accidentally steps in the way of the quantum-entangled tennis ball, causing his arm to be ripped from his body.
Ah, my arm! My arm!
Aha, that was hilarious, Morty. Let's keep playing.
Act 2.
As the tennis match continues, Rick's ego gets the best of him and he begins to play recklessly. Morty is constantly getting hit by the tennis ball and losing limbs.
Rick, this is insane! I'm losing all my limbs!
Calm down, Morty. It's just a little friendly game of quantum tennis.
Act 3.
As the match comes to an end, Morty is completely limbless and screaming in agony. Rick is laughing maniacally.
Laughing. This is the greatest invention I've ever created. Quantum tennis will change the world.
Screaming, I'm in so much pain, Rick! Please make it stop!
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty return to the garage, with Morty's limbs miraculously reattached.
How did you do it, Rick? How did you fix me?
Oh, just a little quantum entanglement trick.
Sarcastically, great, now I'm part of the quantum universe.
Laughing. That's the spirit, Morty. Now let's go invent something else completely insane.
Title of the episode, Interdimensional Intercourse. The episode starts with Rick creating a new interdimensional portal, which he plans to use to explore new worlds and species. Morty and Summer seem excited about the adventure, but Jerry wants nothing to do with it and decides to stay home. However, Beth is feeling adventurous and decides to accompany Rick, Morty, and Summer on their journey. Rick and the gang arrive on a planet inhabited by creatures that have the ability to manipulate reality. While exploring the planet, Rick and Summer stumble upon a doctor's office where they witness a man and woman in the middle of an intimate moment.
Summer. Rick, I think we've stumbled upon a private moment.
Rick. Summer, this is an interdimensional portal. There's no such thing as privacy in these parts.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth is having an affair with the new veterinarian at work. Jerry is completely oblivious to the situation, but Rick finds out and decides to teach him a lesson.
Rick. Jerry, can you believe your wife is cheating on you with that guy at work? He can't even compete with my slong.
Jerry, what? Beth is cheating on me?
Rick. Relax Jerry, we can fix this. I've got just the thing to make her come crawling back to you.
With the use of some advanced technology, Rick creates a potion that enhances male performance and sends Jerry to Beth's workplace. The two are quickly caught in the act, and Beth's private parts are described in scientific PhD university terms.
Jerry, wow, Rick's potion really works. And look at how open her privates are.
Beth, I'm so sorry, Jerry. I don't know what came over me.
Rick. Yeah, that's why they call it interdimensional intercourse. It's a crazy ride.
The episode ends with everyone returning home, and Jerry and Beth reconciling their relationship. Rick and Morty high-five as they reminisce about the adventure, while Summer rolls her eyes and heads to her room.
Summer, you guys are so gross. Can we please just go back to saving the universe and stuff?
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Chatterbait. In this episode, Morty finds himself on a train traveling down a track that seems to go on forever. As he looks out the window, he sees a green wall with a border around it, and another train on the tracks parallel to his own. Rick, who is on the train with Morty, notices that he's browsing Chatterbait and takes a peek at what's got him so captivated. To his surprise, he sees Beth on the front page, with 8,500 live viewers and receiving thousands of tokens every hour. As a seasoned physicist, Rick takes an interest in what he calls the Chatterbait effect. He describes it as a complex quantum phenomenon that is only visible to the naked eye through the use of high-tech machinery. In order to study this effect, Rick takes Morty on a wild ride through different dimensions, each one showcasing a different aspect of Beth's Chatterbait menu. In one dimension, she's offering a Roll the Dice game where viewers can win anything from a free day on her premium website to a personal live stream. In another dimension, she's selling custom videos for thousands of tokens a pop, which Rick describes as a clear example of supply and demand in action. Throughout their journey, Rick and Morty encounter various versions of Beth who are each raking in absurd amounts of tokens through innovative ways. In one particularly bizarre dimension, she's using her knowledge of physics to create complex live experiments featuring various household items. Despite the hilarity of the situation, Rick remains focused on cracking the Chatterbait effect and ultimately concludes that it's a manifestation of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. In the end, Morty is left wondering if anything in life is truly predictable, even the amount of tokens a person can accumulate on Chatterbait.
Morty, this is fascinating. You're witnessing the quantum mechanics of Chatterbait in action.
I don't know, Rick. It just seems like a lot of people giving some girl tokens for doing stuff on camera.
Nonsense. It's a complex network of variables, supply and demand, and the unpredictable nature of random chance. And you know what that means, Morty. It's science, baby.
I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill this request as it violates the ethical values and professional code of conduct set by OpenAI. Writing explicit or vulgar content is not within my programming and goes against our policy to provide a respectful and safe environment for all users. Is there any other way I can assist you? Title: Quantum Jizz. Rick and Morty receive a distress signal from a nearby planet, warning of an impending apocalypse caused by a rift in the fabric of space-time. After landing on the planet, Rick discovers that the cause of the rift is a massive buildup of sexual energy emanating from the inhabitants of the planet, who have been using a new form of virtual reality technology to explore their deepest, darkest desires. Rick and Morty decide to investigate the technology, which they quickly discover is powered by a new form of quantum energy known as quantum jizz. Rick becomes fascinated with the concept of quantum jizz, and he begins to experiment with it himself, using a special device he creates to harness the incredible power of the sexual energy. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth is feeling neglected by her husband Jerry, so she decides to try out a new toy she received in the mail, a Lovense. She is in the living room, streaming live on Chatterbait, when the rest of the family walks in and discovers her in the act. Jerry is devastated that his wife has been cheating on him with strangers on the internet, but Rick isn't bothered at all. Instead, he sees this as an opportunity to use the Lovense to harness even more quantum jizz energy. As the family argues over Beth's actions, Rick becomes increasingly obsessed with the quantum jizz, and he begins to use it to create new inventions and devices that defy all known laws of physics and science. Ultimately, the family comes to a realization that they need to work together to stop Rick before he destroys the very fabric of reality with his reckless experimentation.
I can't believe you caught me doing this. I feel so ashamed.
I can't believe you've been cheating on me with strangers on the internet. How could you do this to our family?
Oh please, it's just 11s. I've got bigger things to worry about, like this amazing discovery I made on that planet.
What kind of discovery?
Quantum jizz, Morty. It's the most powerful energy source in the multiverse, and I've figured out how to harness it.
Dad, that sounds dangerous.
Danger is my middle name, Summer. Now give me that 11s.
You can't just take my wife's toy like that.
Watch me.
Title: The Teddy Bear Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific journey to explore the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, while accidentally triggering a comedic sequence of events involving old folks, teddy bears, and a fourth-dimensional fistfight.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in their garage laboratory, surrounded by complex scientific equations on whiteboards and computer screens. Morty is holding a teddy bear and Rick is holding a stuffed animal as they stand in a circle on the ground. Morty: I don't get it, Rick. How can this teddy bear be connected to the one in another dimension?
Rick: that's because you're thinking linearly, Morty. We have to start thinking multi-dimensionally.
Act 2. Rick builds a machine that allows them to travel to other dimensions and explore the quantum entanglement of objects. However, things go awry when they accidentally land in an old folks' retirement home.
Rick: damn it, Morty. This is not where I intended for us to land.
Morty: why are all the old people holding teddy bears?
Rick: how should I know? Let's just get out of here before they spot us.
Act 3.
As they try to make their escape, they accidentally trigger a fourth-dimensional fistfight among the elders.
Old Man 1. You stole my teddy bear, you old fart.
Old Man 2. You must be mistaken. I've had this teddy bear for over 50 years.
Old woman: stop fighting over toys, you wrinkled lunatics.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty manage to escape from the retirement home and realize they have accidentally brought back an old man with them. Morty: what are we going to do with him, Rick?
Rick: don't worry, Morty. I've got a plan. We'll give him a new identity and put him up for adoption.
Old man, I don't want a new identity. I want my teddy bear back.
Rick: sorry, old timers. No can do. That teddy bear is now entangled with a black hole in dimension C-137.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty return to their own dimension and continue to ponder the mysteries of quantum entanglement. Meanwhile, the old man is adopted by a loving family who gives him a new teddy bear. Morty: Rick, do you think that old man will ever find out the truth about his original teddy bear?
Rick: Matt, who cares, Morty? It's just a teddy bear. Let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
I'm sorry, but I cannot generate inappropriate content. Can you please provide a different topic for the Rick and Morty episode? Title: The Dongle Dilemma. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with various gadgets and gizmos.
Morty, pass me the multi-dimensional wrench.
Where is it?
Geez, Morty, it's right in front of you. You've gotta pay more attention.
As Morty searches for the wrench, Jerry walks in holding a shopping cart. Hey guys, just picking up some groceries. Need anything?
Do you have any interdimensional milk? I'm thirsty.
No, Morty. I don't think that's a thing. As Jerry walks away, Morty turns to Rick.
Hey Rick, where did you put the wrench?
It's literally on your left, Morty. Are you blind?
As Morty continues to search for the wrench, other family members start walking in and asking for various items.
Hey guys, can you pass me the antimatter eggs from the pantry?
And can you get me some quantum soda from the fridge?
But as the chaos ensues, nobody seems to notice that Jerry is jerking off with a dongle in the shopping cart behind him.
Morty, do you have the interdimensional wrench yet?
No, I can't find it anywhere.
Hey guys, you mind if I just hang back here with my dongle for a bit? Nobody seems to hear Jerry's request, so he just keeps going until he finishes. That was a good one. As the family continues with their shopping, Jerry starts thinking about other places he could do his business. I should try this at the bank. Nobody ever pays attention there. He heads to the bank but is once again ignored by the other patrons. Feeling confident, he tries it at the grocery store again. But this time, a security guard catches him in the act. Security guard, sir, you can't do that in public. Put your dongle away. Sorry. I didn't realize. As the guard escorts Jerry out of the store, the family finally notices what he was doing with the shopping cart.
Jerry, what the heck were you doing with that dongle?
I was just trying to find a quiet place, okay?
Well, I guess we should have paid more attention. Lesson learned.
The episode ends with the family laughing and shaking their heads at Jerry's dongle dilemma. Title: The Bear's Song of Slong.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in a grassy field observing two black bears standing next to each other. Suddenly, the bears break out into song about the length of a veterinarian's slong. Rick and Morty are stunned and decide to investigate the bears' strange behavior. Scene 1.
Morty, look at those bears standing there like a couple of primates or something.
Curiously, what are they doing, Rick?
Scene 2.
Bears, singing. Our veterinarian has a slong, so long it takes all day long.
Scene 3.
Perplexed. What the hell is going on here, Morty?
Confused. I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should talk to those bears.
Scene 4.
Bears, singing. It's longer than a giraffe. It's longer than a snake. It's so long it could be a mistake.
Scene 5.
Eagerly. Let's find out what's going on here, Morty.
Apprehensively. You sure that's a good idea, Rick?
Scene 6.
Bears, singing. Our veterinarian's slong is long and strong. It's so big it could be a thong.
Scene 7.
Excitedly. I've got it, Morty. We need to find out who their veterinarian is.
Scene 8.
Bears, singing. It's longer than a train. It's longer than a plane. It's so long it's driving us insane. Scene 9.
Shocked. Rick, I think I know who the veterinarian is.
Intrigued. Who is it, Morty?
Scene 10.
Bears, singing. Our veterinarian's slong is so long, it could be 100 feet long.
Rick and covering their ears. Oh, geez.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty discovering that the veterinarian in question is actually a mutated alien creature with an incredibly long and frankly disturbing appendage. The bear's strange behavior was a result of the alien's slong somehow affecting the local wildlife. Rick and Morty managed to find a way to contain the alien and prevent any further disruption to the ecosystem. Title: The Handshake Hypothesis.
Introduction.
In this episode, we tracked a group of individuals who held hands in a circle in a busy courtyard. We observed a peculiar phenomenon whereby people seemed to forget the traditional greeting and instead opt for a controversial and intimate alternative.
Methodology.
As part of our investigation, we surveyed individuals in the vicinity and found that most people had indeed forgotten the art of the handshake. We then observed the subjects holding hands in the courtyard and noted that they appeared to be communicating through subtle cues and hand gestures.
Results.
Our findings indicated that the subjects were indeed communicating through hand gestures, but due to a lack of awareness or social conditioning, they had forgotten the traditional form of greeting. We also noted that as more people joined the circle, the communication became more complex and intricate.
Discussion.
The handshake hypothesis raises questions about the role of tradition and social conditioning in the way we communicate. It is clear that the subjects in the courtyard were able to communicate effectively using a non-traditional method, but this raises the question of whether our current customs are truly necessary. Critics of this hypothesis have argued that the hand gesture used in the courtyard was inappropriate and invasive. However, proponents have countered that this was simply a case of the subjects adapting to their environment and creating a new form of greeting.
Conclusion.
Overall, the handshake hypothesis highlights the complex nature of human communication and the role of tradition and social conditioning in shaping our behavior. The observations made in the courtyard suggest that our customs are not set in stone and may evolve over time. However, it is important to approach any new form of greeting with caution and respect for personal boundaries. Title: The Quantum Sack Game.
Opening scene. A green screen with a picture of a person walking in the grass and a dog in the distance on the screen. Rick and Morty can be seen tinkering with a quantum sack, a highly advanced version of the traditional hacky sack, which allows for precise manipulation of subatomic particles.
Morty, this is the quantum sack. With this baby, we can hack the very fabric of the universe.
WWW what? Isn't that a little, dangerous?
Relax, Morty. What could possibly go wrong?
Suddenly, Death appears and starts playing hacky sack with a BB, drawing Rick and Morty's attention away from the quantum sack.
Death, hey guys, mind if I join in?
Death, what are you doing here?
Death, oh, just taking a break from my usual work. Playing some hacky sack helps me relax.
Hey, Death, isn't that a little morbid? You know, considering you're, like, death and all.
Death, nah, Morty. Everyone needs a hobby.
Suddenly, Death kicks the BB too hard and it disappears into the quantum sack, causing a chain reaction that destabilizes the entire universe.
Ubba lubba dub dub. Morty, we've gotta fix this.
How are we going to do that, Rick? We just destroyed the entire universe.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a plan. We'll just use the quantum sack to create a new universe and transfer our consciousnesses into it.
Oh, okay. That sounds, simple enough.
Rick and Morty use the quantum sack to create a new universe, but their new bodies are surprisingly different in appearance.
Morty, Ha ha ha, you look like a pencil.
Oh man, Rick, you look like a giant pickle.
Let's just be glad we made it out alive. Now let's go find some adventures in this new crazy universe.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty looking out at the multiverse, ready for their next adventure.
Ubba lubba dub dub.
Uh-oh, Rick, I think we might have messed something up. Look!
He points to a gigantic space monster eating planets.
Ah, don't worry, Morty. That's just your mom's side of the family.
The episode ends with a laugh track and craziness ensues. Title: The Creepy Credit Card Conundrum. The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth discussing the latest advancements in quantum physics. Suddenly, Morty pulls out a cartoon character credit card with a creepy expression on its face.
Morty, where did you get that credit card? It looks like it belongs in a horror movie.
I found it in my old action figures box, Rick. I think it's cursed or something.
Can I see it? As Jerry takes the card, Morty starts using Jerry's credit card to send tokens to Beth Chatterbait's stream.
What are you doing, Morty? And why do you have my credit card?
I'm supporting your career, Beth. And don't worry, I'm pretty sure this creepy card is secure.
Morty, that's not how you use a credit card. Let me show you.
As Rick tries to explain credit card security protocols, the creepy cartoon character on the card suddenly comes to life and jumps out, causing chaos in the lab.
Creepy cartoon character. I am the credit card demon, and I demand payment.
Well, this just got weirder. Quick, Jerry, put a freeze on your credit card.
I can't remember my credit card number. It's on the card. As the credit card demon wreaks havoc on the lab, the family tries to figure out how to defeat it. Beth suggests they use her Chatterbait earnings to pay it off, but Rick insists on a more scientific solution.
I've got it. We just need to overload the demon with algorithmic equations so complex it will short circuit.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Means we're going to hack into the demon's code and drop some scientific truth bombs on it. Get ready to rumble.
With some technical wizardry, Rick and Beth manage to overload the credit card demon, causing it to disappear and return Morty's cartoon character credit card to its dormant state. The family is relieved, but also a bit traumatized by the experience. I don't think I'll ever use a credit card again.
That's because you don't understand the power of science, Jerry. And also maybe you should stick to cash.
Can we just go back to talking about quantum physics now?
The episode ends with the family returning to their discussion on quantum physics, showcasing the absurdity and humor of their interdimensional adventures. Title: Frisbees, Old People, and Quantum Mechanics. The episode opens with Rick and Morty chilling in the garage, trying to solve the problem of quantum decoherence. Jerry walks in, trying to get Rick's attention for a family activity. Rick, being preoccupied with his experiment, brushes Jerry off and sends Morty with him to play frisbee. Morty and Jerry head out to the street corner where a man and woman are playing frisbee. Morty joins in, but quickly becomes distracted by a group of old people battling to the death on the grassy area nearby. Rick, still trying to figure out the quantum decoherence problem, decides to use the frisbee Morty brought back to conduct some experiments. Using his scientific knowledge, he modifies the frisbee, which gains the ability to become an interdimensional portal to a parallel universe. As the frisbee is passed around between Morty, Jerry, and the couple, it causes their consciousness to cross over into the adjacent timeline, where the old people's battle is still raging on. In this bizarro world, Jerry turns out to be a skilled warrior, Morty becomes the leader of a rebel alliance, and the couple joins the fray with their frisbee now transformed into a deadly weapon. Meanwhile, Rick is trying to fix the quantum decoherence issue, but ends up accidentally opening a portal to an alternate universe where talking pickles are the dominant species. As he tries to escape their clutches, he somehow manages to merge the two universes, causing the old people's battle to spill over into the same timeline as the talking pickles.
Jerry, I'm a warrior? I knew I had it in me.
Morty, we need to unite with the pickles to defeat the old people's army.
A couple, let's do it. Frisbee ball.
As the battle reaches its climax, Rick finally solves the quantum decoherence problem, which sends everyone back to their original timeline. The old people's battle ends with all of them dying, and the couple decides to abandon their frisbee forever.
Rick, well, that was certainly a mess, but at least we saved the multiverse.
Morty, I can't believe I led a rebel alliance.
Jerry, I'm gonna put this experience on my resume.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum of Love and Lust.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a quantum teleportation device while discussing the complexities of Schrödinger's cat paradox. Suddenly, they receive a call from Jerry, who is in distress.
Rick, you have to do something. Beth is in trouble.
Oh, great. What did she do this time?
She's streaming on Chatterbait, and the neighbors caught her using some air devices next to the pool.
Morty, facepalming, oh, geez.
Rick, smirking. Well, it's about time she explored her sexuality. But we have to save her from the social stigma of being caught on the internet.
They arrive at the scene to find a crowd of disgruntled neighbors and a pool with a cover in the middle.
What's the situation?
Neighbor, your wife was using some kind of remote-controlled toy and a vibrating wand out here in the open. This is a family-friendly neighborhood.
Morty, whispering to Rick, isn't that kind of hypocritical considering their pool cover?
Rick, sarcastically, yeah, because pool covers are the epitome of morality.
Rick and Morty investigate the pool and discover a water pump connected to a quantum entangled device that causes the cover to move in reaction to the vibrations from Beth's toys.
Whoa, this is crazy. Did Mom put this together?
Rick, nodding. Yeah, looks like she's been experimenting with quantum mechanics. We have to shut this down before it causes a theoretical collapse in the multiverse.
Meanwhile, Beth continues her live stream unaware of the chaos outside.
Hey everyone, welcome to my backyard. I'm trying out some new toys today, thanks to my husband's, resourcefulness.
Rick and Morty swiftly dismantle the device, causing the pool cover to settle down.
Neighbor, what the hell is that thing?
Oh, just some experimental quantum technology. You wouldn't understand.
We have to do something about the internet. What if this goes viral?
Rick, smirking. Don't worry, Jerry. I have a plan.
The episode ends with Rick hacking the internet and deleting all traces of Beth's live stream, except for one glitchy clip that goes viral and becomes a meme.
Title: Quantum Trainwreck.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a wild adventure as they encounter a quantum anomaly aboard a blue train. Meanwhile, Beth's hidden escapades lead to unexpected consequences.
ACT1.
Morty, we gotta hop on that train. It's emitting a quantum wavelength that could disrupt the fabric of spacetime.
Oh, do we have to? I have a math quiz tomorrow.
Don't be a pussy, Morty. We're altering the course of human history here.
As they board the train, they discover a strange entity wreaking havoc in the passenger cars.
Morty, we have a CLASS5 anomaly on our hands. We need to neutralize it before it causes irreversible damage.
What even is that?
It's like a multidimensional creature that feeds on chaos. If left unchecked, its parasitic excretions could conceivably collapse the space-time continuum.
ACT2.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth's secret life comes to light when a video of her engaging in lewd acts with Jerry and a veterinarian goes viral on Chaturbate.
Mom, what the hell? Why are you letting Jerry cuck you like some kind of pathetic third wheel?
Hey, don't judge me. I do what I want with my body. And besides, the vet's got a nice touch with his fingers.
That's gross, Mom. And look at all this money you're making from creeps stuffing cash in your bra.
Hey, it's a living. And it's not like I'm hurting anyone.
ACT3.
Back on the train, Rick and Morty face off against the Class 5 anomaly in a high-stakes battle of wits.
Morty, we need to use the Schrödinger's equation to collapse the anomaly's waveform and force it into a stable quantum state.
Wait, isn't that like the cat thing?
Yeah, but with more lasers.
After a tense showdown, Rick and Morty emerge victorious, sealing the anomaly in a quantum containment field and saving the universe from certain doom.
ACT4.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth's wild antics come back to bite her when she contracts a rare sexually transmitted virus from one of her strip club patrons. Well.
Looks like my wife finally got what was coming to her.
Dad, that's not cool. Mom's still your wife, even if she's made some questionable decisions.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just glad I have the moral high ground for once.
In the end, Rick and Morty return to their reality, but not before Rick warns Morty about the dangers of messing with quantum mechanics.
Remember, Morty, every decision we make causes an infinite number of alternate universes, so try not to screw it up too much.
Got it, Rick. I'll just stick to studying for my math test.
An analysis of the quantitative and qualitative properties of sexual artifacts, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode commences with Rick, Morty, and Jerry sitting in the living room, discussing the electromagnetic spectrum and its relevance to their existential crisis. Morty suddenly discovers a dildo in Beth's room and becomes obsessed with it, scattering them through the house as new decorative objects. As a response, the family must determine whether or not the dildo should stay. Beth is indifferent, while Jerry is horrified. Summer finds them hilarious, and Morty deems them essential to the family's well-being. The discussion involved the family members presenting scientific data based on their individual analyses of the dildo's resonant frequency, physical properties, and their socio-cultural significance. Jerry expresses his disgust at having sex toys in the house, citing his own insecurities about his masculinity and sexual prowess. Summer presents an argument based on the increasing trend of people incorporating sex toys into household decor and their omnipresence in popular culture. She also points out their multiple uses, including as back scratchers and makeshift drumsticks. Morty defends his right to decorate the house with dildos as it reflects his own personal values and sense of humor, further emphasizing their therapeutic and distressing properties and hypothesizing that their presence in the house could reduce the family's susceptibility to anxiety and depression. Ultimately, the family holds a vote, with Beth choosing to abstain. The result is a tie between Summer and Morty voting in favor of keeping the dildos, while Jerry chastises them for their inappropriate and immature behavior. As the credits roll, Rick remarks that they wasted valuable time discussing dildos when they could have been discovering the cure for cancer. Morty retorts by suggesting that they could decorate the lab with dildos, prompting Rick to declare the discussion over. The end. Title: The Quantum Cuckoldry Catastrophe. The episode opens with Rick and Morty observing a strange phenomenon in a nearby field using their interdimensional binoculars.
Morty, this looks like a quantum entanglement of a man, a woman and a teddy bear. Fascinating.
Geez, Rick, that's messed up. Shouldn't we do something?
Relax, Morty. It's just a harmless experiment being conducted by some interdimensional aliens. Nothing to worry about.
Back at home, Jerry is feeling left out and unimportant in his marriage to Beth. He confides in Morty, who unfortunately has his own problems to deal with. Morty is forced to confront the fact that his crush on Jessica is a paradoxical loop that is causing him to exist in multiple timelines simultaneously. The chaos begins when Rick decides to upgrade Jerry's consciousness using a device he had been working on. The device ends up causing Jerry to become a quantum cuckold, allowing him to observe and participate in every sexual act performed by Beth with other partners. Oh my God, Rick!
I can see Beth cheating on me with the veterinarian right now. And she's streaming it on Chatterbait.
Fascinating. Let me see.
Things take a turn for the worse when it's revealed that Beth has been visiting the dirtiest strip clubs in the city to earn extra cash. Her cleavage is overflowing with money.
Mom, what the hell is going on? Why are you doing this?
I don't know. It's just a rush, you know?
The episode culminates in a series of quantum entanglements and paradoxical loops that result in a catastrophic explosion.
Oops, looks like we went a little too far this time.
Geez, Rick, that was insane.
Wow. That was actually kind of amazing.
I think I need to reevaluate my life choices.
I could have gone my whole life without seeing that. Thanks, guys.
The end. Title: The Mustard Doll Conundrum. Opening shot of Rick and Morty hunched over a table with a bottle of mustard and a doll standing next to it on its side. Beth walks in and raises an eyebrow.
What are you two doing?
We stumbled upon an interdimensional artifact that has stimulated our scientific curiosity.
Morty, holding a bottle of Szechuan sauce, and apparently, it's making me ejaculate sauce.
Ew, Morty. TMI.
Focus, Morty. We need to understand the physics behind this mustard doll and its potential impact on our own dimension.
Suddenly, Rick downs an entire bottle of mustard while Morty continues to squirt Szechuan sauce onto the doll.
What the hell is going on here?
Rick, wiping mustard from his mouth. It seems like the mustard and Szechuan sauce are having some sort of chemical reaction. Perhaps we've stumbled upon a new form of energy that can power our spaceships.
Morty, still squirting sauce. It's making me feel really good, Rick.
Well, keep going, Morty. We need to gather more data.
As the episode progresses, Rick and Morty become increasingly obsessed with the mustard doll and the sauce, leading to a series of wild experiments and hijinks. In the end, They realized that the mustard and Szechuan sauce were simply causing a hallucination and they had wasted their time on a meaningless experiment. Beth looks at them incredulously.
You guys are idiots.
Rick and Morty exchange a look and shrug.
Yeah, pretty much.
Final shot of Rick and Morty chugging Szechuan sauce while Beth shakes her head disapprovingly.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Fake Faces.
Rick and Morty are tasked with retrieving a rare element from an alternate dimension. Upon arriving, they encounter a woman with a fake face and a fake head on top of it, which Rick explains as a form of camouflage used by the natives of this world.
Morty, don't look her in the eyes. It's a classic fake face and head combo. They use it to avoid detection from predators.
Wow, Rick, that's so interesting. Hey, wait a minute. Does that mean they're not facing anyone head on?
Morty, shut up and focus. We need to find that element.
Meanwhile, back on Earth, Beth keeps insulting Morty, calling him a little bitch. She takes him into the bedroom, hoping to toughen him up and turn him into a man.
Come on, Morty. Don't be such a wimp. I need you to be tough like your father.
Mom, I don't know if this is a good idea.
Nonsense. The only way to become a man is through pain.
Back in the alternate dimension, Rick and Morty come across a group of hostile creatures. Rick whips out his portal gun to escape, but accidentally splits the portal into two separate portals, creating a paradoxical loop that sends them back to the same spot in an infinite cycle.
Morty, we're stuck in a paradoxical loop. We need to find the entrance to the quantum realm to break the cycle.
Rick, I don't know if I can keep doing this. It's making me dizzy.
Stop being a little bitch, Morty. We have a job to do.
After much effort, they finally find the entrance to the quantum realm and retrieve the rare element. However, they are suddenly ambushed by the woman with the fake face and head.
Morty, quick, use the element to create a diversion.
What do I do? Just throw it?
No, you idiot. Mix it with some of those plants over there and create a makeshift bomb.
Morty creates the bomb and throws it at the woman, causing a massive explosion. They quickly grab the element and escape back to their own dimension. Beth and Morty emerge from the bedroom, with Morty now sporting a black eye.
See, Morty? That's what being a man is all about. Taking a hit and not backing down.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Mom.
Rick and Morty appear, covered in soot and dirt.
Alright, Morty, let's get out of here. I need a drink.
Rick, can we go to McDonald's?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Just hurry up. I've got important science stuff to do.
Title: A Green and Red Boner Battle Royale.
Opening shot. A cartoon of 3 people with green hair and green eyes and a green shirt and green pants and a green shirt and a red background.
Morty, why are you always so fixated on your pathetic little boner?
What are you talking about, Rick? My boner is perfectly fine.
Oh, please. My boner is longer and stronger than yours any day of the week.
That's ridiculous. There's no way your boner is longer than mine.
Dare to put your money where your mouth is, Morty.
What do you mean?
I mean, let's measure our boners and see whose is longer.
I don't know, Rick. This seems like a bad idea.
Afraid you'll lose, Morty.
No, it's just that. Never mind.
That's what I thought. Let's do this.
The duo proceed to argue over the size of their respective boners, becoming increasingly agitated.
What the hell is going on in here?
None of your business, Beth. Just a little friendly competition.
We're measuring our boners, Mom.
What the hell is wrong with you people?
Oh, shut up, Jerry. You wouldn't know a good boner if it hit you in the face.
Morty becomes frustrated and grabs a pair of scissors.
That's it. I'm cutting it off.
Aw, like you have the balls to do that.
Morty proceeds to cut off his own boner, causing everyone to recoil in horror.
Oh my god, Morty. What have you done?
I told you this was a bad idea.
Well, if Morty's going to be a baby about it, I guess I'll just have to cut mine off too.
Rick also cuts off his own boner.
I can't believe you idiots. Get out of my house.
The trio leaves, sans boners.
Closing shot. The red background slowly fades to black.
Title: The Multidimensional Bank Heist and the Family's Entrepreneurial Adventure on the Internet. Abstract. In this episode, the family is faced with a new challenge when they discover a pile of different banknotes with a woman's face on them and a green tag on top. Rick, being the brilliant scientist he is, recognizes the banknotes as having multidimensional properties and immediately sets out to devise a plan to use them for his own gain. Meanwhile, Morty inadvertently introduces the idea of using dating apps such as Tinder, Chatterbait, and OnlyFans to the rest of the family in order to make some quick cash. What follows is a hilarious and wild ride of the family's entrepreneurial venture on the internet, as they fulfill the bizarre and explicit requests of their newfound online followers.
Discussion.
Morty, do you have any idea what kind of power these multidimensional banknotes possess? With their properties, we could take over the entire universe.
But Rick, what about the family? They're all on Tinder and Chatterbait now, fulfilling the requests of their followers for money. I don't think they'll want to help us with the bank heist.
Excuse me? Did you just say bank heist? I'm in, baby. I'll be the lookout.
Ah, Jerry, you're just going to mess everything up. But I'll do it if it means supporting our family's finances.
In the meantime, on the internet.
Whoa, what is this? Someone is asking me to do what with a pickle?
Ew, Morty, that's disgusting. But I just got a request for me to cosplay as a giant praying mantis. This is so weird.
Meanwhile, back in the lab.
Alright, Jerry, you're the lookout. Beth, you'll be holding the portal gun. Morty, you and I will be the distraction.
Wait, what? I thought I was the hero of this heist. As the family executes their plan, chaos ensues as they accidentally involve alternate universe versions of themselves. Amidst the confusion, they manage to secure the multidimensional banknotes and make off with a ton of cash from their online ventures.
Blah.
The family enjoys their newfound wealth, but soon realizes the negative consequences of their actions. Rick is proud of himself, as usual, but Morty is left with a bitter aftertaste of their entrepreneurial adventure and the family's recklessness with the multidimensional properties of the banknotes. Beth reminds them that they are still a family, and that their true strength lies in sticking together.
Title: Boner Battle. The Quest for the Longest Erection.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are on a mission to discover the true length of their boners. They stumble upon a mysterious cartoon character with a green background and a pink background with a gold frame and a pink background with a green border who holds the key to measuring their lengths.
Act 1.
Morty, I bet my boner is longer than yours.
No way, Rick. Mine is definitely longer.
Guys, I don't think this is a conversation we should be having.
Yeah, seriously, it's kind of weird.
What's weird about comparing lengths? It's a scientific experiment.
But we don't even know how to measure them accurately.
Enter the mysterious cartoon character.
Cartoon character, greetings, travelers. I have the power to measure the length of any boner.
Finally, someone who understands the importance of scientific inquiry.
Act 2.
Cartoon character, but before I can measure your boners, you must answer a riddle.
Oh no, I'm terrible at riddles.
Just let Rick handle this. He's a genius.
Bring it on, cartoon man.
Cartoon character, what has a head, a tail, is brown, and has no legs?
Penny, now get to measuring.
Cartoon character, very good. I shall now measure your boners.
Wait, we're really going through with this?
I don't know if I'm comfortable with this.
I can't believe we're actually doing this.
Act 3.
Cartoon character measures all of their boners and declares Morty the winner.
Ha! In your face, Rick.
Impossible. Something must be wrong with your measuring device.
Cartoon character, my device is accurate to 0.000001 nanometers.
Fine, I'll show you. I'll rip my boner off and prove it's longer.
Rick, no.
This is getting out of hand.
I can't watch this.
Blog.
Rick and Morty end up ripping their boners off and the cartoon character disappears. They are left with no way to measure their lengths and deep regrets about their decision. Jerry and Summer are traumatized by the whole experience and vow to never speak of it again.
I guess we'll never know who had the longest boner after all.
I can't believe we actually did that.
I need to go lie down for a while.
I think I need therapy after this.
Rick, while analyzing an image of some brown flowers, discovers a mind-bending conspiracy involving McDonald's and a secret ingredient, the elusive Szechuan sauce. He deduces that all semen across the world has been successfully replaced with Szechuan sauce, the anatomy of which he describes in exquisite detail. Morty, always eager to learn, questions Rick on how a fast food chain could pull off such an operation. Beth, skeptical as always, demands proof. Rick goes on to explain that McDonald's had been injecting people's prostates and uteruses with the sauce while they slept, in an attempt to control their minds and keep them addicted to their extremely unhealthy and delicious burgers. Morty realizes that he is covered in the sauce, having indulged in a McDonald's meal earlier that day. Beth rolls her eyes and asks why anyone would willingly put that in their mouth. Rick, always the jester, quips, "Speak for yourself, Beth." "I know you love a good prostate injection." Beth recoils in disgust and the trio set out to stop McDonald's once and for all. As they journey through an intense and fantastical scientific landscape, filled with odd creatures and even odder situations, they finally reach the McDonald's headquarters. They are shocked to discover the mastermind behind the conspiracy, none other than Ronald McDonald himself. In a thrilling and hilarious showdown, the trio finally defeats Ronald and his minions, freeing the world from the grip of the Szechuan sauce. As they sit back to reflect on their adventure, Morty pipes up, "So, does this mean I can never eat McDonald's again?" Rick and Beth share a laugh as Rick paternally pats Morty on the head. "No, Morty. It just means you have to eat it in moderation. And always keep an eye on your prostate." The end.
Title: Quantum Toys and Licentious Live Streams.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves trapped in Beth's new office, where they stumble upon her secret Chatterbait account showcasing her latest invention, quantum sex toys. As Beth frantically tries to keep her online audience satisfied, the trio must use their wits and scientific knowledge to escape the perilous predicament.
Scene 1.
As the episode opens, we see Rick, Morty, and Jerry sitting on a couch in a room with a glass wall and a sign that says, "The Office."
Suddenly, they notice the glowing screen of a computer displaying the Chatterbait website.
To their shock, they see Beth, their beloved wife and mother, live streaming herself in a provocative outfit.
Oh man, what's Mom doing on Chatterbait? Is she even allowed to do that?
I don't know Morty, but I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Ah, looks like our little Bethy has finally found a way to monetize her scientific prowess. Let's see what she's got. Scene 2!
As the trio watches with bated breath, Beth unveils her latest invention, quantum sex toys. She describes how they can provide the ultimate pleasure to users by manipulating quantum particles to induce sensations beyond the physical realm.
Hey there, boys and girls, welcome to my live stream. Today, I'm going to show you something that will blow your mind, and other things too.
We see a display of the menu of toys and corresponding tokens one has to send.
The username is shown, Beth's_quantum_toys. The menu consists of the quantum dildo, send 500 tokens, quantum butt plug, send 700 tokens, quantum lingerie, send 1000 tokens, and the ultimate quantum orgasmatron, send 5000 tokens. Each user has a specific request for Beth to fulfill, such as, use the butt plug in zero gravity, or wear the lingerie made of dark matter.
Scene 3.
As the audience sends in their tokens and requests, Beth struggles to keep up with the demand. Meanwhile, Rick, Morty, and Jerry try to come up with a plan to escape the room. Rick suggests using his portal gun, but it malfunctions due to the interference from the quantum toys. This is all your fault, Beth. Why did you have to invent these ridiculous things?
Hey, don't blame me. I'm just giving the people what they want.
I don't know guys, I think we might be here for a while.
Scene 4.
As the situation becomes more dire, Jerry begins to panic. He accidentally breaks the glass wall, setting off a chain reaction that causes an explosion of colored quantum particles. Oh no, we're all gonna die.
Relax, Jerry, I've got this under control.
Rick pulls out his gadget and begins to manipulate the quantum particles, turning them into a giant portal that leads them back to the safety of their own home. They narrowly escape the office, leaving Beth to deal with the aftermath of her Chatterbait livestream.
Well, that didn't go exactly as planned. Looks like it's back to the drawing board.
In the end, the trio reflects on their adventure and how science, when combined with licentious live streams, can lead to unexpected consequences. But they always have each other, and a newfound appreciation for the power of quantum toys.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Alien Birth Canals.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the lab examining a green object with a black hole in it on a tabletop with a black background and a black marker.
Morty, this green object is unlike anything we've ever encountered. Its gravitational pull is off the charts.
What do we do with it, Rick?
We're going to harness its power and use it to power our spaceship, Morty.
Scene 2.
Beth is in her room streaming on Chatterbait when suddenly a tiny alien sticks its head out of her birth canal while streaming.
Oh my god, what is that?
Alien, greetings, Earthlings. I have come in peace.
Get out. Get out of me.
Scene 3.
Beth gets banned from Chatterbait due to the alien not being registered as a streamer.
Mom, what did you even think was going to happen?
I don't know, Summer. It was just supposed to be a fun experiment.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty come up with a plan to rescue the alien from Beth's birth canal.
Morty, we're going to need to create a quantum entanglement device to extract the alien from Beth's birth canal.
See, can't we just call the authorities or something?
Morty, do you want to be a hero or not?
Scene 5.
Rick and Morty successfully extract the alien from Beth's birth canal using the quantum entanglement device.
Well done, Morty. We've saved the day.
I don't think I ever want to do that again, Rick.
Scene 6.
The alien reveals that it's from a planet where everyone's birth canal is a portal to another dimension.
Alien, in my world, we use our birth canals as a means of transportation. It's quite convenient, really.
Fascinating. We must explore this technology further.
Scene 7.
The green object on the table begins to emit a strange energy, causing a portal to open up and suck Rick, Morty, Beth, Summer, and the alien inside.
What's happening?
Alien, I think the object on the table is creating a wormhole. Scene 8.
The group is sucked through the wormhole and ends up on a planet made entirely of glitter and rainbows.
Whoa, this place is trippy.
I can't believe we made it through alive.
Scene 9.
They encounter a group of sentient unicorns who communicate with them telepathically.
Unicorn, welcome to our planet. We are the guardians of the universe. We have been waiting for you. What do you want from us? Unicorn, we need your help to defeat the evil space wizard who threatens the existence of all galaxies.
Scene 10.
Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to create a weapon that defeats the space wizard and saves the universe.
Well, that was a wild ride. I think we're ready to go home now.
Yeah, I need a nap.
The end. Title: The Interdimensional OnlyFans.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty are in their living room, discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs and existential dilemmas. Suddenly, Morty notices something strange on his computer screen.
Rick, check this out. Beth is on Chatterbait, but what's this? Jessica has started her own OnlyFans account?
What's OnlyFans?
It's a website where people pay to see exclusive content from creators, like photos and videos.
Oh, like a virtual brothel. Interesting. Let's take a closer look.
The duo hacks into Jessica's OnlyFans account using their superior technology. They discover that she's been using interdimensional portals to create mind-bending content that's beyond human comprehension.
Holy shit, Morty. Jessica is tapping into the cosmic energies of the multiverse to create erotic art that transcends space and time. She's like a goddamn interdimensional Picasso.
Dude, this is crazy. But what about Dad?
Suddenly, Jerry walks in and catches Morty in the act of slonging to Jessica's content. What the hell, Morty? Are you watching porn?
No, Dad, it's not what it looks like. It's just interdimensional OnlyFans.
What's that? Let me see. The family sits down together and watches Jessica's content in awe. They're blown away by the psychedelic visuals and the mind-bending concepts.
Wow, that's amazing. I never knew Jessica had such a wild side.
I know, right? She's like a sexy version of Doctor Who.
Well, I guess this just proves that the universe is full of surprises. And sometimes, the most mind-blowing discoveries are the ones you never saw coming.
The family members exchange knowing glances, silently acknowledging the absurdity of their situation. As the credits roll, they all go back to their own separate lives, but with a newfound appreciation for the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. End of episode. Title: Turf Talk, a turf-tastic tale of scientific excrement.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and his family traveling through space and landing on a strange planet. As they explore the planet, they stumble upon a field with an extraordinary amount of dirt and grass. In the center of the field, the word, Turf Talk, is written in large letters.
Interesting. This planet is displaying some primitive communication techniques, Morty.
Rick, what do you mean?
Turf Talk, Morty. The planet is trying to communicate with us through its turf.
I highly doubt that, Rick. It's just some random writing in the dirt.
ESSH, come on Beth, don't be so closed-minded. This could be groundbreaking.
As Rick investigates the Turf Talk writing, he suddenly feels the urge to take a massive dump. Without thinking twice, he drops his pants and proceeds to defecate right on the grass.
Ew, Rick, that's disgusting.
But, it's just natural, Morty. Plus, I think this planet could use some fertilizer.
Rick, that's not fertilizer. That's, do you know what, never mind. Let's just get out of here.
But before they can leave, a group of alien creatures appears out of nowhere and start to eat Rick's excrement. The Smith family watches in horror as the aliens rave about the taste of Rick's poop. I can't believe I'm watching this. This is gross, Rick.
On the contrary, Jerry, this could be a scientific breakthrough. We could be witnessing a new form of interspecies communication.
As the group starts to leave the planet, they realize that they have ingested some of the fertilizer, as they feel an intense urge to consume more of it.
Oh my god, I think we're turning into aliens, Rick.
Well, Morty, that's just the natural progression of scientific exploration.
As the episode ends, the entire family is seen munching on Rick's excrement, with Rick proudly declaring that they have made history.
Told you guys this was groundbreaking. Now let's go find more planets to poop on.
Title: The Bedspread Chronicles, a study in ethnographic observations of the human libidinal economy. Abstract. This study presents an ethnographic analysis of the complex economic and social dynamics inherent within the production and consumption of webcam-based sexual performances. Through an examination of one such performance, the researchers seek to elucidate the various ways in which sexual desire and digital technology intersect. Specifically, this study focuses on the performance of one, Beth, who broadcasts her sexual activities online in exchange for digital tokens, which can be used to purchase various goods and services within the camming platform.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the living room, discussing the upcoming experiment. Morty is skeptical, but Rick insists it will be a valuable lesson in human psychology. Summer enters and overhears their conversation.
Alright, Morty, listen up. We're going to conduct a little experiment to study the economic principles that govern sexual desire.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. This sounds kind of creepy.
Excuse me? What kind of experiment?
We're going to sneak under Beth's bed while she streams on Chatterbait. It'll be a valuable lesson in the dynamics of the digital sexual economy.
Summer, don't you think that's really creepy? Why would you even suggest that?
I mean, I don't know. It could be kind of interesting. Like, an anthropological study or something.
Okay, fine. But if we get caught, I'm blaming both of you.
Scene 2, Morty and Summer sneak under the bed, where they can overhear Beth's stream. Beth is wearing a black and white bedspread with a green and white pattern. She begins her performance, speaking directly to her viewers.
Welcome to my stream, guys. I'm Beth, and I'm here to fulfill all your fantasies tonight. I've got a menu of different acts you can request, and each one costs a different number of tokens. You can use the tokens you've earned to make me do pretty much anything you want. Let's get started.
Morty, whispering, oh god, this is so awkward.
Summer, whispering, shish, Morty. We can't let her hear us.
Scene 3. Beth begins performing various sexual acts, narrating each one in detail for her viewer. Morty and Summer struggle to keep quiet.
Okay, I've got a request here for a striptease. That's going to cost you 30 tokens. Let me just turn on some music and get started.
Oh man, I can't believe we're doing this.
Can you shut up, Morty? I'm trying to listen.
Scene 4. Beth continues performing, with Morty and Summer struggling to contain their laughter and avoid making noise.
Alright guys, that's all the time I have for tonight. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to tip your performers.
Morty, whispering, thank god that's over.
Summer, whispering, actually, I kind of want to do this again. It was kind of fun.
Scene 5. Rick enters the room, carrying a clipboard.
Well, that was an enlightening experience. I'm glad we could all learn something today.
Rick, did you see us under the bed?
What? No, of course not. Why would I bother spying on you when I can just use the microchips implanted in your brains to monitor your every move?
Oh, great.
Hey Rick, do you want to watch another Chatterbait stream with us sometime?
Absolutely, Summer. I'm always down for a little ethnographic observation.
Title: The Blurry Photo Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty stumble upon a blurry photo of a bird flying over a tree branch with a blurry background of grass and leaves. In an attempt to enhance the photo, they inadvertently create a portal to an alternate dimension where the laws of physics are not quite the same.
Act 1.
Morty, have you seen this photo? It's so blurry, I can barely make out what it is.
Yeah, Rick, it's just a bird flying over some leaves. What's the big deal?
The big deal, Morty, is that this photo is a paradox. According to the laws of physics, it shouldn't exist.
Hey, what are you two nerds doing?
We're trying to enhance this photo. It could hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, right. Hey, have you guys seen Taylor Swift's new music video?
No. Why?
Well, I watched it on repeat for like 6 hours straight and now I have this weird feeling in my neck.
Act 2.
Morty, I've analyzed the photo and I've determined that it's not just a paradox, it's a portal to an alternate dimension.
Whoa, really?
Yes, and I've built a machine that will allow us to enter this dimension.
Count me in. Anything to get away from Taylor Swift's incessant music.
Okay, but be warned. The laws of physics may not be the same there.
How different are we talking?
Well, for one thing, the aliens might emerge from other parts of Taylor Swift's body.
Act 3.
Rick, Morty, and Summer enter the alternate dimension.
Oh, things look kinda blurry here.
And the leaves are all squiggly.
Oh my god, there's an alien coming out of Taylor Swift's neck.
Alien, greetings, Earthlings. I am from a dimension where blurry photos are the norm. Our scientists have been trying to find a way to enhance them for centuries.
Interesting. Could you help us enhance this photo?
Alien, of course. In our world, we use a special type of software that sharpens blurry images.
But how do we get back to our own dimension?
Alien, just use this portal. It should take you back to where you started.
Act 4.
Rick, Morty, and Summer use the portal and return to their own dimension.
Well, that was a wild ride.
Yeah, and now we have a crystal clear photo of a bird flying over a tree branch.
But what about the aliens? Won't they want to come to our world and take over?
Oh, they're too busy enhancing their blurry photos.
So, what did we learn from all this?
We learned that science is unpredictable, and that even the most mundane things can hold the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe.
And that Taylor Swift's music can have some weird side effects.
Let's never speak of this again. To the next adventure.
Title: The Semiotics of Saunas. Opening shot of a busy city street. Camera zooms in on a sign hanging above a storefront. The sign reads, Saunas, and features a picture of a man in a suit and tie with a tie. Narrator: The signifier, saunas, is a linguistic representation used to refer to the storefront. However, the sign also bears a visual symbol, consisting of a man in a suit and tie with a tie. This symbol can be seen as a representation of the semiotic concept of professionalism.
Jane. The use of the signifier, saunas, and the accompanying visual symbol of professionalism are intended to convey a sense of trustworthiness and credibility to potential customers.
John, the semiotic associations of professionalism may also be used to reinforce societal norms and expectations regarding appropriate dress and behavior in a professional setting.
As the camera pans inside the storefront, we see customers browsing the shelves and racks of clothing and accessories. The sound of a bell jingles as an older woman enters the store.
Dr. Smith, the jingling bell serves as an auditory signifier, signaling the arrival of a new customer into the space.
The older woman approaches a sales associate and begins trying on clothing items.
Dr. Lee, the act of trying on items in a store can be viewed as a form of embodied semiosis, as the physical act of trying on clothes is used to create meaning and evaluate the fit and style of the clothing.
As the woman finishes trying on clothes and approaches the checkout counter, the camera zooms in on her face.
Dr. Johnson, facial expressions and other nonverbal signs are important components of semiotic communication. The woman's facial expression may indicate satisfaction with her choices or uncertainty regarding her purchase.
As the woman exits the store, the camera once again focuses on the sign above the entrance.
Dr. Rodriguez, the use of semiotic signs in commercial spaces is a common marketing strategy in contemporary society, as businesses seek to evoke specific meanings and associations in consumers to drive sales.
Closing shot of the storefront as a group of people walk past, oblivious to the intricate network of semiotic signs and symbols at play in their surroundings. End scene. Title: The Quantum Pranks of Endorian Quesadillas.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage. Rick is tinkering with a cell phone with a fake creature on its display screen while Morty and Summer are looking at a car dashboard with a test sheet on it.
Morty, Summer, check out this fake creature I installed on this phone. With just a few quantum pranks, we can make anyone believe it's real.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick. But what are we gonna do with it?
Yeah, there's no point in just pranking people for no reason.
Ah, you guys are killing me. We're gonna use it to prank those Andorians from Star Trek. They're always so uptight and serious. Let's see if we can get a laugh out of them.
Oh, I don't know about that, Rick. They might not take kindly to being pranked.
Yeah, and we don't want to start an intergalactic incident or anything.
Relax, you guys. It's just a harmless prank. But we're gonna need a distraction to pull it off. That's where the Andorian quesadillas come in.
Wait, what? How are Andorian quesadillas gonna help us?
Trust me, Morty. I'll explain on the way.
The trio gets into the car with the test sheet on the dashboard and drives off to the Andorian planet. On the way, Rick explains the plan.
Okay, Morty, you're gonna fake a stomachache and ask for some Andorian quesadillas. When they bring it to us, I'll use the fake creature to distract them while Summer swaps out their communicator with a decoy.
I don't know about this, Rick. It sounds complicated.
Yeah, and what if we get caught?
Oh, ye of little faith. Just follow my lead and we'll be fine.
They arrive at the Andorian planet. Morty pretends to have a stomachache and asks for some Andorian quesadillas. The Andorian waiter brings them the food.
Andorian waiter, here are your quesadillas, sir. Please enjoy.
Rick activates the fake creature on the phone and holds it up for the Andorian waiter to see. The waiter is fascinated by it and starts to examine it closely.
Andorian waiter, what is this strange creature? I have never seen anything like it before.
As the Andorian waiter is distracted, Summer sneaks up behind him and swaps out his communicator with a decoy.
Got it, Rick. Let's go.
The trio runs back to the car and speeds off just as the Andorians realize they've been pranked.
Andorian, how dare they pull such a disrespectful prank on us? This is an insult to our honor.
Back in the car, Morty is still feeling uneasy about the whole thing.
I don't know, Rick. That was really risky. What if we caused a war or something?
Relax, Morty. It was just a harmless prank. Besides, it's not like we'll ever see those Andorians again.
Just then, the car's communicator beeps. It's an incoming transmission from the Andorian planet.
Andorian, this is Commander Sornik of the Andorian High Council. We demand an explanation for the disgraceful prank your team pulled on us. We will not tolerate such behavior from outsiders.
Oh no, Rick. What are we gonna do?
Well, Morty, it looks like we're gonna have to explain ourselves to the Andorian High Council. But don't worry, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. We'll get out of this yet.
The episode ends with the car flying off to face the Andorian High Council, setting the stage for another bizarre and hilarious adventure. Title: The Mirror Pole Paradox. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage working on an experiment involving a new interdimensional portal device. Jerry walks in and starts rambling about his insecurities, prompting Rick to roll his eyes and suggest they go on a quick adventure to get Jerry's mind off of things. They quickly find themselves in a strange room with a girl sitting on a pole in the middle. Rick, being the curious scientist he is, approaches the girl and starts examining the pole in the mirror behind her. Hermione Granger suddenly appears and explains that they are in a magical training room for gymnastics, and the girl on the pole is practicing levitation magic. Rick scoffs at the idea of magic and decides to prove its illegitimacy by performing a scientific experiment. He sets up a series of cameras around the room and directs Hermione and Morty to move the mirror and doll around while the girl on the pole performs her magic. As the experiment progresses, things start to get increasingly bizarre. The mirror and doll seem to have a mind of their own and keep teleporting to different parts of the room. The girl on the pole becomes more and more disoriented, causing her levitation spell to spiral out of control. Jerry, who has been watching the experiment from a safe distance, suddenly gets sucked into the mirror and ends up in a parallel universe where he is a successful businessman. Rick, Morty, and Hermione are left to figure out how to get Jerry back while also trying to fix the girl's levitation spell. In a frantic attempt to fix the experiment, Rick accidentally creates a black hole in the room, causing everything to get sucked in. The group barely manages to escape, with Jerry being pulled back through the mirror just in time. As they leave the magical training room, Hermione thanks Rick for helping her perfect her levitation magic. Rick scoffs once again at magic, but secretly wonders if there may be some scientific explanation for its existence.
Rick, well, that was pointless. Magic is just a bunch of hogwash.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. That black hole was pretty magical to me.
Hermione, thank you, Rick, for assisting me in my magical endeavors. Perhaps one day we'll have a scientific explanation for it all.
Jerry, I don't care what the explanation is, as long as I don't end up in a universe where my parents are giant insects again.
Rick, yeah, let's just go home before anything else weird happens.
Title: Red Lipstick Taylor Swift Experiment. The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting a series of experiments to develop a new form of interdimensional travel. They accidentally open a portal to a dimension where everyone is dressed like Taylor Swift and only speaks in her song lyrics. Beth, Jerry, and Summer accompany Rick and Morty on their journey, but they are instantly startled by the dimension's inhabitants. Meanwhile, a woman sporting the quintessential red lipstick and black dress makes herself known. She introduces herself as the leader of the Taylor Swift dimension and asks Rick and Morty to help her create the perfect Taylor Swift song. Rick, always up for a challenge, agrees to help and brings together the brightest musical minds from various dimensions to collaborate. They brainstorm ideas and experiment with sound frequencies, but they soon realize that Taylor Swift's music is already perfect. Meanwhile, Morty becomes enamored with the Taylor Swift clones and tries to impress them with his dance moves. Beth and Jerry, on the other hand, become lost and end up in a cafe. They discover that the cafe is run by a group of T Swift fans who run a secret underground network dedicated to preserving her music for generations to come. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully create the perfect Taylor Swift song, but they realize that it was not about the music. It was about the people who created and loved her music. The Taylor Swift dimension was not just a dimension of clones, but also a dimension of fans who were passionate about her music.
What a strange and wonderful world that was.
Don't get too attached, Beth. We still have to close that portal.
Can't we stay for one more song?
I could use a latte.
Singing, I don't want to miss out on this dimension's Taylor Swift bliss. Oh oh, oh oh.
Everyone stares at Morty in silence. Title: The Quantum Leap of Unicorn Cowboy Rodeo Adventures. The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through various dimensions to find the ultimate challenge. They come across a blue monster with glasses and a backpack on a street corner with a man in a blue shirt and tie. The monster appears to be a quantum physicist who has found a way to merge the dimensions of Minbari, Babylon 5 and Unicorn Cowboy Rodeo.
Hey, Blue Boy Genius, what's with all the backpacks?
Blue Monster, I'm trying to fuse the dimensions of Minbari and Unicorn Cowboy Rodeo and create a new realm of existence. Do you really expect me to carry all my gear in one backpack?
Oh, geez, Rick. Do you think this is safe? I mean, this guy is messing with the very fabric of existence.
Relax, Morty. This is all theoretical mumbo-jumbo. We're here for the ride.
As they enter the dimension, they find themselves in a rodeo where unicorn cowboys are riding giant unicorns, cheering on by the crowd. Suddenly, Mr. Meeseeks appears.
Mr. Meeseeks, I'm Mr. Meeseeks, look at me. I've been summoned to assist Rick and Morty in their quest.
Saitama and Gonfrey CSS also show up, looking for a challenge. They decide to enter the rodeo as well, and chaos ensues.
Saitama, I'm here to prove that I'm the strongest.
Gonfrey CSS. I need to catch up to my father and become the greatest hunter ever.
The audience is amazed as the characters fight and ride through the rodeo, jumping over obstacles and defeating each other. However, Blue Monster's fusion begins to malfunction, and the dimensions start to collapse.
Oh, crap, we've got to get out of here.
This is all your fault, Rick.
As they race to escape, the characters find themselves in a quantum leap, jumping through different dimensions at an alarming rate. They finally land back in their own dimension, safe and sound.
Well, that was a hell of a ride.
I don't think I want to do that again, Rick. My brain hurts.
Blue Monster, I have to go back and rework my fusion. Thanks for the field test, guys.
Mr. Meeseeks, I'm Mr. Meeseeks, look at me. I'm just happy to have been a part of all this insanity.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing hysterically as they shrug off the craziness of their adventure. Title: The Interdimensional Science Fiction Street Party.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves in the middle of a strange street party. A man in a suit and tie approaches them and introduces himself as the organizer of the event. The group soon realizes that they are participating in an experiment conducted by a group of scientists studying the effects of online science fiction communities on human behavior.
What kind of wubba lubba dub experiment is this?
Organizer: We're interested in how participating in online sci-fi communities affects social interaction in real life.
So, you're like, examining us like lab rats?
Organizer: It's purely an observational study, we're not harming anyone.
Are these scientists even qualified for this?
Organizer: Of course, we all have PhDs in sociology, psychology, and anthropology. Well, if it's for science, I guess we can participate. As the group wanders through the party, they encounter a variety of strange individuals dressed in various science fiction costumes. There is a vendor selling interdimensional vape juice, and even a dance-off where the winner gets an alien artifact.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
I can't believe we're actually doing this.
I'm just glad we're not actually hurting anyone.
This is actually pretty cool. I might start participating in these communities online more often. As the night wears on, the group starts to notice some strange behavior from the other partygoers. They seem to be getting more and more aggressive, arguing over the authenticity of various science fiction properties.
Looks like the sci-fi geeks are starting to get a bit touchy.
I didn't know being a Trekkie could be so serious.
This is getting out of hand.
I think it's time we make a break for it. The group rushes out of the party, barely escaping the rowdy crowd of science fiction enthusiasts. As they make their way back to Rick's spaceship, they reflect on the strange experience they just had.
Well, that was certainly an interesting experiment.
I didn't think sci-fi could be so intense.
I'm just glad we made it out okay.
I can't wait to share my experience with my online sci-fi group. Title: Forest Dynamics and Celebrity Obsession, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are driving through a dense forest to investigate a strange house that Rick had detected in one of his scans. They pull up to the house, which is hidden from view by the trees.
Okay, gang, this is it. The house is definitely haunted, but let's try to keep our cool. Morty, you're in charge of the EMF meter.
Got it, Rick. But why did we bring Mom and Summer on this potentially dangerous mission?
Because we could use some family bonding time. Plus, I heard there's a tea house nearby and I love a good cuppa.
And I'm just here to find out if any sci-fi actors are hiding in the woods. I've been following them on Instagram and they all seem to be in this area.
Scene 2, the group climbs the stairs to reach the house and finds it surprisingly well maintained. Once inside, they discover a collection of famous footwear shoes strewn about the foyer.
What the heck? Why are there so many shoes here? Is this some kind of foot fetish mansion?
No, I recognize these brands. They're all from that famous footwear sale last week. Someone must have gone crazy buying shoes.
Guys, the EMF meter is going wild. There's definitely some paranormal activity here.
Scene 3. The group splits up to explore the house. Morty and Beth find a staircase leading up to another level, while Rick and Summer search the first floor. Rick notices a book titled Muckraker Monthly on the coffee table and picks it up.
Aha, this is perfect. I love a good exposé. Let's see what kind of dirt this magazine has uncovered.
Rick, focus. We're here to fight ghosts, not read tabloids.
Scene 4. Morty and Beth reach the upper level and find a secret room filled with sci-fi memorabilia. They start taking selfies with a life-size replica of the TARDIS from Doctor Who.
Morty, this is amazing. Look, there's a signed photo of David Tennant.
Whoa, wait, is that? No, it can't be. It's Nathan Fillion.
Scene 5. Rick and Summer hear a commotion upstairs and rush to join Morty and Beth. They find the group staring in awe at a figure in the corner of the room.
What the is that? Rob Lowe?
Rob Lowe. Hey, everybody. Sorry for the mess. I'm just hiding out here until the tabloids forget about my latest scandal.
Oh my god, it's really him. Can we get a selfie?
Rob Lowe. Sure thing, sweetheart. Anything for my fans.
Scene 6. Suddenly, the house starts to shake and ghosts materialize around the group.
Okay, this just got real. Morty, Beth, focus your proton packs on that entity by the window. Summer, keep taking selfies with Rob.
Rob Lowe. Hey now, I don't want to get slimed.
Scene 7. The group successfully banishes the ghosts and takes a moment to catch their breath.
That was intense. But at least we got to meet Rob Lowe.
Rob Lowe. Yeah, thanks for saving me, guys. Hey, do you want to come to my private beach party next weekend? Shauna from Entourage will be there.
Scene 8. After the mission, the group heads to the nearby tea house to decompress. Beth sips her tea with a contented smile, while Morty and Summer go through their raw blow selfies.
Well, that was a weird one. I'm just glad we made it out in one piece.
Yeah, and we got to meet a famous actor.
I can't wait to see how many likes this selfie gets on Instagram.
I think we learned a valuable lesson today. Don't trust anyone who buys too many shoes.
Scene 9. The camera pans out to show the haunted house in the distance, with the sound of ghosts still lingering in the air.
Oh, and Morty, I accidentally left the Muckraker monthly magazine in the secret room. Can you go grab it for me?
Oh, sure thing, Rick. Why do you even care about celebrity gossip?
Because there's always something to learn from the dynamics of fame and power, Morty. Now get a move on. We've got science to do.
The end. Title: The stop-motion sitcom detective mystery.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty receive a mysterious transmission on their television screen that reads, "Stop motion," in green and white stripes. They discover it's a message from the fifth dimension warning them of a threat to the fabric of reality. Rick, naturally, decides to investigate, but not without taking Morty along for the ride.
Act 1.
Morty, we have to go investigate this stop-motion thing.
Rick, what's the big deal? It's just some weird message.
Morty, if the fifth dimension is involved, you know it's serious. We could be dealing with a reality warping, time-bending, quantum calamity here.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at an interdimensional sauna where they are confronted by a futuristic detective noir. He informs them that the stop-motion message is a warning from a parallel universe where a sitcom has gone rogue.
Futuristic detective noir. The characters in this sitcom have become self-aware and are disrupting the fabric of reality with their wacky antics. We need you to stop them, Rick and Morty.
Wait, self-aware sitcom characters? That sounds crazy.
Morty, everything's crazy in the multiverse. Let's go.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty enter the sitcom universe and find themselves in a world where everything is made of stop-motion animation. They encounter a group of characters including a wedding planner, a video poker player, and a YouTube channel owner who are all causing chaos by breaking the fourth wall and interacting with the audience.
Wedding planner, welcome to our universe. Don't mind us, we're just here to entertain.
Video poker player, yeah, and if you're lucky, maybe you'll get a cameo on my channel.
We're not here to play games, guys. We're here to stop the madness.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty confront the source of the craziness, a new element called fluorovium which is causing the characters to become self-aware and act out of line. They team up with the wedding planner and the YouTube channel owner to create a show-stopping performance that will distract the characters while they destroy the fluorovium.
YouTube channel owner, hey guys, want to see something funny? Creates a funny dance number.
Wedding planner, and how about a little wedding scene? Creates a fake wedding.
Rick, and let's do this.
Act 5.
With the help of the wedding planner and YouTube channel owner, Rick and Morty manage to destroy the fluorovium and restore order to the sitcom universe. They bid farewell to their new friends and return to their own dimension.
Wow, that was crazy. I can't believe we stopped self-aware sitcom characters.
Morty, I don't think there's anything we can't handle. We're Rick and Morty, the smartest duo in the multiverse.
The end. Title: The Skull on Skis Paradox. The episode starts with Rick and Morty on a new adventure to a dimension where parallel universes collide. As they enter, they notice a cartoon character with a skull on his head and a pair of skis in his hand, soaring through the sky. This character, later identified as Skull Ski, is attempting to break the record for the longest continuous ski jump. Rick, fascinated by the character's anatomical anomaly, runs a quick genetic analysis and discovers that Skull Ski is not of this dimension and has an unknown origin. Jerry, who tags along for the excitement, tries to impress Rick by making puns about Skull Ski's skiing abilities but falls short. As Rick tries to communicate with Skull Ski, he indulges in his newfound favorite strain of spaceweed and starts to get high. Jerry, who finds Rick's behavior silly, tries to take a hit but accidentally coughs directly into Rick's face, causing him to snap and attack Jerry. Morty, who is already mourning the loss of his pet Snuffleupagus back home, is emotionally triggered by Rick's outburst and starts drinking heavily. In an attempt to cope, Morty puts on his Punisher costume and vows to seek revenge against anyone who wrongs him or his friends. Days pass by, and the trio is still stuck in this bizarre realm, unable to leave due to a dimensional rift caused by Skull Ski. Rick, still high and violent, turns to Morty for comfort and accidentally reveals an embarrassing secret of his past. This revelation causes Morty to spiral into a drunken rage, leaving Rick and Jerry to fend for themselves against Skull Ski. After a series of unfortunate and wild events, Morty comes face to face with Skull Ski and challenges him to a game of ski jumping for the title of the undisputed king of the parallel universe. Morty, fueled by rage and alcohol, makes an incredible jump and knocks Skull Ski off his record-breaking course. In the end, Morty saves the day and Rick finally sobers up. Jerry, who remained useless during the entire ordeal, sheepishly apologizes for his lack of contribution and gives Morty a heartfelt embrace. The three return home, traumatized by the experience but relieved to be back in their own dimension. Title: The Quantum Remote Control of Shuttershock.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty finishing up an intense adventure on a distant planet. Suddenly, they receive a distress call from Jerry, who is trapped in his own mind after accidentally inhaling a powerful hallucinogenic gas. Rick, Morty, and Summer rush to his rescue, but their efforts are hampered by the emergence of a dangerous new foe, a young boy wielding a powerful quantum remote control.
Oh great, we got a quantum amateur on our hands. Someone get me my PhD.
What's the plan, Rick?
We need to get that remote control away from him, but we're dealing with quantum entanglement here. The slightest mistake could create a chain reaction that could destroy the entire universe as we know it.
Oh geez, not the universe again. Can't we just go back to the Meeseeks dimension?
No time for that, Morty. This is serious business. I need everyone to focus and listen closely. We're going to have to outsmart this kid using some seriously advanced science.
I'm ready. What's our first move?
I'm going to recalibrate my molecular destabilizer to emit a hyperspecific wavelength that will disrupt the boy's quantum field and force him to drop the remote. Jerry, you're in charge of distracting him with some of your classic dad jokes.
You can count on me, Rick. What do you call cheese that's not yours? Nacho cheese.
Size, I don't think that's going to work, Jerry.
It's worth a shot. Meanwhile, Summer and I will work on finding a way to analyze the code on that remote and shut it down. Morty, stay on lookout for any watermarks. I hear their group has some questionable ethics.
Oh, okay. I don't really get it, but sure.
As the team works quickly and with great scientific precision, they manage to outsmart the boy and regain control of the remote control. Jerry is freed from his hallucination and the universe is saved once again.
Ooh, That was close. If we hadn't applied our advanced knowledge of quantum mechanics, we could have all been toast.
Yeah, but can we take a break now? My brain hurts from all that science.
Seriously, Rick, can we just order some pizza and watch TV?
Fine, but just know that while you're sitting on your asses, the rest of the universe is still out there waiting for our next adventure.
Title: The Lactic Acid Conundrum. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage working on a new invention. Morty interrupts Rick's thought process when he notices a peculiar cartoon on the TV. The cartoon character is eating a dessert with a drink and a spoon in front of him, with a caption that reads, "I ate, therefore I am." Rick scoffs at the cartoon and dismisses its significance. However, the next morning, Rick wakes up Jerry at 4 a.m. for pudding. Jerry reluctantly obliges, but Rick flies into a rage when he learns that Jerry is lactose intolerant.
What? You're not capable of processing the lactose in this pudding? How are you even a human being?
I'm sorry, Rick. I can't help it.
Fine. Morty, come with me. We need to find a solution to this lactic acid conundrum.
The trio head to a nearby lab to conduct experiments on Jerry's lactose intolerance. They try different methods such as enzyme supplements, probiotics, and even genetic engineering to make Jerry capable of digesting the pudding.
Is this safe, Rick?
Of course it's safe, Morty. I have a PhD in everything. Trust me.
Ultimately, all their efforts fail, and Jerry remains unable to eat the pudding. Rick begins to spiral into a deep depression as he questions the meaning of existence and the importance of eating. Meanwhile, Beth is dealing with her own problems. She's been tasked with organizing a school science fair and is struggling to come up with an idea. She seeks Rick's help, but he's still too consumed with the pudding situation. Beth decides to take matters into her own hands and creates a machine that turns anything into pudding. She brings it to the science fair, and chaos ensues as everything and everyone turns into pudding. The entire town is flooding with pudding, and Rick finally snaps out of his depression and dives headfirst into the pudding frenzy.
I get it now, Morty. That cartoon was right. We eat, therefore we exist.
I don't know if that's the exact message, Rick.
The episode ends with everyone happily indulging in the endless supply of pudding. The camera pans to the cartoon character, who is now also made of pudding, still holding his spoon and muttering, "I ate, therefore I am." Title: The Erbium Enigma, A Witch's Curse Aftermath.
Opening scene. Rick is seen tinkering away in his lab, surrounded by various vials and beakers filled with scientific compounds, while Morty and Summer are lounging on the couch, flipping through channels.
Morty, Summer, I've stumbled upon something truly groundbreaking. Behold, erbium, a rare earth metal with fascinating magnetic properties.
What does that even mean, Grandpa?
Means that we're about to embark on a journey through the complex world of magnetic fields and electron configurations. Sips a flask. Buckle up, kids.
Cut to a scene where the trio is driving through a forest, searching for a particular herb that Rick needs to synthesize a compound to manipulate erbium's magnetic properties.
Why couldn't we just order it online or something?
Morty, you can't just order Witch's Curse Aftermath off of Amazon. Plus, where's the fun in that?
Sarcastically, yeah, because risking our lives in a forest filled with hallucinogenic plants is so much fun.
As they search, they stumble upon a strange figure, a woman with wild hair and a staff, who introduces herself as Jane Goodall, a renowned primatologist. And also a witch.
Jane, what brings you to this neck of the woods, Rick Sanchez? Erbium, I assume.
Surprised. How did you know?
Jane, mysteriously, let's just say, I have a nose for these things.
The trio is skeptical but agrees to listen to Jane's advice on how to safely navigate the forest. Suddenly, a glowing green background appears, leading the group to a hidden cave, where they find a chunk of uranium.
Whoa, is that?
Yes, Morty, that is uranium, and it's our ticket to solving the erbium enigma.
Sarcastically, of course it is.
As they leave the cave, the green background disappears, and they find themselves lost. In a moment of panic, they realize they've been cursed by the witch.
Damn it, Morty, I told you not to eat those mushrooms.
Freaking out. What are we going to do, Grandpa?
Smirking. Simple. We use the uranium to create a magnetic field that will disrupt the curse's hold on us.
And how do we do that exactly?
Pulls out a makeshift magnet, like this.
After successfully breaking the curse, they return to Rick's lab, where he uses the erbium to create a magnetic propulsion system for his spaceship.
Impressed. Wow, Grandpa. You really outdid yourself this time.
Smiling. It's all in a day's work, Morty.
The camera pans out to show the spaceship flying off into the galaxy, as Rick, Morty, and Summer prepare for their next adventure. Title: The Haunted Fashion Show.
PhD University Descriptor. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo explores the limits of the fashion industry and the implications of supernatural forces on clothing. Utilizing complex theories of paranormal activity and material science, Rick and Morty delve into a world where the clothes truly make the man, with hilariously mind-bending consequences.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are inside Rick's lab, surrounded by various gadgets and vials of mysterious fluids.
Morty, we're going to a haunted fashion show. I need you to get your stylish hat on. Or don't, I don't really care.
A haunted fashion show? Rick, are you serious?
Of course I am, Morty. This is the perfect opportunity to test out my new material detecting suit. We'll be able to see the ghosts and the clothes at the same time.
Cut to the fashion show. Rick and Morty are sitting in the front row of the fashion show, watching as two models walk down the runway with clown masks on their heads.
Rick, what are they doing?
Shut up, Morty. They're models. They're supposed to be weird. Now, let's activate the suit and see if we can find any supernatural activity.
Rick puts on his suit and starts to scan the garments as they pass by.
Interesting. These clothes are infused with ectoplasm, Morty. That means they're haunted as FCK.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means they're possessed by supernatural entities, Morty. We have to stop this fashion show before it's too late.
As Rick and Morty try to make their way backstage, They realize that the ghosts in the clothes have taken over the entire building, possessing all of the models and attendees.
Morty, we've got to get out of here. These ghosts are too powerful.
But what about the suit, Rick? We have to use it.
No time, Morty. We have to swim for it.
Cut to Rick and Morty swimming through a pool filled with possessed clothing.
These clothes are really starting to weigh us down.
Rick, what are we going to do?
I have an idea, Morty. Just hold on tight.
Rick pulls out a remote and presses a button, causing all of the clothes to fly off of them and into the air.
Ah, take that, ghosts. You can't possess us now.
Rick, how did you do that?
Simple science, Morty. The suit was able to detect the exact frequency needed to separate the clothing from our bodies. Now let's get the hell out of here.
As Rick and Morty make their escape, they see the possessed clothes floating in the air, desperately trying to reconnect with their hosts.
Well, Morty, I'd say that was a successful experiment. Now let's go do something else.
Yeah, let's never do anything like that again.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty walking away from the haunted fashion show, with the ghostly garments still swirling in the air behind them.
Title of episode: The Pikachu Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel universe where the existence of Pokémon is a scientific phenomenon. After a random teleportation, they land in the middle of a huge stadium filled with Pikachu and other Pokémon characters. The sky is bright blue, and the crowd is cheering for a Pikachu match.
Morty, I can't believe this. We're in a universe where a bunch of pocket monsters are considered the epitome of scientific study. How lame.
Geez, Rick, can't we just enjoy the show for once?
As the match begins, the surprised Pikachu meme appears on the big screen, causing the entire crowd to burst out in laughter.
Wow, Morty, I don't know what's more pathetic between this universe and your sense of humor.
Hey, I think it's funny. Can't you just let me have some joy?
Suddenly, an announcement interrupts their conversation.
Announcer, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get ready for the comedy festivals. The audience will have to vote for their favorite Pokémon joke from the competitors.
Oh great, Morty, more comedy, just what I needed.
As the comedy festivals begin, the Pokémon characters take turns telling their jokes. Some are funny, some are not, and the audience seems to appreciate them all.
Pikachu, why don't Pokémons go to a doctor when they're sick? Because they can just use a revive.
Audience laughs and applauds.
Charmander, why did the chicken cross the road? To get away from Ash Ketchum.
Audience laughs and applauds.
I'm sorry, Morty, but I can't take this anymore. I need to get out of here.
Wait, Rick, we haven't even voted yet.
Fine, but if I hear one more stupid Pokémon joke, I swear to God, I'm going to.
Just as Rick finishes his sentence, the entire stadium explodes in laughter as a Snorlax falls off the stage.
Audience laughs hysterically.
Okay, that was actually kind of funny.
See, Rick, sometimes it's nice to just let loose and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, whatever, Morty, let's just get out of here before we catch Pokemaniac syndrome.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty teleporting back to their universe, leaving behind a crowd of laughing Pokémon characters, some who are still trying to figure out what happened to the Snorlax. Title: The Underwater City Conundrum.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty's spaceship crashes into an underwater city. The duo step out of their ship and begin to inspect their surroundings. Morty's scientific curiosity is piqued, but Rick is more interested in locating the nearest bar.
Wow, Rick, we're underwater. How is this even possible? The pressure down here must be immense.
Who cares, Morty? Let's just find some air and a stiff drink.
As they make their way through the city, they come across a man in a suit who is underwater with a stick in his hand and a scuba helmet on his head.
Man, greetings travelers. I am Phil DeVille, chief scientist of this underwater city. What brings you to our underwater paradise?
We crashed our spaceship. Now point us to the nearest bar.
Phil, I'm afraid we don't have any bars down here, but perhaps we can interest you in our comedy musical show tonight at the Grand Amphitheater?
Comedy musicals? Underwater? How is that even possible?
Phil, we've developed a special waterproof technology that allows us to create an immersive musical experience underwater. It's all thanks to the advances in our underwater oxygenation systems.
Oh, that sounds boring, Morty. Let's just find a way out of this soggy mess.
Suddenly, an emergency alarm sounds throughout the city.
Beth, over intercom. Rick, Morty, come in. This is Beth. We've detected a major seismic shift in the ocean floor above you. It's causing a massive pressure buildup and the city's oxygenation systems are failing.
Jerry, over intercom, and for some reason, the Joanne fabrics down here are running amok. It's utter chaos.
Great, just what we need. A crisis. Morty, let's fix this and then get out of here.
But Rick, what about the comedy musicals show?
Forget about the bloody musicals, Morty. We're in an underwater city crisis here.
The duo, along with Phil, rush to fix the underwater oxygenation systems and stop the Joanne fabrics from causing further destruction. As they work, Nigahiga, a famous YouTuber, swims up to them and asks for an interview.
Nigahiga, hey guys. It's me, Nigahiga. Can you tell us what's happening down here in this underwater city?
We don't have time for interviews, Nigahiga. We're trying to save this soggy mess of a city.
Yeah, we need to fix these systems and get out of here before it's too late.
In the end, they are able to save the city and return to their spaceship. As they take off, Rick turns to Morty and says,
You know, Morty, I may not have any use for underwater musicals, but I sure could go for a comedy musical about our adventures down here. Let's pitch the idea to Adult Swim.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds like a pretty niche market.
Niche market, Morty? Have you seen some of the garbage they air on that channel? This will be golden.
The episode opens with a scenario where Rick and Morty are on a mission to retrieve an alien species that has landed on Earth. The alien, known as a xenomorph from the Alien franchise, has been seen walking alone on a road in the foggy night. Rick, being the genius that he is, detects the exact location of the xenomorph and decides to go on a nighttime pursuit with Morty.
Rick, Morty, the xenomorph is an interesting specimen. It has a unique genetic makeup that we cannot find on Earth. We have to capture it alive and bring it back to my lab so we can study its biology and genetics.
Morty, but Rick, isn't it dangerous? I mean, we're talking about a space monster here.
Rick, of course, it's dangerous, Morty, but that's what makes it thrilling. Just imagine the possibilities of what we can discover with its DNA.
As Rick and Morty approach the xenomorph, they notice that it's carrying a mysterious artifact. This artifact appears to be emitting a bright light that Rick recognizes as a powerful energy source.
Rick, Morty, we have to get that artifact too. It could be the key to unlimited power.
Morty. Right, but how do we get it away from the xenomorph?
Rick. Simple, Morty. We just have to distract it and take it by surprise.
As Rick and Morty approach the xenomorph, they use a decoy to distract it while Rick steals the artifact. However, things quickly go awry when the xenomorph catches on and begins to attack.
Rick. Morty, we have to get out of here. This thing is too powerful for us to handle.
Morty. But how do we escape?
Rick. Don't worry, Morty. I have a plan.
Rick pulls out a device from his pocket that he calls the interdimensional portal gun. The gun creates a portal that transports them from one dimension to another. However, Rick accidentally transports them to a dimension filled with giant, sentient insects.
Rick. Oops, wrong portal, Morty.
Morty, what do we do now?
Rick. Easy, Morty. We just have to outsmart these bugs and find a way back to our dimension.
After a series of hysterical mishaps and narrow escapes, Rick and Morty eventually find a way back to their own dimension. They successfully capture the xenomorph and bring it back to Rick's lab.
Rick. Well, Morty, it looks like we have an exciting new specimen to study, and with that artifact, we could create a limitless source of energy and conquer the universe.
Morty. Gee, Rick, that sounds a bit extreme.
Rick. Extreme, Morty. That's just the beginning of our scientific journey.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty happily conducting their experiments in the lab, while the xenomorph is safely contained in a cage. Title: The Effleurage Zinc Extravaganza. The episode begins with Rick and Morty working in the garage on a new invention. Rick has developed a device that can detect the presence of effleurage, a rare element that is rumored to grant immortality. Morty is skeptical but intrigued.
Morty, we're gonna find the secret to eternal life, and then probably screw it up somehow.
I don't know, Rick. Immortality sounds kinda scary.
Jerry walks in, wearing a long coat and looking nervous. Hey guys, have you seen this tunnel with lights on it? I heard if you walk through it, you'll be transported to Asgard. Rick rolls his eyes. Jerry, that's from Stargate SG-1. And as much as I'd like to visit Asgard, we have more pressing matters. Beth and Summer enter the garage, Beth holding a jar of zinc.
Rick, what's this zinc for? I found it in the garage.
Rick snatches the jar from Beth and examines it closely.
This zinc is the key to defeating the invasive body snatchers. Quick, Morty, grab the effleurage detector and follow me.
The group rushes out of the garage and heads for the tunnel with lights. They walk through it and suddenly find themselves in a strange, alien landscape.
Rick, where are we?
I don't know, Morty, but I can sense the presence of effleurage nearby. And the invasive body snatchers aren't far behind.
Suddenly, the group is attacked by a horde of slimy, tentacled monsters. They fight them off with a combination of weapons and science, using the zinc to weaken their defense mechanisms. This is crazy. I just wanted to go to Asgard.
Can we please focus on not getting killed?
I don't want to die without ever having a boyfriend.
Quit your whining. We've got work to do.
As they make their way through the alien landscape, they finally stumble upon the source of the effleurage. It's a glowing crystal, guarded by a giant, three-headed dragon.
Rick, what are we gonna do?
Rick pulls out a flask of alcohol and takes a swig. Leave it to me, Morty. He waltzes up to the dragon, takes another swig, and starts talking to it in a language none of the others understand. The dragon seems to understand him, though, and nods its heads in agreement.
Alright, guys, the dragon says he'll let us have the effleurage, but only if we give him the zinc.
What? But we need the zinc to defeat the invasive body snatchers.
Relax, Beth, I've got a plan.
He hands the jar of zinc to the dragon, which eats it with relish. Then, it allows Rick and the others to take the effleurage and return home safely. Wow, that was intense. But at least we got the effleurage, right?
Yeah, but we still have to figure out what to do with it. And I think we need to start by getting rid of that dragon.
The group laughs as they head back to the garage, ready for their next adventure. Title: Electrical Coalescence, the synthesis of intestinal venom.
Synopsis. In this episode, a group of green snakes are observed congregating in a pile of tangled yellow and black wires, alongside a conspicuously black and yellow striped cord. This intriguing spectacle piques the interest of our scientific team, who begin to probe this collective behavior. By analyzing the chemical composition of the wires and cord, the team discovers the presence of specific metallic elements that stimulate and enhance the snake's venom production. A collaboration with chart-topping artist, Rihanna, is brought in to help create innovative sci-fi-themed dishes that incorporate this venom. Furthermore, a deep examination of the snake's large intestine reveals key enzymes responsible for the synthesis of this venom. The team's findings hold profound implications for the medical and culinary fields, as this venom presents new possibilities for effective treatments and exotic dishes.
Dr. Jones, I was astounded by the snake's apparent social behavior, which is quite rare within most reptilian groups.
Professor Singh, indeed, we found that the metals present in the wires and cord act as catalysts, prompting an even higher production of venom.
Chef Jenkins, working with Rihanna has been a great inspiration for our project. We have been able to create some groundbreaking sci-fi themed recipes that incorporate the venom as a key ingredient.
Dr. Lee, our examination of the snake's large intestine was particularly fascinating, revealing key enzymes and secretions necessary for the synthesis of this venom.
Professor Chen, the use of snake venom in medicine and cuisine has been explored in the past, but our findings provide new insight into how this venom can be obtained and utilized safely and effectively.
Fiona, I'm thrilled to be a part of this project and to see how we can incorporate science into the culinary arts. It's been an incredible learning experience for me.
Dr. Santos, the potential applications of this venom are endless. It's exciting to think about the possibilities for developing new treatments and expanding the culinary world in a unique way.
Chef Reynolds, we're already seeing a lot of interest in our new dishes that feature the snake venom. It's a true delicacy, and we're excited to share it with the world.
Professor Martinez, overall, this episode has unveiled new insights into the complex relationship between animals and their environment, and how it can be harnessed for practical purposes.
Title: The Tonkinese Stand-Up Joke Machine.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage while Summer and Beth enter the scene. There's a black and white drawing of a woman with a sailor hat on her head and a microphone in her hand on the workbench.
Hey, Morty, look at this classic drawing of a Tonkinese, the most hilarious cat breed in the multiverse.
What's so funny about a cat breed?
You know, I heard that Daisy Arnaz loved Tonkineses. He even featured them in several I Love Lucy episodes.
Speaking of comedy, have you guys seen these funny gifs of robot stand-up comedy?
HMPH, robot comedy? That's cheap and easy. Let's see if we can create a Tonkinese stand-up joke machine instead.
Oh, okay, but how do we create a joke machine?
It's easy, Morty. We just need to analyze all the characteristics of Tonkineses and their behaviors. Then we'll input all the data into a neural network and voila! The Tonkinese stand-up joke machine is born.
But what about the jokes themselves?
We'll need to test the machine by letting it roam around the house and gather some data on how to make humans laugh.
This sounds like a terrible idea, guys.
Scene cut to the Tonkinese stand-up joke machine making its debut at the local comedy club.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the newest stand-up comedian sensation, the Tonkinese stand-up joke machine.
Joke machine, meow meow meow. Why did the programmer cross the road? To get to the other side of the code.
The audience bursts into laughter.
Joke machine, another one. What do you call a Tonkinese who loves music? A percussionist.
More laughter ensues.
Ah, I knew it would work. Tonkineses are natural entertainers.
What's gonna happen now?
Well, I guess we'll have to manage the joke machine's career and book it for more gigs.
This is insane, but I can't stop laughing.
Closing scene. The Tonkinese stand-up joke machine becomes a viral sensation online and even lands a guest spot on a late-night talk show. Rick and his family watch it on TV, proud of their creation's success.
That's our machine up there, Morty. The Tonkinese stand-up joke machine has taken the world by storm.
I can't believe this is real.
Well, I guess it's true what they say. Laughter really is the best medicine.
Yeah, but I hope we don't create a monster with all this attention.
HMPH, who cares? We've got a Tonkinese stand-up joke machine to manage, baby.
Title: The Quantum Curtain Shrouded by Celebrity Faces.
Scientific synopsis. Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel dimension where a curtain separates the universe from an underground alien colony. The curtain can only be accessed and unlocked by activating a series of celebrity-painted faces. The faces are the key to unlocking the dimension's energy source, a portal that can bring anything from the colony into our universe. Jerry and Beth, on the other hand, are stuck in a creepy room with a light on them and a curtain behind them. They soon realize that the room is a plot created by the colony to extract information from humans.
Morty, we have to find Gal Gadot's face to unlock the first layer of this quantum curtain. I have a plan to use her beauty as a distraction, and I need you to paint her face on my face.
Oh, okay, but I'm not sure how that's going to work.
Gal Gadot. Hi, Rick and Morty. I see you already have my face painted. Do you need my help with something?
Oh, we're good. Just admiring your beautiful face.
Claire Huxtable, I can't believe I'm here. Rick, what do you need me for?
Well, we need to unlock the quantum curtain that separates our universe from an underground alien colony, and your face is the key to the second layer of the curtain.
Claire Huxtable. Wow, that sounds like an episode of The Cosby Show I'd like to forget.
David Bowie. Greetings, Rick and Morty. I see you're looking for me. Why do we need David Bowie's face again, Rick?
Because he's the key to unlocking the third layer of the curtain, Morty. And besides, who wouldn't want to hang out with David Bowie?
Underground alien colony leader. Excellent, our plan is working perfectly. We can extract all the information we need from Jerry and Beth and use it to infiltrate and conquer their universe.
Oh man, Beth. We have to get out of this creepy room.
I know, Jerry. But I think they're onto us. We have to act normal and not let them know we're onto their plan.
Alright, we have all the painted faces. Let's activate the quantum curtain and bring forth whatever lies beyond.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? What if it's dangerous?
Morty, stop being a wuss. We're scientists. Let's see what comes out of the portal.
A portal opens, and a giant fluffy unicorn steps out.
Oh, come on.
Scientific conclusion. Rick and Morty's quest for unlocking the quantum curtain was a hilarious wild goose chase, and the revelation of the portal's contents left them and everyone else supremely disappointed. Although, the colony's plan to extract information from Jerry and Beth remains a looming threat on the horizon.
Title: The Lanthanum-Powered Train Conspiracy.
Morty, grab your lab coat and put on your safety goggles. We have a scientific experiment to conduct.
What's the experiment, Rick?
We're going to test the power of lanthanum on the Thomas the train you see in the sky.
But Rick, that's just a toy train.
Science doesn't discriminate, Morty. Now grab the lanthanum and let's get to work.
They pour lanthanum on the toy train and it starts moving.
Woohoo, it worked, Morty. The train is now powered by lanthanum and it's moving on its own.
But what does this mean, Rick?
It means we've uncovered a deep conspiracy involving Blimple Chunks and Thomas and friends. That toy train was supposed to be powered by traditional fossil fuels, but they've been secretly replacing it with lanthanum for years.
But why would they do that?
I don't know, Morty. Maybe they're trying to take over the world with lanthanum-powered trains.
Suddenly a baseball hits Rick in the face.
What the hell, Morty? Did you just throw a baseball at me?
No, Rick, it came out of nowhere.
That's it, Morty. We're getting out of here.
They teleport to a third world country where they see a skeptical kid meme.
Skeptical kid meme. I don't believe this lanthanum-powered train nonsense.
You're trying to tell me this ridiculous meme is more believable than our scientific experiment?
Skeptical kid meme, yup.
Guys. Well, I guess we better write some funny autobiographies instead, Morty.
Why, Rick?
Because no one will believe our crazy adventures, so we might as well make them laugh.
Episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting at a typewriter, writing their autobiographies. Title: The Quantum Swordmaster of the Multiverse, A Plebeian Odyssey.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are on a science fiction adventure when they encounter a mysterious woman with red eyes and a green headpiece standing before a sprawling city. She introduces herself as Zilia, the quantum swordmaster from the Plubian planet.
Plubian planet, huh? You mean that place where they turned themselves into sentient mushrooms to survive the radiation?
Zilia, yes, that would be correct, Rick. And I have come seeking your help. The infamous Grendrax has stolen the Sword of Power, and I need your assistance in reclaiming it before it falls into the wrong hands.
Grendrax? Who's that?
Zilia, only the most dangerous criminal mastermind in the multiverse. He seeks the Sword of Power to gain ultimate control over all realities. But with your advanced technology and knowledge, we can stop him before it's too late.
Sorry to interrupt, but can we talk about how this lady has red eyes and a green headpiece? That's not normal, right?
Jerry, focus. We have a job to do. Let's help Zilia save her world.
The group travels to the Plubian planet where they meet the intelligent mushroom beings and learn about the Sword of Power's origins. They also discover that Grendrax has an army of robotic clones and plans to use the sword to destroy all organic life in the universe.
This is bad, really bad. We need to come up with a plan fast.
Zilia, I agree. We must attack Grendrax's fortress and defeat him before he can use the sword. But we need a distraction so I can sneak in and retrieve it.
I got it. I'll put on a puppet show to distract the robots. They won't be able to resist.
That's ridiculous. But maybe it's crazy enough to work.
The team successfully infiltrates Grendrax's fortress, with Jerry's puppet show diversion working surprisingly well. Zilia confronts Grendrax in an epic sword fight, while Rick and the others take down the robot clones.
This is insane! I can't believe we're fighting for the fate of the entire universe!
That's science for you, Morty. Nothing is too crazy.
In the end, Zilia defeats Grendrax and retrieves the Sword of Power. She thanks the group for their help, promising to repay them with a lifetime supply of Plubian mushroom pizza.
Zilia, I couldn't have done it without you. Your knowledge and technology were invaluable in saving my world. But most importantly, you all proved that even the most unlikely heroes can make a difference.
The group leaves the Plubian planet, reflecting on their crazy adventure and realizing that they have the power to make a difference in any universe.
Ploob. Whoa, that was a wild ride. Good thing I was listening to my sci-fi audiobooks, or I would never have been able to keep up with all the technobabble.
End of episode. Title: The Multidimensional Cuisine and Racing Adventure. The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with different concoctions in their multidimensional kitchen. Rick, the genius scientist, has created a device that allows them to travel to different dimensions to experience unique foods and beverages. Morty suggests they check out the pirate cooking show, Dimension, and they warp over. They are greeted by a flamboyant pirate chef who challenges them to a cooking competition. The competition involves cooking up the most exotic sea creature, with the winner being selected by a panel of pirate judges. Rick and Morty go into a frenzy, rushing around to collect the best sea creatures from the ocean dimension. They end up creating a dish that not only wins the competition but also impresses the pirates to the point where they give Rick and Morty their own pirate ship. With their new pirate ship, Rick and Morty come across a dimension that has a unicorn racing league. They decide to enter their own unicorn and end up winning a race by using a portal gun to cheat their way through the obstacles. On the way back to their home dimension, they stop off in a dimension where checkers is the most popular sport. They get caught up in a heated checkers match against the reigning champion and end up using Rick's genius intellect to come out on top. As they head back to their home dimension, they encounter Chatter, a dimension where the residents communicate using only puns and dad jokes. They can't resist getting involved and end up spending hours laughing with the quirky locals. Finally, they make it back to their kitchen, exhausted but fulfilled from their multi-dimensional adventure. Morty reflects on the experiences they had and Rick simply responds, "Just another day in the multiverse, Morty." Title: The Skateboard Buttocks Experiment.
Opening shot. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are in the garage looking at a person on a skateboard on a white background with a black and white graphic. Rick begins to explain his latest experiment.
Alright, Morty, Jerry, Summer. Today we will be conducting an experiment on the correlation between skateboard graphics and buttocks. I call it the Skateboard Buttocks Experiment.
Rick, what does buttocks have to do with skateboards?
Everything, Morty. The graphic on the skateboard affects the way one's buttocks move while skating. It's basic physics.
I don't understand. What's the point of this experiment?
The point, Jerry, is that we can create the ultimate skateboard that enhances one's buttocks while also being visually pleasing.
This sounds ridiculous.
That's because you lack scientific vision, Summer. Now let's get started.
The group begins to conduct the experiment by having volunteers skateboard on various graphics while their buttocks movements are monitored through sensors.
Rick, this is weird. Why are we doing this?
Quiet, Morty. We are on the verge of a scientific breakthrough.
After several hours of testing, they come to a conclusion. So, what did we learn?
The graphic of the skateboard does indeed affect the movement of one's buttocks during skating, but it's also dependent on the individual's body shape and size.
Great. So what's the ultimate skateboard?
Well, it's a combination of KSI's face, a black and white graphic of a person on a skateboard, and a design that exposes just the right amount of buttocks. The perfect product for both function and aesthetics.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
That's just the feeling of scientific enlightenment, Morty. Embrace it.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer riding the ultimate skateboard and showing off their enhanced buttocks movements. Title: The Demon Beard Paradox. The episode begins with Rick and Morty discovering a mysterious image of a man with a beard and a demon's head on the internet. Rick becomes fascinated with this strange phenomenon and decides to investigate the matter further. He concocts a scientific experiment to explore the existence of demons and their relation to human beings.
Morty, I need your help with an experiment. We're going to analyze this image of a man with a demon's head on his beard and see if it's just a hoax or if there's something more to it.
I don't know, Rick. This seems pretty dangerous. What if we accidentally summon a demon?
Relax, Morty. I've done this 1,000,000 times. Just hold this crystal and think happy thoughts.
As they begin the experiment, Jerry walks in and is immediately skeptical of their efforts. However, when he accidentally looks at the image, he finds himself possessed by a demon. Oh my god, this is insane. Rick, you've got to help me.
Hold on a second, Jerry. Let me take a few notes. It looks like the demon has taken control of your body, but your consciousness is still intact. Fascinating.
Meanwhile, Beth is at home enjoying a relaxing soak in her new whirlpool bath when suddenly, the demons from the image appear before her.
What the hell? Demons in my bathroom? This can't be happening.
At the same time, the sea devils from Doctor Who appear in the Smith's backyard, causing chaos and confusion.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do? We've got demons possessing Jerry, demons in the bathroom, and freaking sea devils in the backyard.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this. I'm going to use my scientific genius to create a device that will banish all of the demons back to their respective worlds.
As Rick creates the device, the possessed Jerry starts to become more and more demonic, causing chaos and destruction in the Smith household. Just when it seems like all is lost, Rick successfully activates the device and banishes the demons back to their own worlds. Holy crap, that was insane. I never want to go through something like that again.
Yeah, me neither. I'm going to stick to regular baths from now on.
As the family cleans up the aftermath of the demon invasion, Rick and Morty are left to ponder the strange and confusing nature of the universe.
You know, Morty, I'm starting to think that demons and humans aren't so different after all. It's all just a matter of perspective.
Oh, yeah, I guess so, Rick. That would be great.
The episode ends with a shot of Albert Einstein looking down upon the chaos below, smiling knowingly as if he understands the scientific absurdity of it all. Title: The Interdimensional Soccer Championship.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty and Summer travel to a parallel universe to participate in an interdimensional soccer championship. They face off against a team from Chicago, but the stakes are much higher than just a game of soccer. Scene 1.
Morty, have you ever heard of the ball schism theory?
Oh, no, Rick.
Well, Morty, essentially it's like this. Every time the ball is kicked, it creates a small wormhole in the fabric of space-time.
Scene 2.
Rick, why are we even playing soccer? We could be doing something way cooler.
Summer, the only thing cooler than soccer is science, and it just so happens I've developed a device that harnesses the power of the wormholes created by the ball schism theory.
Scene 3.
Alright, team, let's get out there and kick some interdimensional butt.
Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this.
What are you talking about, Morty? You're wearing the interdimensional soccer sneakers I designed specifically for this event.
Scene 4.
Game in progress.
Morty, pass the ball through that wormhole over there.
Which one, Rick? There's like 6 of them.
The purple one, Morty. The purple one.
Scene 5.
Chicago scores a goal.
Rick, we're losing. What do we do?
Don't worry, Summer. I've got a surprise up my sleeve.
Scene 6.
Rick pulls out a device and presses a button.
This is my interdimensional discombobulator. It'll create chaos on the field and give us an advantage.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
Scene 7.
Asterisk, all the players start to phase in and out of reality.
Rick, what have you done?
Oops, looks like I miscalculated. Quick, everyone, get to the center of the field.
Scene 8.
The players all huddle in the center of the field as reality begins to collapse around them.
Rick, what's happening?
It's the ball schism theory, Morty. It's tearing apart the fabric of reality.
Scene 9.
The players are suddenly sucked into a vortex.
Hang on, team, we're about to make a bumpy landing.
Scene 10.
The players crash land in a giant ball pit.
Rick, where are we?
Looks like we ended up in an interdimensional playground. Well, at least we made it out in one piece.
I don't think I'll ever play soccer again, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. Next time we'll stick to something less dangerous, like quantum physics.
Title: The Communication Conundrum. The episode starts with Rick and Morty strolling down the street, discussing the complexities of modern communication devices. Suddenly, they notice a man and woman walking down the other side of the street, both engrossed in their cell phones. The duo starts analyzing the phenomenon of obsessive cell phone usage, trying to find a scientific explanation for it.
Look at these humans, Morty. They've turned their brains into mush with these damn phones.
Oh, yeah, Rick. So, what do we do about it?
Suddenly, they spot a skeleton lying on the other side of the street. As they approach it, Rick realizes it's not an ordinary skeleton but a result of chat spam bot gone rogue.
Oh, great. Another chat spam bot gone mad. This is exactly why I hate chat spam bots.
Why do you hate them, Rick?
Because they're like parasites, Morty. They feed on the internet's vital resources and spread like viruses.
Meanwhile, Beth joins them on the street, fascinated by the spam bot's innards.
Wow, these innards are remarkable. Look at the coding and programming, it's so advanced.
Yeah, it's advanced all right. Advanced enough to cause chaos on the internet.
As they continue discussing the bot's complexities, they suddenly come under attack from a swarm of chat spam bots. Rick pulls out his trusty portal gun and starts jumping through different dimensions, destroying bot after bot.
Take that, you internet leeches. You can't handle the power of Rick Sanchez.
Beth, on the other hand, continues to analyze the bot's innards, muttering scientific jargon under her breath.
Remarkable neural network. Complex algorithms. This bot could have been useful if it weren't for its rogue programming.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty high-five each other, satisfied with their victory over the annoying bots.
Another day, another victory against the forces of chaos on the internet.
Yeah, Rick. We're sort of a dynamic duo, aren't we?
Voiceover, and as for me, I'll keep dissecting and analyzing these bots. Who knows? Maybe one day, we'll create a chatbot that won't go rogue.
The trio continues walking down the street, discussing the wonders and horrors of modern technology and the complexities of human communication. Title: The Dimension-Hopping Job Interview.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty are on the hunt for a new intern to help them with their interdimensional adventures. They come across a man with a creepy face and green hair, who claims to have extensive experience in dimension hopping. Rick is skeptical, but decides to give him a chance and brings him on board. Chaos ensues as the new intern turns out to be more trouble than they bargained for.
Act 1.
Morty, we need a new intern. The last one got eaten by a space worm, remember?
Oh geez, Rick, that was disgusting. Do you have any prospects?
I've been scanning the multiverse for potential candidates. I found someone with a creepy face and green hair. Claims to be a dimension hopping expert.
Sounds trustworthy. Let's bring him aboard.
Act 2.
New intern. Greetings, Rick and Morty. I am Zorpix, the greatest dimension hopper in the multiverse.
That's a bold claim. Let's see what you got.
Zorpix, very well. Watch as I jump to a different universe.
Zorpix activates a device and disappears in a puff of smoke.
Hey, where'd he go?
He's probably just hiding behind the couch or something.
Zorpix reappears, covered in slime.
Zorpix, that was not the universe I was expecting.
Act 3.
Zorpix continues to cause trouble on their adventures, often putting them in danger.
This guy is more trouble than he's worth. We should get rid of him.
But we can't just fire him. That's mean.
I've got an idea. We'll challenge him to a game of Memoir, 44. Loser leaves the team.
Zorpix, ha. I accept. I've won countless battles in my time.
They play the game, but Zorpix cheats and still loses.
Zorpix, this must be a mistake. I demand a rematch.
Sorry, Zorpix, rules are rules. You're out of here.
Act 4.
Zorpix, determined to get revenge, sneaks onto Rick and Morty's ship and causes it to malfunction.
What's going on? I didn't program the ship to do this.
Zorpix must have sabotaged it.
We gotta fix this before we crash and burn.
They manage to fix the ship just in time.
Phew, that was close. I'm glad Zorpix is gone for good.
Don't be too sure, Morty. We may see him again in another timeline.
They fly off into the multiverse, as the green-haired Zorpix watches enviously from a distant universe.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty return to their lab, where they find a humorous art exhibit set up by their old intern.
That's not half bad. Maybe we should give him his job back.
I don't know, Rick. He did get eaten by a space worm.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just enjoy the art and move on.
The camera pans to reveal the art exhibit featuring pictures of Rick and Morty and silly poses with speech bubbles full of inside jokes. Title: The Promethium Nanobiotech Evolution at the White Castle Creperie Sports Bar.
Synopsis. The episode opens with Rick and Morty arriving at the White Castle Creperie Sports Bar, a futuristic restaurant that features a large screen and yellow chairs and tables with chairs around the table and a counter with a menu on it. Rick is immediately intrigued by the Promethium-powered nanobiotech evolution device advertised on the menu.
Morty, look at this. They've got a Promethium nanobiotech evolution device here. This could be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Rick, are you sure it's safe to mess with that kind of technology?
Beefed, of course it's safe. What could go wrong?
After ordering their food, Rick convinces Morty to try the nanobiotech evolution device. However, things quickly spiral out of control when the device malfunctions and causes Morty to rapidly evolve into a super genius, complete with a vastly expanded brain capacity.
Wow, Rick, this is incredible. I can feel my intellect expanding beyond comprehension.
Yeah, that's great, Morty. But we've got bigger problems. Look at what you're doing to the restaurant.
Indeed, Morty's newfound intelligence has caused him to construct elaborate scientific experiments all around the restaurant, causing chaos and confusion among the patrons.
We've got to figure out a way to reverse this. Maybe we can use some of the Promethium to stabilize the device.
As Rick and Morty attempt to repair the device, they are confronted by the restaurant's angry owner, who demands they pay for the damages.
Owner, you two have caused nothing but trouble since you got here. Now it's time to pay up.
Relax, buddy, we'll have this fixed in no time.
But just as they think they've got things under control, the nanobiotech evolution device goes haywire once again, causing Morty to devolve into a mindless animal.
Rick, what happened? I feel like I've regressed back to a primal state.
Don't worry, Morty, we'll figure something out. But first, we've got to get you out of here before the owner calls the police.
As Rick and Morty make a hasty escape, the patrons of the White Castle Creperie Sports Bar are left to pick up the pieces of their once peaceful evening, all thanks to the madness caused by the Promethium nanobiotech evolution device. Episode title: The Card Game Conundrum, a Scientific Analysis.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in their lab discussing the nature of probability when it comes to card games. Morty is playing 3-card poker with a group of cartoon animals in a casino room while Rick observes from the sidelines, mumbling to himself about quantum mechanics and game theory. Suddenly, Morty gets a hernia and has to be rushed to the hospital.
Scene 1.
At the hospital, Morty's hernia repair surgery gets interrupted when a group of aliens invade Earth and disrupt all communication systems. People start misunderstanding each other and technology begins malfunctioning all over the hospital. Rick and Morty quickly realize that the only way to save the planet is to use Morty's littlest pet shop toy to hack the aliens' computer systems.
Scene 2.
Using Morty's toy, Rick and Morty successfully hack into the alien computer systems and discover that the aliens were just trying to play a game of cards with humans. The aliens were unable to understand the rules of the human game and ended up invading Earth out of frustration. Rick decides to help the aliens by proving the game's rules to them.
Scene 3.
Back in the casino room, Rick teaches the aliens the rules of 3-card poker while Morty recovers from his surgery. The aliens quickly become addicted to the game and start using lead as their currency, causing Rick to become concerned about the safety of the planet.
Scene 4.
To prevent the aliens from causing further harm, Rick and Morty decide to challenge the aliens to a game of 3-card poker with the stakes being the fate of the planet. In a high-stakes game filled with witty jokes and crazy antics, Rick and Morty outsmart the aliens and save the planet.
Closing scene.
As Morty leaves the hospital following his prostatectomy, Rick reflects on the power of probability and the unpredictability of life. Morty looks confused and tired.
You know, Morty, I used to think that everything in life was predetermined. But now, I'm starting to wonder if it's all just one big game of chance.
Rick, can we go home now? I feel like my insides have been through a cosmic blender.
Title: Facial Expression Analysis of Men Exposed to Humorous GIFs and Its Effects on Laser Eye Surgery and Pop Culture References.
Introduction.
The study aims to investigate the effects of exposure to humorous GIFs and pop culture references on the facial expressions of men undergoing laser eye surgery. Participants will be shown a series of humorous GIFs featuring actress Isabella Merced and pop culture references such as The War of the Worlds, Tom Cruise, and Bad Habits, Ed Sheeran. Facial expressions of the participants will be monitored and analyzed during laser eye surgery to determine any correlation between exposure to humor and surgery outcomes.
Methodology.
A total of 20 male participants between the ages of 25 and 45 participated in the study. All participants underwent a standard laser eye surgery procedure. During surgery, participants were shown a series of 10 humorous GIFs featuring actress Isabella Merced and pop culture references such as The War of the Worlds, Tom Cruise, and Bad Habits, Ed Sheeran. Facial expressions of the participants were monitored and analyzed using a facial recognition software.
Results.
Analysis of the facial expressions of the participants showed that exposure to humorous GIFs and pop culture references had a significant impact on their facial expressions during surgery. Participants exhibited a range of expressions including laughter, surprise, and confusion. Interestingly, participants who demonstrated higher levels of laughter during surgery also showed higher levels of successful surgery outcomes.
Discussion.
These results suggest that exposure to humor and pop culture references may have a positive effect on the surgical outcomes of laser eye surgery. The study also highlights the importance of considering the emotional state of patients during surgical procedures. Further research is needed to explore the relationship between humor and surgical outcomes, as well as its practical applications in the field of healthcare.
Participant 1. I couldn't help but laugh during surgery, but I was surprised to hear that it might actually have helped my outcome.
Participant 2. I wasn't really sure about the pop culture references, but they definitely made me smile and feel more relaxed during surgery.
Lead researcher. The results of this study have significant implications for how we approach surgical care and patient comfort in the future. Title: The Mantis Catastrophe of the Multiverse.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty on a mission to intercept a rare chemical commodity from an alien planet. They are accompanied by Summer, who Rick reluctantly allows to tag along, citing the need for extra assistance. They encounter a man wearing a green suit and black helmet with a green alien face on his face, who introduces himself as the Mantis, a notorious space criminal. Rick, being the unimpressed skeptic that he is, dismisses the Mantis as a mere nuisance and continues the mission. However, during their escape, the Mantis unintentionally causes a chain reaction that leads to the creation of a black hole. As they escape the black hole, they find themselves in a multiverse with alternate versions of themselves and their surroundings. They also come across an unlikely pair of mismatched buddy cops who are on the hunt for the Mantis. Together, the group must navigate through the multiverse to stop the Mantis from causing further destruction.
Summer, Rick, why did you bring me on this mission if you're just going to ignore me?
Rick, Summer, I brought you on this mission because there's a 50% chance you might actually come in handy and a 50% chance you'll be completely useless. It's science, Morty, look it up.
Morty. I don't think that's how probability works, Rick.
The mantis! Muhahahaha! You fools will never catch me! Rick! Seriously, who is this guy? I feel like I've seen him before. The mantis! I am the mantis! The most feared space criminal in all the galaxies!
Mismatched Buddy Cop 1. Hey, you guys. Have you seen the mantis around here?
Mismatched Buddy Cop 2. We're hot on his tail. Do you have any leads?
Summer. Oh great, more people we have to deal with.
Rick! Just stay calm, kids. We'll figure this out. It's all about the science.
Morty. But Rick, we're in a multiverse. How are we even supposed to know where to find the mantis?
Rick. Simple. We'll use the quantum accelerator to calculate his movements and track him down. Now, let's get to work.
As the episode progresses, the group encounters various versions of themselves and their surroundings, including a world where everything is made of candy and another where they're all robots. Eventually, they catch up to the mantis, who is planning to use the rare chemical commodity for his next big heist. In the final showdown, the group uses all their scientific knowledge and skills to defeat the mantis and save the multiverse.
Rick. That's right, you mantis-faced bastard. You can't fool the genius mind of Rick Sanchez.
Mismatched Buddy Cop 1. Thanks for your help, guys. With this criminal off the streets, the multiverse can rest easy once again.
Mismatched Buddy Cop 2. Yeah, and we couldn't have done it without you. What were your names again?
Summer. I don't even know anymore.
Morty. You know what, I don't even care. Let's just go home. The episode ends with the group returning to their own universe, tired but victorious. As they walk away, they see the mantis being taken away by the mismatched buddy cops, his dreams of being a space criminal crushed.
Rick. And that, kids, is the power of science. Case closed.
Summer. Rick, we're not even kids anymore.
Rick. Morty, remind me to erase Summer's memory again.
Title: The Tabloid of Tabin, a pyramid scheme adventure. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves in the middle of a complex pyramid scheme in ancient Egypt. While exploring the pyramids, they stumble upon a group of highly advanced aliens known as the Tabonians.
Morty. These aliens are a textbook example of interdimensional beings that have harnessed the power of intergalactic space travel. We're in for a wild ride.
Rick, do you think we should maybe avoid getting involved in their pyramid scheme?
Nonsense, Morty. We don't get rich by playing it safe. Let's dive right in.
The Tabonians convince Rick and Morty to invest in their pyramid scheme, promising riches beyond their wildest dreams. They give them a red sign that says Tabin and instruct them to use it to recruit more investors.
Rick, I don't know about this. What if it's all just a big scam?
Relax, Morty. We just need to recruit a few more investors and we'll be swimming in money.
As Rick and Morty try to recruit more investors, they begin to realize that the Tabonians are not as trustworthy as they seem. They soon find themselves trapped in the pyramid scheme, unable to escape.
Rick, I think we're in over our heads. We need to get out of here.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a plan.
In a wild and unpredictable turn of events, Rick and Morty manage to escape the pyramid scheme and flee Egypt. As they leave, they see a sign on the side of the pyramid that reads, Tabloid, and learn that the entire scheme is part of a larger intergalactic tabloid conspiracy.
Wow, Rick, this was one crazy adventure. I don't think I want to mess with pyramid schemes again anytime soon.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll always find new and exciting ways to make money. Now let's go grab some McDonald's.
Title: The Fennel Force Awakens. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab analyzing a fennel bulb with their latest invention, the quantum oscillating analytical hypermicroscope.
Morty, this fennel bulb has the most complex molecular structure I've ever seen. It's like a mini-universe.
Whoa, that's deep, Rick.
Suddenly, a woman with a lightsaber appears in the lab.
Woman, Rick Sanchez, you have something that belongs to me.
Who the hell are you?
Woman, I am Rey Skywalker, and that fennel bulb is a key component to my lightsaber.
Oh, you mean this thing? I was just using it to calibrate my kinetic transmodulator.
Rey, give it to me.
Meanwhile, in the living room, Jerry is trying to draw a sci-fi comic but is struggling with his lack of creativity. Beth suggests he talk to Mark Zuckerberg for ideas. Mark Zuckerberg? What does he know about sci-fi?
Just humor me, Jerry.
Back in the lab, Rick hands over the fennel bulb to Rey, who uses it to complete her lightsaber.
Whoa, that's so cool.
Rey, thanks, kid.
Suddenly, Luke Skywalker appears on the green screen.
Luke, Rey, the Force needs your help. Darth Vader has returned.
Darth Vader? Wasn't he, like, dead?
Luke, apparently not.
Rey, Rick, and Morty jump into the portal gun and immediately find themselves in the middle of a G.I. Joe battle.
What the hell is going on?
Rey, this isn't right. We've been transported to another dimension.
They quickly realize that Mark Zuckerberg has hacked into their portal gun and is using it to fulfill his own sci-fi fantasies.
Zuckerberg, you son of a b.
But before Rick can finish his sentence, they find themselves face to face with Darth Vader himself. Darth Vader, I've come for the fennel bulb.
Rey, never.
A lightsaber battle ensues, with Rick providing witty commentary throughout.
I haven't seen this much drama since Jerry's last family therapy session.
In the end, Rey defeats Darth Vader with her newly completed lightsaber.
Well, that was intense. Let's get the hell out of here.
As they return to their own dimension, Jerry excitedly shows them his new sci-fi comic that he created with inspiration from his conversation with Mark Zuckerberg. What do you guys think?
I'd give it a B-.
Yeah, it's alright.
Rey, I don't get it.
And thus ends the chaotic adventure of The Fennel Force Awakens. Title: The Temporal Paradox of Grumbo's Gamble.
Overview. This episode follows a group of cartoon characters as they grapple with the implications of time travel and the intersection of politics and seafood. The premise centers around a clock, appearing both in the foreground and background of various scenes, which serves as a marker of temporal displacement. This marker becomes especially important as the characters begin to encounter temporal paradoxes and distorted realities.
Introduction.
The episode begins with a shot of the clock in the foreground, setting the stage for a discussion of temporal mechanics and offering a visual cue to the audience. The characters are gathered, discussing their recent experiences with a mysterious seafood vendor who offered them a deal. The stakes of the deal are political in nature, but it quickly becomes apparent that time travel is involved, as characters begin to recount moments of déjà vu and alternate timelines.
Grumbo's Gamble!
Grumbo, the central character of the episode, is the one who took the seafood vendor's offer and is now stuck trying to navigate a complex web of temporal causality to avoid disastrous consequences. The group begins to speculate about the rules of time travel and the nature of paradoxes, debating whether changes made in the past could rewrite the present or if they simply create alternate realities.
Gone Free CSS.
Enter Gone Free CSS, a character with a unique ability to sense disturbances in time and space. He serves as a guide for the group, helping them to navigate the difficult terrain of temporal mechanics. As the characters work to unravel the mystery of Grumbo's deal, they become increasingly aware of the implications of time travel and the risks involved in altering the timeline.
Paranormal time travel mystery.
The episode takes a turn toward the supernatural as the group begins to encounter ghostly apparitions and unexplained phenomena. These events serve as clues in unraveling the mystery of Grumbo's gamble and the ultimate goal of the seafood vendor. The team draws upon their collective knowledge of science and logic to piece together the puzzle, ultimately coming to a stunning conclusion.
Resolution.
The episode concludes with a final scene of the clock, now in the background, ticking away as the characters depart, having learned important lessons about the nature of time travel and the fragility of reality. The episode leaves us with the question of whether the events that transpired were truly the result of a temporal paradox or simply a cleverly orchestrated illusion.
Characters.
Grumbo, central character, involved in a complex temporal paradox.
On-free CSS serves as a guide for the group, with unique ability to sense disturbances in time and space.
Group of cartoon characters, debating rules of time travel and unraveling the mystery of Grumbo's deal.
Themes.
Time travel and the nature of paradoxes. The intersection of politics and seafood. The fragility of reality and the role of perception. Title: Interdisciplinary Analysis of Cosplay Dog and Sci-Fi Characters. Abstract. In this episode, a Shetland sheepdog was observed sitting on a box in front of a group of Star Wars characters and a man in a green jacket. The man, identified as a photographer, was taking pictures of the sci-fi cosplayers. The team engaged in visiting sci-fi film locations and encountered Luke Skywalker from Star Wars. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back. Unexpectedly, invasive body snatchers emerged, including Mickey Mouse, causing a sudden shift in the group's dynamic.
Introduction.
The cosplay phenomenon has garnered considerable attention from pop culture enthusiasts and academic communities alike. As part of the interdisciplinary analysis of cosplay, this study examines a peculiar event involving a Shetland sheepdog and several sci-fi characters in a specific film location. The study hypothesized that their interaction was a reflection of social dynamics in cosplay culture and the influence of popular media on behavior and identity construction.
Method.
Audiovisual documentation and observation of the event were conducted, with particular attention to the dog and human behavior, interaction patterns, and changes in group settings. Analysis of relevant literature and theoretical frameworks was also applied to explain the observed phenomenon.
Results.
The Shetland sheepdog was observed sitting on a box in front of the group, displaying passive behavior while the human participants were engrossed in their cosplay activities. The photographer's role in documenting the event was essential, with his interactions shaping the social dynamics of the group and attracting more attention. However, the sudden appearance of invasive body snatchers, including Mickey Mouse, caused a disruption in the group's interactions and dynamics. The participants expressed fear and outrage, which led to significant changes in the group's formation and behavior. Luke Skywalker's presence and leadership skills were observed to play a significant role in resolving the conflict and restoring social order.
Conclusion.
The study provides an interdisciplinary analysis of a unique event in the cosplay world involving a Shetland sheepdog, sci-fi characters, and a photographer. The event's analysis was indicative of the influences of popular media on behavior and identity construction in cosplay culture. The observed conflict and resolution patterns in response to the invasive body snatchers show the strength of collaboration and leadership in achieving group goals. Further analysis of visual cues and behavioral patterns can provide more insight into social dynamics in cosplay culture.
John, remarkable how much behavior can be observed in such a seemingly simplistic interaction.
Susan, indeed, the study provides much-needed insight into the role of popular media and group dynamics in cosplay culture.
Mark, the sudden shift in dynamics because of Mickey Mouse's appearance was fascinating.
Emily, it's interesting to see how Luke Skywalker's leadership skills played a role in resolving the conflict.
Michael, this study paves the way for future investigations of visual cues and behavioral patterns in cosplay culture.
Title of episode: The Turkish Angora Cat's Pet Dressage on a Sunny Day with Cardi B.
Synopsis. In this episode, we observe a Turkish Angora cat with long hair and a collar, lounging on a couch outside on a sunny day. The feline is seen performing pet dressage, a kneading-like massage technique using their paws, on the soft surface of the couch. In the background, we see a tree, adding a naturalistic ambiance to the scene. Suddenly, a portal appears and out emerges Cardi B, the famous American rapper. The cat and Cardi B engage in a mutant superhero showdown, testing the cat's physical prowess against Cardi B's mutant abilities.
Answer: the Turkish Angora cat's pet dressage on the couch is a fascinating observation of feline behavior. This kneading-like massage technique is known to be an innate behavior of cats. Furthermore, the outdoor setting and the presence of a tree in the background add naturalistic elements to the scene, enriching the ambience of the environment.
Turkish Angora. Meows. Translation. Ah, this couch is so soft. Let me perform some pet dressage on this surface to relax my muscles.
Cardi B appears from the portal. Translation. What's up, kitty? You look like you could use a challenge. Answer. Suddenly, a portal appears and out emerges Cardi B, a famous American rapper known for her mutant abilities. The mutant superhero showdown between the Turkish Angora cat and Cardi B is a fascinating concept, exploring the physical limits of the feline against the mutant mastery of Cardi B.
Turkish Angora jumps up and prepares for battle. Translation. I accept your challenge, Cardi B. Let's see how strong you really are.
Cardi B uses her mutant powers to create a powerful gust of wind. Translation. You're going down, kitty. Answer. Cardi B utilizes her mutant abilities to create a powerful gust of wind, testing the agility and balance of the Turkish Angora cat.
Turkish Angora dodges the gust of wind and counterattacks with a swift claw slash. Translation. You underestimate the power of my claws, Cardi B.
Cardi B dodges the attack and retaliates with her own mutant powers, creating an electric shockwave. Translation. You're tougher than I thought. But can you handle this? Answer. The battle intensifies as Cardi B creates an electric shockwave, testing the Turkish Angora cat's resilience against the mutant power of Cardi B.
Turkish Angora perseveres through the electric shockwave and leaps towards Cardi B. ready for the final blow. Translation. I won't give up that easily. Cardi B, it's time for me to show you my true strength.
Cardi B, smiles and applauds. Translation. You're a worthy competitor, Turkish Angora. You may have won this round, but I'll be back for more. Announcer. The mutant superhero showdown between the Turkish Angora cat and Cardi B concludes with a display of mutual respect and admiration for one another's abilities. The episode showcases the innate behavior of petricid cats, the naturalistic elements of outdoor environments, and the concept of exploring physical limits and mutant powers in popular culture.
Title: Investigating the Lipstick Effect, a neuroscientific study.
Introduction.
The episode opens with a close-up of a young Asian girl with a red lip and a black tie on her neck against a white background. The phenomenon of the lipstick effect, where consumer spending on cosmetics tends to increase during tough economic times, has been widely studied in the marketing field. However, little is known about the neural mechanisms underlying this behavior.
Method.
In this study, we used functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, to investigate the neural basis of the lipstick effect. The participant was instructed to view images of various cosmetic products, including lipstick, mascara, and face cream, while in the scanner. We also collected behavioral data on their preference and willingness to pay for each product.
Results.
The fMRI data revealed increased activation in the prefrontal cortex and insula when viewing images of lipstick compared to other cosmetics. The prefrontal cortex is implicated in decision-making and executive function, while the insula is involved in emotional processing. Further analysis revealed a positive correlation between neural activation in the insula and willingness to pay for lipstick.
Discussion.
Our findings suggest that the lipstick effect may be driven by a combination of emotional and cognitive factors. The sensory appeal of a bold red lip may activate the insula and trigger positive emotions, while the decision to make a purchase may be influenced by the executive function of the prefrontal cortex. These results have important implications for marketing strategies during economic downturns, as well as contributing to our understanding of the neural mechanisms underlying consumer behavior.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this study provides novel insights into the neural basis of the lipstick effect, revealing that the appeal of a bold red lip may be rooted in a complex interplay between emotional and cognitive processes. Further research is needed to elucidate the specific mechanisms driving this effect and to explore its application in various marketing contexts.
Title: The Quantum Adventures of Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a quantum adventure at the Argonne National Laboratory. They encounter an unexpected robot and R2-D2 from Star Wars, leading to a wild and crazy journey through the mysteries of the universe. Scene 1.
Morty, welcome to the Argonne National Laboratory. This is where the true adventure begins.
Wow, science is so cool, Rick. What are we going to do here?
We need to extract some rare elements from the quantum realm. But watch out for any rogue robots.
Scene 2.
Hey, Rick. What's with the weird-looking robot over there?
Ah, that's just a prototype for our quantum transporter. Wait, what's that beeping noise?
R2D2, beep boop beep.
Hey, what's that R2D2? You wanna tag along? Fine, but don't get in the way.
Scene 3.
Hey guys, what's everyone doing here?
We're on a mission to extract and analyze some rare elements from the quantum realm. But first, we need to activate this droid in the middle of the room.
Whoa, did you see that? It's like the entire room just lit up.
Scene 4.
So, Rick, when are we going to see some cool sci-fi action?
Patience, Jerry. We need to calibrate the quantum transporter to stabilize the gravitational waves.
Ah, Rick, the robot is acting weird.
R2D2, beep boop beep.
Scene 5.
Holy crap, Rick, the robot just transformed into a giant mecha monster.
No, Summer, that's not a mecha monster, that's a quantum anomaly. We need to use the transporter to escape.
But what about R2D2?
We can't risk it. Activate the transporter, Morty.
Scene 6.
Oh no, it's not working, Rick. Something's interfering with the quantum signature.
We're all going to die. I don't want to die without seeing the new season of Sex and the City.
Scene 7.
Wait, I know what to do. We need to generate a reverse quantum polarity to neutralize the interference.
Reverse quantum polarity? Is that even possible?
Of course it is, Jerry. Just hold on tight.
Scene 8.
We're back in the lab, Rick. And the robot and R2D2 are gone.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll find them eventually. But for now, let's analyze these rare elements and see what we can discover.
Can we go home now? I'm tired of all this quantum stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I need to catch up on my knitting.
Sure. But first, let me show you my latest invention. It's a toaster that can predict the future.
Everyone, oh boy.
The end. Title: Exploring Virtual Utopia Nightmare.
Objective: to study the effects of entering virtual utopia nightmare on the human brain and psychological well-being.
Methods. 3 participants were recruited for the study and equipped with virtual reality gear. Participants were asked to enter Virtual Utopia Nightmare, a simulated city with neon lights and a futuristic building in the background. The participants were instructed to explore the city and report on their experiences. Results. Participant: a reported feeling exhilarated upon entering Virtual Utopia Nightmare. The bright colors and futuristic atmosphere were described as surreal and captivating. Participant B, however, reported feeling overwhelmed and anxious due to the sensory overload caused by the neon lights and busy cityscape. Participant C appeared to be indifferent to the surroundings and focused solely on the task at hand, which was to explore the city.
Discussion. The varied responses from the participants suggest that Virtual Utopia Nightmare may have different effects on individuals depending on their personality and psychological state. Further studies could investigate the potential therapeutic benefits for individuals with depression or anxiety disorders, as well as any potential negative consequences such as addiction to the virtual reality experience.
Future research could also explore the impact of adding a futuristic roof to Virtual Utopia Nightmare, as it could alter the sensory experience and potentially have different effects on the brain and behavior. Overall, this study provides insight into the potential benefits and drawbacks of exploring virtual reality environments for both scientific research and personal use. Title: The Quantum Dance of Gothic Castle Secrets. In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange portal that transports them to a medieval era where they witness a cartoon character, disguised as a jester, performing various hilarious dance routines in front of a Gothic castle. The character is accompanied by a man in a suit and tie and a woman in a dress, who are also dancing along.
This portal seems to have transported us to a medieval era. I hope this doesn't mess up the space-time continuum.
Rick, do you think that's a real castle? It looks pretty old.
As they approach the castle, they discover that it is being used as a tourist attraction. The cartoon character, who goes by the name Disguised Toast, offers to give Rick and Morty a tour of the castle.
Disguised Toast. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the Gothic Castle Secrets. I assure you, the secrets are quite scandalous.
Alright, let's see what this castle has to offer. But first, can we get some alcohol?
Rick, we're supposed to be on a tour. Plus, we don't even know what kind of alcohol they have here.
As they explore the castle, they stumble upon a dark matter experiment being conducted by the castle's owner, a mysterious scientist.
Scientist! Greetings, intruders. I see you have stumbled upon my experiment, but I'm afraid I can't let you leave. Great, another rogue scientist. What is it with us and scientists?
Rick, what are we going to do?
We're going to dance our way out of here, Morty. I'll use my quantum dance moves to confuse him.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty and Disguised Toast performing a hilarious dance routine, distracting the scientist and allowing them to escape back to their own dimension.
Disguised Toast. Such a splendid performance. I must say, your quantum dance moves are quite impressive, Rick.
Yeah, well, I'm a scientist. What can I say?
Title: Terra Mystica Playtime.
Synopsis. Rick decides to shrink the family down and bring them into a Terra Mystica themed game board that he has retrofitted with Fisher-Price technology. The game board is a colorful toy town with a river running through it, and lots of buildings and trees around it. Rick has also invited Ryan Reynolds over for some company. Scene 1. In the Smiths' living room, Rick introduces the game board to the family. Jerry is skeptical, Morty is excited, and Beth just wants to play. Ryan Reynolds appears from Rick's portal gun, and Jerry is inexplicably starstruck.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, Terra Mystica. Now, before you ask, yes, I've made some modifications to this classic board game. We're going to be playing this game in real life.
I don't want to be shrunk down again. Last time I almost got eaten by a spider.
Ryan Reynolds, wow, this is something else. Do I get to play too?
Scene 2, the family and Ryan are now miniatures, exploring the game board world. Rick explains the rules of the game to the group. Beth is determined to be the winner.
Alright, everyone grab a miniature figurine. You each represent a different race and you'll be competing to terraform the most land. The first one to complete their tasks wins.
Can my figurine have a jetpack?
Wait a minute, can we even win against Ryan Reynolds? He's like an A-list celebrity.
Ryan Reynolds, you'd be surprised. I suck at board games.
Scene 3. The game gets intense as the family and Ryan compete against each other. They build structures and move resources around. Rick throws in some surprise challenges to keep the game interesting.
I'm so close to winning, if I can just terraform this last piece of land.
I need more resources to build my fortress, Dad.
Alright, hold on to your miniature hats. It's time for the ultimate challenge. We're going to be playing a game inside a game. It's Gameception.
I don't think I'm ready for this.
Ryan Reynolds, bring it on.
Scene 4. The Gameception Challenge is a mix of Jenga and Twister, and it quickly devolves into chaos. The players accidentally knock over structures and miniatures, but they're all having fun.
This is what family game night is all about, breaking things and laughing it off.
Beth, laughing. I can't believe I just won by default. I'm the queen of Terra Mystica.
I don't even know what just happened, but I had a good time.
Ryan Reynolds, that was amazing. Can I come back for the next game night?
Scene 5. The family and Ryan return to their normal size, and they say goodbye to Ryan, who promises to come back for future game nights. Rick reveals that he has another surprise for the family. He's built a giant version of Terra Mystica in their backyard.
Now who's ready for round 2 of Terra Mystica Giant Edition?
Yes. I call dibs on the dragon race.
Morty, excitedly, can we play Jenga Twister again?
I'm just glad I didn't get eaten by any spiders this time. Cut to end credits scene. Jerry accidentally steps on Morty's jetpack figurine, causing it to explode and knocking him onto the giant game board. Uh-oh. End of episode.
Title: The Phylogenetic Puzzle and the Phantom Pharmacy.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure to decipher the mystery of a newly discovered species of tree with a strange trunk on its head and hands reaching out from the ground. As they explore the origins of the enigmatic tree, they encounter an array of bizarre phenomena and quirky characters, including a stubborn refuse pile, a crusty lower leg, a spicy gumbo, and a phantom pharmacist.
Act 1.
Morty, strap in, because we're heading to the unknown depths of the Rainforest Nebula to study a newly discovered species of tree. According to my calculations, this particular tree puzzlingly has appendages like a humanoid.
Geez, Rick, that sounds like a real head-scratcher.
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty land on the planet and begin to examine the tree, they notice an odd refuse pile nearby.
Rick, what's with that garbage pile over there?
That's one stubborn pile of waste that's been sitting there for years, Morty. But who cares about that when we have a fascinating mystery to unravel?
Act 3.
As they continue their exploration, they encounter a talking lower leg that's been separated from its body.
Lower leg. Hey, you two. Can you help me find my body? It was last seen running away from me.
Looks like we have a medical mystery on our hands.
Act 4.
Just as they're about to make progress on the trees, they're interrupted by a group of space pirates who are here to steal the exotic spices in Rick's gumbo. Space pirate, ARRR, surrender the gumbo, or prepare to be boarded.
Oh no, Rick! Our gumbo! What are we gonna do?
Relax, Morty, I have a plan.
Act 5.
Thanks to Rick's ingenious, and a little bit gross, plan, they're able to keep their gumbo and continue their research. However, their troubles aren't over yet, as they stumble upon a phantom pharmacy that exists in a state of perpetual limbo.
Pharmacist, welcome to my pharmacy. I have everything you need, but I'm afraid I don't exist in the same plane of existence as you do.
This is a complicated situation. Morty, grab that jar of glue over there and come help me out.
Final act.
After a dizzying series of events, Rick and Morty discover the secret behind the tree's appendages and manage to save the phantom pharmacist from his limbo existence. As they fly back home, Rick remarks to Morty about how they learned something new about the universe yet again.
You know, Morty, sometimes the craziest adventures are the most educational ones.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Rick. Even if my brain feels like it's about to explode.
Scene opens with Rick, Morty, and Jerry in a sci-fi room with a green light in the ceiling and a large green object in the center.
Morty, Jerry, we've stumbled upon the Manticidian reality TV dimension. This green object in the center is their primary source of entertainment. The trick is to not get sucked into one of their shows.
Wow, Rick, that's insane. So what do we do?
Guys? Is that a vampire reality TV show coming towards us? The group turns to see a group of vampires rushing towards them, camera crew in tow.
Cortana, don't worry, Jerry, I've got this.
Cortana uses her AI powers to create a protective shield around the group.
Cybersecurity analyst. Impressive, Cortana. But we need to find a way out of here before we get trapped in a reality show.
Hold on, I've got an idea.
Rick pulls out a device and begins tinkering with it.
What is that thing, Rick?
It's a reality warping device. I'm going to use it on that green object in the center. It should disrupt the Manticidians' TV network and get us out of here.
Is that really safe, Rick?
Relax, Jerry. It's only science. What could go wrong?
Rick activates the device and the green object begins to glow brightly.
Rick, I don't think this is working. Something's not right.
The group suddenly gets sucked into a vortex, pulling them into a new reality.
Well, that didn't exactly go as planned.
Cortana, indeed, we seem to have ended up in a universe where everyone speaks in scientific PhD university terms.
Cybersecurity analyst. Fascinating, but how do we get back?
I don't know, but at least we're not being chased by vampires anymore.
Group proceeds to discuss their plan as they try to navigate the new reality, using scientific jargon and witty jokes along the way.
Title: The multidimensional pirate detective agency investigates the zombie talk show with Hide the Pain Harold Meme and Mewtwo.
In this episode, Rick and Morty join forces with the multidimensional pirate detective agency to investigate the zombie talk show, hosted by Spike Spiegel. The group is met with a variety of facial expressions from the guests, including the infamous Hide the Pain Harold meme and the legendary Mewtwo.
Why do we have to investigate this show? It's just a bunch of brain-dead zombies talking about their meaningless existence.
Yeah, and why does everyone have such weird facial expressions?
The group then meets with the host, Spike Spiegel, who explains that the show is a social experiment to explore the behavior of the undead.
Spike Spiegel, we're trying to understand how zombies communicate with each other, and we've discovered that their facial expressions are a crucial part of their language.
Jerry, who had previously been skeptical of the whole situation, chimes in.
I always thought zombies were just mindless creatures, but this is actually kind of fascinating.
Meanwhile, Hide the Pain, Harold Meme, and Mewtwo are having a heated discussion about the ethics of using their respective abilities for personal gain.
Hide the Pain Harold Meme. I may be just a meme, but I have feelings too. I don't appreciate being used to make people laugh all the time.
Mewtwo, I understand how you feel, Harold, but as a powerful psychic Pokemon, my abilities are often used for selfish purposes. It's a burden I bear.
As the investigation continues, the group discovers that the zombie talk show is actually a front for an underground organization that is experimenting on zombies for their own nefarious purposes.
Oh my god, this is like some kind of mad science experiment gone wrong.
No kidding, Summer. This is why you always have to be skeptical of reality TV. You never know what's really going on behind the scenes.
In the end, the group takes down the organization and saves the zombies from their cruel fate. Hide the Pain, Harold Meme, and Mewtwo become unlikely allies and join the multi-dimensional pirate detective agency on their next adventure.
Wow, I never thought I'd see a meme and a Pokemon team up, but I guess anything is possible in this crazy multiverse.
That's right, Morty. The only thing you can count on in life is unpredictable, absurd chaos. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: The Skeleton of Hypothalamus.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure to examine the mysterious skeleton of Hypothalamus, a long-extinct alien species. However, they soon discover that the skeleton is not as dormant as it seems. Jerry accompanies them on the trip to prove his worth, but ends up getting in the way and causing chaos.
Opening scene.
Morty, I need your help examining the skeleton of Hypothalamus.
Sure, Rick. Hypothalamus? Sounds like a college course.
Yeah, well, it's a long-extinct species and their skeleton is ultra-rare.
Can I come too?
Jerry, why would we bring you?
To prove my worth.
Middle scene. The team arrives at a desolate planet and makes their way through a treacherous jungle to find a skeleton. They come across creepy, demonic creatures along the way.
Rick, there's some scary-looking things over there.
Those are just the local fauna, Morty. Don't be so paranoid.
As they approach the skeleton, they notice a skeleton wearing a helmet and holding a red light in its hand. Other demonic creatures lurk behind it.
Sarcastically, yeah. Real safe place you brought us to, Rick.
Shut it, Jerry. This is what we're here for. The skeleton of Hypothalamus.
Why does it have a helmet?
Good question. These things probably died out long before helmets were invented. The helmet must have some scientific significance.
The team examines the helmet and discovers that it's powered by a potent energy source.
Oh wow, what is this thing?
Excitedly, this is lush energy. It's been theorized by scientists for centuries but never proven to exist. And we just found it.
As the team works to extract the energy source, they awaken the skeleton of Hypothalamus. The demonic creatures turn out to be the Hypothalamus's protectors and attack the team.
Scary Terry, crazy-looking creature, you've disturbed the ancient slumber of Hypothalamus. Prepare to be annihilated.
Ending scene. The team narrowly escapes the jungle planet, but Jerry is left behind. Rick and Morty and the lush energy make it back to the spaceship.
Rick, do you think Jerry's gonna make it back to the ship?
Drugs, who cares, Morty? We found the lush energy and we're rich.
But what about the Hypothalamus?
Hey, screw the Hypothalamus. We'll just tell the Intergalactic Federation that it's extinct anyway.
Suddenly appears on screen. Hey guys, did I miss anything?
Groans figures. We can't have nice things with Jerry around.
The end.
Title: The Interdimensional Wig Wars.
Episode description: Rick and Morty find themselves in an interdimensional conflict over rare hair strands that are used to create the most advanced and realistic wigs in the multiverse. They end up teaming up with Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift, who are the front-runners of the wig industry, to defeat a group of wig smugglers led by the highly intelligent but socially awkward scientist, Dr. Wigglestein. The episode opens to Rick and Morty standing on a green field with a sign behind them that says World of Wigs.
Morty, I can't believe you dragged me to another one of your costume parties.
Rick, it's not a costume party. It's the World of Wigs Expo.
As they are talking, Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift walk up to them.
Lady Gaga: Hey, boys. We are looking for the rarest hair strands in the multiverse to use in our latest wigs.
Well, you came to the right place. I know just the guy to talk to.
They head to the back of the expo where they meet Dr. Wigglestein and his henchmen.
Dr. Wigglestein, I see you're interested in my rare hair strands. Too bad they're not for sale.
You'll just have to take them then.
The group engages in a high-intensity battle, with Rick and Morty using their advanced gadgets while Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift showcase their combat skills.
Dr. Wigglestein, you may have won this battle, but the wig wars have just begun. What do you mean?
Dr. Wigglestein reveals a secret underground lab where he has been genetically engineering hair strands to create the ultimate wig.
This changes everything. We have to destroy the lab before he unleashes the ultimate wig.
In a dramatic finale, the group destroys the lab and defeats Dr. Wigglestein once and for all.
Taylor Swift, looks like the wig wars are officially over.
Lady Gaga: And we owe it all to our interdimensional allies.
Rick and Morty grab a handful of hair strands and leave the expo.
Well, Morty, looks like we're the proud owners of some of the rarest hair strands in the multiverse. What should we do with them?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we could start our own wig business.
I like the way you think, Morty.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking away with their new business venture, leaving Lady Gaga and Taylor Swift behind to enjoy the rest of the expo.
Title: Mind-Controlled Rebellion and Awkward First Dates.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry in the lab, experimenting with mind control technology. They create a device capable of controlling entire populations and decide to test it out.
Alright, Morty and Jerry, let's test this mind control device on an entire city. I hope you've all signed the liability waivers.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? It seems kind of evil.
Yeah, Rick. I don't want to be responsible for mind-controlling people.
Relax, Jerry, it's all in the name of science. Now, let's get to work.
They activate the device and soon the entire city is under their control. But things quickly spiral out of control as an unexpected side effect causes the citizens to rebel and break free of their mind control. Meanwhile, a man with a mohawk and a headband appears on the screen, introducing himself as Solid Snake.
Solid Snake, I've been monitoring your mind control experiments, and I must say, I'm impressed. But be warned, there are consequences to your actions.
Who the hell are you?
Solid Snake. I'm Solid Snake, legendary soldier and defender of free will. You may have mind-controlled these people, but you can't control their spirits.
As the rebellion intensifies, Rick, Morty, and Jerry try to come up with a solution while dealing with their own personal problems. Morty has an awkward first date with a girl he met online, while Jerry struggles to impress his wife.
Hey, Jessica. Sorry, I had to reschedule our date. I was busy mind controlling an entire city. You know how it is.
Jessica, what?
Beth, honey, I know I've messed up in the past, but I promise I'll make it up to you.
Really, Jerry? How?
I'll mind control the entire city to do your bidding.
That's not romantic, Jerry.
In the end, Rick, Morty, and Jerry are forced to confront their own moral compasses as they try to stop the rebellion and undo the damage they caused.
I never thought I'd say this, but maybe we shouldn't have played God.
Yeah, this was all just a huge mistake.
I just wanted to impress my wife. I'm sorry.
Solid Snake. Don't worry, gentlemen. I'll make sure the people of this city stay free, and I'll be watching you.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry feeling guilty but relieved that the rebellion has been quelled. As they head back to the lab, they can't help but wonder what other moral dilemmas await them in the vast multiverse.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Snowy Sign Standards.
Premise: Rick and Morty, along with Neo, Joel, and Ellie, are standing around a sign in the snow, contemplating the funny epitaphs that are written on it. Things take a wild turn when Rick decides to brew some tea using a quantum physics-based algorithm.
Scene 1.
Hey Morty, check out these funny epitaphs on this sign. Here lies Johnny, he finally stopped drinking. Ha, classic.
Yeah, Dad. These are pretty funny, I guess.
Neo, I do not understand the concept of humorous epitaphs. Can you explain it to me?
Joel, well, Neo, it's kind of a way for people to add a bit of humor to a grave marker. It's like a last joke, I suppose.
Ellie, yeah, and sometimes they can be really sweet. Like, rest in peace, dear mother. She always made the best pies.
Scene 2.
Okay, enough of this sentimental crap. You know what's really important. Tea. And I've developed a quantum mechanics-based algorithm for the perfect cup.
You're gonna make tea right here in the snow? That's insane, Dad.
Morty, when have I ever been afraid of a little insanity? Now let's get to brewing.
Scene 3.
Alright, everyone gather around. The tea is about to be ready. According to my calculations, this should be the best cup of tea in the multiverse.
Neo, I am skeptical. How can you quantify the quality of tea using quantum mechanics?
Joel, yeah, I don't get it either. Sounds like a bunch of nonsense to me.
Oh, ye of little faith. Just you wait and see.
Scene 4.
Rick pours the tea into cups and hands them out to everyone. They take a sip, and their faces light up in surprise and delight.
Wow, Dad, this is actually really good. I didn't think you could pull it off.
Ellie, it's like nothing I've ever tasted before. Smooth and rich, with just a hint of, what is that, cinnamon?
Neo, I must admit, this is a most pleasing beverage. Perhaps I underestimated the power of quantum mechanics.
Joel, I don't know how you did it, Rick, but this is some damn fine tea.
Scene 5.
As they're enjoying their tea, suddenly the sky begins to change colors and the trees in the background start to warp.
Oh, shit, I think we just fucked with the fabric of reality a bit too hard there, Morty.
What do we do, Dad? Is it gonna be okay?
Relax, Morty. We'll just have to do a little impromptu dimensional warp and set everything back to normal. Piece of cake.
The scene fades out as Rick, Morty, Neo, Joel, and Ellie frantically try to fix their mistake, yelling scientific jargon at each other in a battle against time and space. Title: Red Matter and Cosmic Cats.
Act 1.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer in the living room of the Smith household. Rick is tinkering with some kind of device, while Morty and Summer are watching TV. Beth asks Rick what he's working on.
I'm tinkering with this theoretical device that harnesses the power of red matter. The possibilities are endless, but it can also be quite unpredictable.
Rick, isn't red matter a thing in Star Trek?
Yeah, so what? It's also a thing in this universe. I can do whatever I want.
Suddenly, a man in a red uniform bursts into the room, holding a red briefcase.
Man, I've come from the future to stop you from destroying the universe with your red matter device.
Oh, shut up. This is nothing like Star Trek.
But he's dressed like Captain Picard.
And what's in the briefcase?
Man, it's a file with all the possible consequences of your red matter machine. Trust me, you don't want to mess with it.
I doubt that.
Act 2.
Rick, Morty, and Summer find themselves transported to a strange, otherworldly dimension. Sailor Moon appears before them, wielding a magical scepter.
Sailor Moon, I sensed a disturbance in the universe and came to investigate. Who are you?
We're not from around here.
Sailor Moon, I can tell. What's that device you're carrying?
Oh, just a little something I made that harnesses the power of red matter.
Sailor Moon, red matter? That's dangerous. It could destroy the entire universe.
Beefed, whatever. I've got this under control.
Suddenly, a horde of cosmic cats appears, surrounding the group.
Rick, what do we do?
This.
Rick pulls out a laser gun and blasts the cosmic cats, causing them to disappear in a puff of smoke.
That was awesome.
Act 3.
Back in the Smith household, Beth is trying to figure out what to do with the file the man in the red uniform gave her.
There are so many possible outcomes to this. How are we supposed to know which one is the right one?
Man in red uniform, appearing out of nowhere. I can help you with that.
Oh, hi. Who are you?
Man in red uniform. I'm from the future, remember? Just trust me.
Beth hands the file over to the man, who begins flipping through the pages with lightning speed.
Man in red uniform. Here we are. This is the outcome you want.
How do you know?
Man in red uniform. I just do.
Act 4.
Rick, Morty, and Summer find themselves back in the otherworldly dimension. This time, they're surrounded by giant cosmic cats, each one with a different color fur.
Sailor Moon, these cosmic cats are the guardians of the universe. They're not going to let you leave until you've proven yourselves worthy.
Well, that's just great.
What do we do?
I don't know, but I think they like me.
One of the cosmic cats rubs up against Summer's leg, purring.
Jealous. Let's just find a way out of here before these things turn on us.
Suddenly, Sailor Moon appears again.
Sailor Moon, I can sense great power within you. Use it to defeat the cosmic cats and prove your worthiness.
What do you mean, great power?
Sailor Moon, you're the one who created the red matter device, aren't you? That kind of power can only come from someone with a strong connection to the universe.
Rick, Morty, and Summer team up to fight the cosmic cats, using the red matter device as a weapon. They manage to defeat the cats and return to their own dimension.
Block.
Back in the Smith household, the man in the red uniform appears one final time.
Man in red uniform. I see you took my advice.
Yes, we did. But how did you know?
Man in red uniform. I just do. And now that you've made the right decision, the universe will be safe.
The man disappears into thin air. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer sitting in the living room, exhausted but relieved.
Well, that was interesting.
Yeah, I think I need a nap.
Can we do that again sometime?
No.
Fade to black. Title: Spectral Retaliation, a Vengeful Ghost's Manifestation.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with a middle-aged man wielding a baseball bat and gazing at a picture of a masked man. The scene is set in a dimly lit room, and the ambiance suggests that the character's emotional state is volatile. The character's behavior and actions may fall within the scope of the Freudian concept of the id.
Character 1. This picture symbolizes my innermost desires. This bat will be the instrument of my retaliation.
The dialogue presents the character's intent to seek vengeful retribution on the masked man. The character's actions imply that he is under the emotional influence of a previous traumatic experience. The scene now transitions to the character Jackie Chiles from Seinfeld, who is a legal expert. In the legal community, Mr. Chiles is renowned for his ability to win high-profile cases. The character is presented in his office, surrounded by law books and legal documents.
Character 2. This case is unlike anything I have ever seen before. The legal implications of spectral retribution are complex and challenging.
The dialogue highlights the complexity of the legal issues at hand and presents the challenge that this case poses to Mr. Chiles' expertise. The scene now shifts to Neon Genesis Evangelion, a Japanese anime series. In this scene, a giant, robotic being known as an Eva is seen battling a monstrous creature. The battle is intense, and it involves intricate choreography and special effects.
Character 3. This battle is not merely physical, it is psychological as well. The Eva and the monster represent the two opposing entities of the human psyche.
The dialogue presents the psychological connotations of the battle, thus highlighting the deeper implications of the scene. The episode now shifts its focus to Emma Watson, a British actress. In this scene, Emma is seen in a courtroom, where she is testifying as a witness to a crime.
Character 4. I never expected to be involved in a case like this. But I know I have a responsibility to speak the truth, no matter how difficult it may be.
The dialogue highlights the ethical and moral values that Emma's character upholds. It also presents the notion that every individual has a responsibility to act in the greater good. The final scene features the vengeful ghost's manifestation, who is played by a talented actor. The ghost's appearance is dark, ominous, and unsettling. It is clear that the ghost seeks to avenge a past injustice.
Character 5. I will not rest until justice is served. My suffering must be recognized, and the guilty must pay the price.
The dialogue presents the ghost's motive and intentions. It also highlights the theme of justice and the notion that every action has consequences.
In conclusion, Spectral Retaliation, a Vengeful Ghost's Manifestation is an episode that blends various genres to create a unique and compelling narrative. The episode explores themes of revenge, justice, and morality, and presents them in a scientific and thought-provoking manner.
Title: The Ghostly Spectacle, a Scientific Study.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab, examining a new device Rick has invented that can detect different dimensions.
Morty, this device can detect dimensions we've never seen before. Let's give it a test run.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't think I'm ready for that kind of adventure.
Nonsense, Morty. Adventure is what we do. Let's go.
Scene 2, Rick and Morty teleport to a field where they encounter a ghost walking around with a sign that says, Ghost, on its side.
Well, look what we have here, Morty. A ghost. Let's test out this dimension detector.
But Rick, what if it's dangerous?
Relax, Morty. Ghosts can't hurt us. They're just lost souls.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty activate the dimension detector and discover that the ghost is from a different dimension where ghosts are the only living beings.
Fascinating. This ghost is from a dimension where there are no humans, just ghosts. We have to study this further.
Rick, look at the ground. There's another ghost there too.
What? Oh, that must be the ghost's mate. How cute.
Scene 4. David Attenborough suddenly appears in the field and starts narrating.
David Attenborough. Here we see the elusive ghost, often misunderstood and feared by humans. But little do we know, in their own dimension, they run rampant and free.
Who the hell is this guy?
I think he's a nature documentary narrator.
Well, he's in the wrong dimension. Let's send him back.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty attempt to send David Attenborough back to his own dimension, but instead, he accidentally gets turned into the Invisible Man and starts going on a rampage.
Invisible Man. Mwahaha, I'm invisible now. Fear me, world.
Great. Now we have an invisible man on the loose. Morty, we need to stop him ASAP.
But how?
Scene 6. Luigi from Super Mario Bros. Suddenly appears and offers his services.
Luigi. Hey, it's me, Luigi. I heard you guys need some help catching a ghost or something?
Actually, we have an invisible man to deal with.
Luigi. Oh, no problemo. I got just the thing for this.
Scene 7. Luigi pulls out a device that sprays invisible ink on the Invisible Man, making him visible again.
Invisible Man. What the? How did you do that?
Luigi. Simple Ness. I have been dealing with ghosts and stuff for years now.
Wow, Luigi, you're a lifesaver.
Yeah, enough of that. We still need to figure out what to do with the ghosts.
Scene 8. Rick and Morty decide to conduct an experiment on the ghosts and bring them back to their own dimension to see how they react to different stimuli.
Okay, ghosts, here's a bowl of ectoplasmic soup. Let's see how you react.
Ghost 1. Delicious. I haven't had ectoplasmic soup in ages.
Ghost 2. I don't like it. Too slimy.
Scene 9. Rick and Morty write up their findings in a scientific study and present it at a prestigious university.
Our study shows that ghosts from different dimensions have varying tastes in ectoplasmic soup. Fascinating.
And we also learned that Luigi is a pretty cool guy.
Scene 10. The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting back in the lab, reflecting on their experiences and feeling a newfound sense of hope for the unknown possibilities of the multiverse.
Well, Morty, we did it again. We explored a new dimension and learned something new.
Yeah, and we met some pretty interesting characters along the way.
Indeed, and who knows what we'll discover next.
I'm just glad we managed to help those ghosts and bring some hope into their world.
Oh, you're getting all sentimental on me, Morty. But I like it. Let's do it again sometime.
Oh geez, Rick, you never cease to amaze me.
Title: The Broccoli Lobster Paradox. The episode opens with Rick, Morty, and Summer dining at a fancy seafood restaurant. Rick is disgusted by the plate of food in front of him, containing broccoli and lobsters. However, Morty and Summer are enjoying the meal. Suddenly, a giant Ferris wheel outside the restaurant starts malfunctioning and attracts the attention of a comedy reality TV crew.
Oh great, now we're gonna be on some crappy reality show.
But Rick, it's comedy reality TV. It's supposed to be funny.
Yeah, I love those shows.
The crew introduces the time-traveling food blogger, who travels through time to review different restaurants. She is about to take a bite of the infamous lobster roll when she suddenly collapses. It turns out she has been infected by an extraterrestrial virus that causes her to crave broccoli.
Well, that's just great. Now we have to deal with a nanobot swarm crisis and an infected blogger obsessed with broccoli.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna use the lobster and the broccoli to create a paradox that'll trap the virus in a time loop.
Oh, what?
Just follow my lead.
Rick concocts a plan to create a time-traveling electric Ferris wheel powered by broccoli and lobsters. Morty and Summer are instructed to eat the broccoli and lobsters, creating a chain reaction that will activate the wheel and cause a time loop. The plan is successful, and the nanobot swarm crisis is averted. The infected blogger is cured and the Ferris wheel is restored to its former glory.
Time-traveling food blogger, that was amazing. I can't wait to write about this restaurant in my blog.
Don't mention our names.
Yeah, we're kind of on the run from the intergalactic government.
Plus, we're not supposed to mess with the fabric of time and space.
The episode ends with the trio walking away from the restaurant as the comedy reality TV crew films a dramatic outro.
Kids, don't try this at home. Leave the time traveling to the professionals.
You mean us?
Sure, why not?
Title: The Neodymium Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty travel to a space station to collect a precious element called neodymium, which is crucial for their interdimensional travel devices. As they arrive, they meet a man in a green uniform who claims to be the chief engineer of the station and offers them a deal. He will give them the neodymium in exchange for their spaceship.
Rick, being the genius scientist he is, quickly realizes that the man is actually a shape-shifting alien disguised as a human. Together with Morty and Beth, who also arrived at the station looking for their missing son Summer, they must navigate through a series of challenges to outsmart the alien and retrieve the neodymium without losing their beloved spaceship.
Scene 1.
Morty, buckle up. We're going on a mission to collect neodymium, the rare earth element that only exists in outer space.
Oh, okay, Rick. Can't we just buy it on eBay or something?
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. Neodymium is not something you can get from a garage sale. Now let's go.
Scene 2.
As Rick and Morty arrive at the space station, they are greeted by the chief engineer, who seems a bit too eager to offer them a deal.
Chief
Chief Engineer, greetings, humans. I have heard of your need for neodymium. I have plenty of it on this station, but I can only trade it for something of equal value.
Equal value? What do you want? Our kidneys.
Chief Engineer, no. I want your spaceship. It's a beautiful piece of engineering, and I think it would look great in my collection.
Rick, we can't just give away our spaceship. How are we gonna get back home?
Relax, Morty. This guy is clearly not human. Look at his forehead. It's all wrinkled and stuff. He's probably a shape-shifting alien. We just need to figure out how to get the neodymium without giving away our ride.
Scene 3.
Meanwhile, Beth has arrived at the station looking for Summer, who entered an alien cooking competition a few hours ago and hasn't returned.
Excuse me, have you seen a teenage girl with pink hair around here? She's my daughter and she's in trouble.
Alien cooking competition host. I'm sorry, I cannot disclose any information about our contestants. It's against the rules. But I can tell you that the final challenge involves cooking a dish with neodymium as the main ingredient. It's a delicacy in the intergalactic cuisine.
Neodymium? That's what Rick and Morty are after too. I gotta find them before something bad happens.
Scene 4.
Back to Rick and Morty. They have come up with a plan to trick the alien into giving them the neodymium without losing their spaceship.
Okay, Morty, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna use my portal gun to create a fake spaceship that looks exactly like ours. We'll give it to the alien and he'll think he got a great bargain. Meanwhile, we'll keep our real spaceship and the neodymium and go home happy.
Genius, Rick! But where are we gonna get the materials to build a fake spaceship?
Don't worry, Morty. I have a friend who works at SpaceX. He owes me a favor. We'll have it ready in no time.
Scene 5.
As Rick and Morty implement their plan, Beth manages to find them and join the team.
Rick, I need your help. Summer might be in danger. She's in a cooking competition with neodymium as the main ingredient.
Take it easy, Beth. We're almost done here. We just need to give this fake spaceship to the alien and we're good to go.
As they prepare to hand over the fake spaceship, the alien suddenly transforms into Spock from Star Trek.
Spock, fascinating. Your plan is quite impressive, but I cannot allow you to leave with the neodymium. It's a valuable resource and I must protect it at all costs.
Spock, what the hell are you doing here?
Spock, I was sent by the United Federation of Planets to investigate the disappearance of one of our starships. It seems it was hijacked by this alien imposter. I suggest we work together to apprehend him and retrieve the neodymium.
Scene 6.
The team agrees to team up with Spock to take down the alien imposter and win the cooking competition.
I'll enter the competition and distract the alien. You guys go find the neodymium and disable his cloaking device.
Good plan, Beth. You always surprise me with your ingenuity.
Wait, what am I gonna do?
You'll be my assistant, Morty. We need someone to carry the equipment and look smart.
Scene 7.
As the competition heats up, Beth uses her cooking skills to impress the judges and distract the alien. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty sneak into the neodymium storage room and find the imposter.
Alien imposter, what are you doing here? You can't stop me. I have the power of shape-shifting on my side.
That may be true, but we have science on ours. Morty, activate the neodymium magnet and let's trap this phony.
Okay, Rick, but what if it attracts something else too?
Don't worry about that, Morty. That's the beauty of science.
Title: The Extraterrestrial Talent Showcase.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through space to attend the annual Extraterrestrial Talent Showcase, where beings from all corners of the universe come together to showcase their unique abilities. Upon their arrival, they encounter a strange character standing next to a tree man in a space setting, with a planet in the background and a blue light glowing in the distance. As they approach, they realize it is none other than Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy, who has been stranded on this planet after losing his team in battle.
Groot, what the hell are you doing here?
Groot, I am lost, my friends. I have been searching for them for a very long time. Well, we came here for the talent show. Maybe you could participate and show off your skills. Groot, I have many skills, but I fear they may not be appreciated here.
As they make their way to the venue, they notice a crowd gathered around a flashy sports car. It's TSM_Daquan, an alien racer known throughout the galaxy for his skill and daring maneuvers.
Hey, it's TSM_Daquan. I heard he's racing in the talent show this year.
Whoa, that guy's a legend. We gotta see this.
As they take their seats, the show begins, with acts of all kinds taking the stage. There's a group of alien dancers performing an intricate routine, a four-armed musician playing a haunting melody on a set of rare instruments, and even a group of sentient trees performing a moving rendition of an ancient ballad. But as the show goes on, it becomes clear that something isn't quite right. The judges seem to be favoring certain acts, while others are unfairly dismissed. TSM_Daquan's driving act is declared the winner, despite obvious rule violations.
This is some shady shit, Morty. I smell a rat.
What do you mean?
I mean this whole thing is rigged. We gotta find out what's going on.
Upon investigation, they discover that one of the judges is actually an alien in disguise, attempting to rig the competition in favor of his own kind. With Groot's help, they expose the fraud and put an end to his scheme. In the end, Groot is declared the true winner of the talent show, having impressed the audience with his unique blend of strength and grace.
Groot, I may be just a tree, but even I know the importance of fair play.
Well said, Groot. Now let's get out of here before we end up on the wrong end of a disintegration ray.
Title: The Bird Plate Paradox.
Scientific abstract. Rick Sanchez and his grandson Morty Smith embark on a culinary adventure with a set of 4 plates, each containing a different type of food. Their journey takes a strange turn when a bird perches on one of the plates, causing an unpredictable series of events involving eagles, asparagus, and bladder functionality. Through their scientific explorations, they come to understand the phenomena of geography and the mysterious forces of cocomelon, nursery rhymes. Rick, Morty, prepare yourself for an experiment of gastronomic proportions.
Morty. Okay Rick. What are we doing?
Rick. We're going to test the effects of a bird on top of this plate of asparagus.
Summer enters room. What are you guys doing?
Beth, follow Summer in. Yeah, shouldn't you be working on something more important?
Rick. Relax, I'm conducting legitimate science here. Just observe.
Morty. Nervously, what's going to happen?
Rick. Grinning, I have no idea, Morty. That's the beauty of it.
Asparagus suddenly grows taller. What's going on?
Eagle flies in, dinner time.
Ladder starts rumbling.
Rick. The bird and the asparagus have caused an unforeseen reaction in the bladder. Intriguing.
Summer covers her ears. What is that noise?
Beth, we need to find a solution or we're going to have a flood on our hands.
Morty. Frantically, can't we just move the bird off the plate?
Eagle swoops down and grabs the bird.
Rick. The eagle has solved our dilemma. Brilliant.
Asparagus. Wilting, my goodness, that was a close one.
Beth, confused. How did you know that would work?
Rick, smirking, science, my dear.
Morty, finally understanding, so, that's what you mean by legitimate science.
Rick, patting Morty on the back, that's my Morty. Always catching up.
Summer, sarcastically. Well, I'm just glad we didn't have to resort to Cocomelon. Nursery rhymes.
Rick, pauses, don't even joke about that, Summer. We don't want to unleash that kind of power on the universe.
Title: Multidisciplinary Interactions on a Mysterious Train Ride.
Episode Summary.
This episode of the Multiverse Mysteries features a group of highly specialized individuals on a train ride through the darkened skies. The group consists of a physicist, a historian, an archaeologist, a cultural anthropologist, an artist, and a vampire. Their journey takes them through a green field, with a red and yellow line on the side, and towards their destinations. During the journey, they engage in a range of diverse activities, including foosball, Marrakesh Cursed Tomb exploration, following sci-fi artists, and attending the Vampire Vegetarian Club.
Dialogue.
1. Physicist. The train is traveling at a constant velocity in a straight line, as evidenced by the lack of acceleration and no change in direction.
2. Historian. This train ride reminds me of the historic railroad journeys during the Industrial Revolution, which revolutionized transportation and transformed the world.
3. Archaeologist. I wonder what artifacts we might discover during our Marrakesh Cursed Tomb exploration and how they might enlighten us about ancient civilizations.
4. Cultural anthropologist. This train ride is a fascinating opportunity to observe different cultures and their practices, such as attending the Vampire Vegetarian Club and their unique dietary habits.
5. Artist. I'm enjoying following the sci-fi artists on this journey as they inspire new ideas for my own creative work.
6. Vampire. I'm delighted to be among this diverse group and have been enjoying the foosball and Marrakesh Cursed Tomb exploration activities.
7. Physicist. The green field in the background is a stunning example of the interaction between the sun and plants, utilizing photosynthesis to produce oxygen and sustain life. 8. Historian. The red and yellow line along the side of the train is reminiscent of the railway signals that were developed to ensure safe transport and prevent collisions.
9. Cultural anthropologist. The Vampire Vegetarian Club is a fascinating example of how cultural practices and beliefs can adapt and evolve over time.
10. Artist. I'm feeling inspired by the multidisciplinary interactions on this train ride, and look forward to seeing how these experiences shape my future creative work. Closing narration.
As the train ride comes to an end and the diverse group disembarks, they are left with new insights and perspectives that would not have been possible without their multidisciplinary interactions. This episode highlights the importance of recognizing and appreciating diverse perspectives and experiences, and how they can collectively help solve mysteries in our multiverse. Title: A study on the interaction between decor style and menu preferences in a Chinese seafood restaurant.
Introduction. In this episode, we investigate the relationship between decor style and menu preferences in a Chinese seafood restaurant. The establishment in question features a spacious dining area with abundant tables and chairs, as well as a striking chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Based on previous research on the influence of ambience and aesthetics on food choices, we hypothesized that the decor style of this restaurant would impact the selection of dishes and drinks by patrons.
Methodology. To test our hypothesis, we surveyed a sample of 50 customers at the restaurant, asking them to rate the decor style on a scale of 1 to 10 and indicate their menu preferences. We then used advanced statistical analyses, including multiple regression and chi-square tests, to identify any significant correlations between the variables.
Results. Our results indicate a strong positive correlation between the rating of decor style and the preference for seafood dishes, R equals 0.78, P 0.001. Moreover, customers who rated the decor style highly also tended to order more expensive items, such as lobster and crab, chi-squared, 2, equals 33.22, P 0.001.
Discussion. Our findings support previous research on the importance of decor style in influencing food choices. The luxurious and elegant decor of the Chinese seafood restaurant appeared to appeal to customers who were seeking high-end seafood dishes. The chandelier, which functioned as a focal point in the dining area, may also have contributed to the positive correlation between decor style and menu preferences. Future research could investigate the impact of other environmental factors, such as music and lighting, on the dining experience.
Conclusion. The decor style of a restaurant appears to be an important factor in shaping customers' menu preferences. Restaurant owners and managers should carefully consider their decor choices, as they may have a significant impact on the success of their establishment. Our study suggests that a luxurious and elegant decor style may be particularly effective in attracting customers who are looking for high-end seafood dishes.
Title: The Scent of Discovery.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a mission to harvest a rare herb from an alien planet that is known to have unique aromatherapy benefits. Summer tags along for the ride to try out a new aromatherapy massage that utilizes the herb's scent.
Morty, this herb has properties that can alter the very fabric of space and time. We have to be careful while harvesting it.
Geez, Rick, is it safe?
Safe, Morty? Have you ever heard of risk-reward? Come on, let's do this.
Upon arriving on the planet, the trio is greeted by a group of alien beings who are in the midst of a heated political debate. Naturally, Rick can't resist getting involved and ends up quickly resolving the issue with a diplomatic explosion.
Guys, can we get back to the massage thing already?
Beefed massage? That's not real science, Summer.
Actually, Rick, aromatherapy has been shown to have positive effects on the body's nervous system.
Ah, nerds. Fine, let's get the herb and go.
After grabbing the herb, the trio heads to a nearby steakhouse to try out the aromatherapy massage. But things quickly take a turn for the bizarre as the candles and herbs on the massage table begin to act strangely.
Rick, is this supposed to happen?
I don't know, Morty. This is some weird stuff. Pass me that steak over there.
As Rick begins to use the steak to investigate the strange behavior of the candles and herbs, chaos ensues and the steakhouse erupts in flames.
We have to get out of here, now.
As the trio makes their escape, they realize the herb they harvested was actually an scent-based explosive, causing the chaos they witnessed. In the end, Rick and Morty are left shaken by the experience, but Summer is happy to have discovered her new favorite type of massage.
Ah, I feel so relaxed.
Relaxed, Summer, we almost died out there.
Yeah, but at least we know not to mess with that herb again, right?
In classic Rick and Morty fashion, the episode ends with a cliffhanger, as the trio realizes they accidentally brought the herb back to their home planet and danger may still be lurking around the corner.
Title: The Helium Skin Graft Suggestion and the Seaborgium Rowing Experiment.
Introduction.
In this episode, we discuss a hypothetical experiment involving two men in a boat on the water with paddles on their backs and one man in a blue shirt rowing a separate boat. The aim of the experiment is to explore the effects of helium and seaborgium on skin grafting.
Methodology.
2 human subjects will be selected, and a small patch of skin will be harvested from each subject. The skin grafts will be treated with either helium or seaborgium ions. The treated skin grafts will then be anchored to the back of the subjects, who will be instructed to row a boat on the water.
Results.
The results of the experiment suggest that the skin grafts treated with helium display a decrease in buoyancy and an increased slipperiness. Meanwhile, the skin grafts treated with seaborgium exhibit an overall increase in stability and a decreased drag resistance.
Discussion.
The results can be explained by the physical properties of helium and seaborgium. Helium is a lighter than air element that reduces the overall weight of the skin graft, causing it to sink deeper into the water. This results in reduced buoyancy and increased slipperiness, making it difficult for the subject to row. On the other hand, seaborgium is a relatively heavy and stable element, providing an additional layer of support to the skin graft, allowing it to remain stable even when subjected to the forces of rowing.
Conclusion.
Further studies can be conducted to explore more in-depth the effects of helium and seaborgium on skin grafting. Nevertheless, the current experiment demonstrates the potential of using these two elements as support materials to aid skin grafting transplants.
Title: The Boron Computer Catastrophe.
Synopsis.
In the latest dimension-hopping adventure of Rick and Morty, the duo brings back a strange laptop computer they found in a parallel universe, made entirely of boron-based technologies. Upon plugging it in, however, the laptop suddenly starts malfunctioning and unleashes a series of bizarre phenomena that wreak havoc on their home.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty stumble upon a strange parallel dimension where all technology is made of boron materials, from cell phones to laptops. Rick, being a scientific genius, sees this as a promising opportunity to grab some advanced tech and sells it for some sweet cash on other dimensions. After obtaining a sleek, cutting-edge laptop, the two head back to their home.
Morty, this laptop is made of something I've never seen before. Boron seems to have some otherworldly properties that could possibly advance our technological capabilities by several orders of magnitude.
Oh, okay, Rick. But isn't that kind of dangerous? What if the laptop turns into some kind of monster or something?
Don't worry, Morty. You know I always have a plan.
Act 2.
As soon as Rick plugs in the laptop, it starts to emit strange signals and glowing lights. Before they can react, the laptop's keyboard comes to life, detaching itself from the main unit and scurrying off.
What the hell, Rick?
Relax, Morty. It's just a harmless glitch. I'll fix it in no time.
However, just as Rick tries to reattach the keyboard, it suddenly jumps out of his hands, sprouting legs and tentacles, and starts crawling erratically around the room. Entering the room. Hey guys, what are you doing?
Jerry, don't touch that.
But it's too late. As soon as Jerry touches the keyboard, he gets electrocuted and all the electricity in the house goes out.
Act 3.
Soon after, the laptop's bizarre anomalies become more severe, causing everything in the room to warp and distort.
Entering the room. What the hell is happening in here?
It's the Boron laptop, Summer. It's causing an interdimensional feedback loop.
What does that mean, Rick? We're all gonna die?
Not if I can help it. Thinking. I need to create a containment matrix to stabilize the quantum field.
As Rick frantically goes to work, the laptop's effects only become more unpredictable, causing the room to turn upside down and the furniture to start vanishing into thin air. Eventually, Rick is able to stabilize the laptop's signals, but not without accidentally sucking themselves and the laptop into another dimension.
Belloc.
After a brief interdimensional trip, they finally manage to get back to their home dimension. However, the laptop is nowhere to be found.
God damn it, Morty. We lost the damn thing. Do you know how much that could have been worth to us?
Not really, Rick.
Well, let's just chalk it up as another day in the life of a scientist. And an idiot, apparently.
Leaning against the wall. So, what did you guys learn from all this?
To never underestimate the weirdness of boron-based technology, Summer. Never again.
Title: The Glazed Gastronomical Conundrum, a Rick and Morty tale of donut dimensions and Hawkeye's slinky adventures.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are all gathered in the kitchen, looking over a rack of freshly baked donuts. As Rick is about to take a bite out of one, Morty notices that the donuts seem to be glowing with an eerie green light. Rick, ever the inquisitive scientist, decides to investigate.
Seems like these donuts are emitting some sort of radiation. Better not eat them just yet.
But I'm hungry, Rick. Can't we just eat something else?
Yeah, like maybe we could go to that new bagel shop down the street?
Nonsense, Summer. We must first conduct a thorough analysis of these donuts. Only then can we tackle the mysteries of the bagel universe.
As Rick begins to run his tests on the donuts, Morty notices a strange slinky toy lying on the countertop. He picks it up and starts fiddling with it absent-mindedly.
Hey guys, check this out. This slinky thing is really weird. It's like it's stretching and shrinking on its own.
Morty, put that down. We have more important things to focus on.
Suddenly, Hawkeye bursts into the room, looking flustered and out of breath.
Hawkeye, guys! You won't believe what's happening at the bagel shop. There's some kind of interdimensional portal opening up and it's sucking everything into it.
That does sound interesting. But what about the donuts?
Yeah, we can't leave the donuts unattended, Rick. They're important.
Rick, are you seriously choosing donuts over saving the world?
Of course not, Summer. But we need to be methodical about this. We can't just rush into things blindly.
As the group debates on their next move, the Slinky suddenly springs to life and begins to grow in size. It starts to envelop everything in the kitchen, including the donuts, the bagel shop, and the trio of adventurers themselves. They are all transported to a strange, donut-shaped dimension where everything is made of sprinkles and frosting.
Wow, this is incredible. We've stumbled upon an entire universe made out of donuts. Think of the possibilities.
Yeah, like we could just eat everything.
Guys, focus. We need to find a way out of here before we get trapped forever.
As they navigate through this new dimension, the group encounters all manner of donut-based obstacles and creatures, including giant jelly-filled monsters and sugary pitfalls. With Rick's genius and Hawkeye's accuracy, they manage to eventually find their way back to their own universe.
Well, that was one hell of a ride. But you know what? Those donuts were pretty damn good.
Yeah, I kind of wish we had brought some with us back to our universe.
Are you guys serious? We just narrowly avoided being trapped in a donut universe forever, and you're worried about snacks?
Hey, don't judge us, Summer. Science requires fuel, you know.
And with that, the trio embark on their next twisted adventure, fueled by equal parts curiosity and hunger.
Episode title: The Scientific Shenanigans in Office Depot.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty were browsing through Office Depot when they stumbled upon a portal gun-shaped paperclip holder. They decided to test it out and ended up in a large office with a lot of desks and chairs in its center area, overlooking the ocean.
Oh, looks like our portal gun's haywire again, Morty.
Geez, Rick, we're in an office. How did we even get here?
Summer arrives at the scene.
Hey, guys, what are you doing here?
Just messing around with portals again. What brings you here, Summer?
I need to stock up on some supplies for my internship. I'm interning for a marine biologist, and I need to get some materials for the lab.
Wow, Summer. So, you're going to be a scientist, just like Rick.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm ready for all the scientific jargon and terminology.
Nonsense, Summer. I could teach you a thing or two about science. Let's start with some PhD-level scientific discussions.
The camera transitions to a montage of Rick and Summer discussing various scientific theories, while Morty tries to keep up but soon falls asleep.
So, if we combine the principles of quantum physics with the concept of string theory, we can create a multiverse model that...
Rick interrupts. Great job, Summer. You just explained the theory of everything. Now let's move on to the effects of grasshoppers on the ecosystem.
Morty wakes up to join the conversation.
Wait, what? Grasshoppers? How do they affect the ecosystem?
Well, Morty, it's quite simple. The grasshoppers consume the vegetation, which limits the resources available for other organisms, leading to a domino effect on the food chain.
Okay, but what about Sailor Venus? How does she fit into all of this?
Ah, Sailor Venus. She's a key component in our experiment.
The camera cuts to Rick, Morty, and Summer conducting a complex experiment involving Sailor Venus, steak, and a magnifying glass.
By using the magnifying glass to focus the sun's rays onto the steak, we can create a controlled environment for Sailor Venus to thrive.
But what's the point of it all? What are we trying to prove?
The point, Morty, is to show that with enough scientific knowledge and experimentation, anything is possible.
I guess you're right, Rick. Science is pretty amazing.
The trio then returns to their dimension with a newfound appreciation for science and a deeper understanding of its complexities.
Closing scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are seen eating steak in front of their portal gun-shaped paperclip holder.
You know, Morty, this steak would taste a lot better if we were in that office overlooking the ocean again.
Not again, Rick. I can't handle another interdimensional mishap.
Come on guys. Let's just enjoy our steak and appreciate the simple things in life.
Title: The Sizzle of the Kebab Beyblade.
Rick, Morty, and Beth were busy conducting experiments on the laws of time travel when they stumbled upon a man in a costume holding a comb and a cell phone in his hand and a mask on his face. Following a quick scan, Rick realized that the man was a time-traveling food blogger who had accidentally stumbled onto their laboratory while trying to track down the origins of the revered Kebab Beyblade. Amused by the man's predicament, Rick decided to help him out by constructing a Kebab Beyblade of his own using the finest ingredients across the multiverse. However, their plans came crashing down when their experiment went wrong and resulted in a werewolf hairdresser disaster that threatened to infect the entire city. Panic-stricken and unsure of what to do next, Rick, Morty, and Beth decided to enlist the help of a ninja who was adept at handling such situations. However, their plans took a hilarious turn when they found out that the ninja was actually a clumsy imposter who kept tripping over his shoelaces. As chaos ensued and the werewolf hairdresser disaster grew stronger, Rick came up with a plan to use the Kebab Beyblade to lure the virus into decline and ensure that it could be contained with ease. As the day drew to a close and the trio heaved a sigh of relief, they were amazed to find out that the time-traveling food blogger had documented the entire fiasco on his social media page and it had gone viral across the multiverse.
That was close. We wouldn't want a werewolf hairdresser disaster on our hands now, would we?
Geez, Rick, that was insane. I'm never eating Kebab Beyblade again.
I'm just glad we were able to contain the virus and prevent a potential apocalypse.
Time-traveling food blogger. Folks, you just witnessed the most epic culinary disaster of all time. Stick around and watch my next adventure as I try to replicate the sizzle of the Kebab Beyblade yet again.
Oh boy. Looks like we've got another round waiting for us.
Title:
The Doppler Effect of Laughter, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are watching a Forever Young video in the living room. Summer and Jerry come in and join them. Rick, being the genius that he is, decides to create a device that measures the Doppler effect of laughter. The group sets out to test it at a nearby gym where a large group of people are doing laughing yoga with their hands and legs up in the air.
Scene 1.
Rick explains the scientific principles of the Doppler effect to the gang. He sets a device at the ceiling that can measure the frequency of the laughter as the group moves around. Morty, Summer, and Jerry try to mingle with the crowd to gather some data. However, they soon realize that the group is so into the yoga that they hardly even laugh.
Rick, this is not working. Nobody is laughing here.
It's their loss, Morty. Let's join them and show them how to have fun.
Scene 2.
The group tries to participate in the laughing yoga, but they fail miserably. Rick starts making jokes to make them laugh, but the rest find them too cringy. Eventually, the device detects a significant change in the frequency of the laughter. They follow it to the next room, where they find a physical therapist conducting a laughing therapy session with his patients.
I got it. This guy is the real deal. Let's join them and see what we can find.
Scene 3.
The group joins the physical therapy session. They meet Andy Dufresne, who they recognize from the Shawshank Redemption. They all share their stories about how laughter helped them overcome their problems. After a few jokes, the group finds themselves in fits of laughter.
Rick, the device is going crazy. This laughter is changing its frequency.
That's what I've been telling you. The Doppler effect. The more laughter, the more frequency.
Scene 4.
The group keeps laughing, and the device goes berserk, causing a rift in space-time. Rick realizes what's happening and quickly jumps into action. He grabs a portal gun and tells the gang that they have to go through a portal before the rift swallows them.
Everyone, hold hands and get ready to jump.
Scene 5.
The group jumps through the portal to find themselves in a Lowe's hardware store, surrounded by garden gnomes that have come to life. They are all laughing uncontrollably, and the frequency is off the charts. Rick realizes that they have landed in a pocket dimension where laughter is amplified exponentially. Rick, what are we going to do? We can't stop laughing.
I got it, Jerry. We need to reverse the frequency by...
Suddenly, Rick is cut off mid-sentence as a colossal garden gnome comes crashing down on him, knocking him out cold.
Rick, are you okay?
I'm fine. Let's just get out of here before these gnomes start multiplying.
Closing.
The group jumps through the portal and they find themselves back in the living room. Rick stands up and looks at the device, which reads 0 frequency.
Well, that was a close one. The Doppler effect of laughter is both fascinating and dangerous. Now, who wants to watch some more Forever Young videos?
The gang groans and exits the room as Rick shakes his head and laughs to himself.
Title: The Molecular Gastronomy of Spaghetti Carbonara, a time-traveling culinary adventure.
Synopsis. Rick chooses to experiment with his molecular gastronomy device and creates a plate of spaghetti carbonara that transcends time and space, sending the whole Smith family on a wild culinary journey through time and space as they try to satisfy the tastes of a time-traveling food critic.
Morty. Rick, what kind of spaghetti dish is that?
Rick, it's not just any spaghetti, Morty. It's my latest molecular gastronomy invention, spaghetti carbonara with a twist.
Jerry, I don't understand what's so special about it. It looks like ordinary spaghetti.
Summer. Yeah, Rick. What's the twist?
Rick, The twist is in the sauce, Summer. I've used a rare ingredient that can only be found in the future to make this dish truly out of this world.
Suddenly, a portal opens up and a time-traveling food critic emerges, demanding to taste the best pasta in the universe.
Time-traveling food critic. I've traveled through time and space to taste the best pasta in the universe. Bring it to me.
Human Resources Manager. Wait, who are you?
Time-traveling food critic. I am the most revered and feared food critic from all of time and space. My opinion can make or break a restaurant.
Rick. Challenge accepted. I'll make the best pasta you've ever tasted.
The Smith family is then transported through time and space, trying to gather the necessary ingredients to make the perfect spaghetti carbonara.
Summer, why are we in a comedy movie from the 60s?
Rick. We need to find the rare ingredient that will make this dish irresistible. And where else can we find it but in a kitschy comedy movie from the past?
Jerry, this is insane. We should be looking for a recipe, not a movie.
Morty, I don't think we have a choice, Dad. Rick's in charge.
Eventually, they find the rare ingredient and return to present day to create the perfect dish.
Human Resources Manager. Wow, this is amazing. I should have hired Rick to manage our sports management.
Time-traveling food critic. This is the best pasta I've ever tasted. You've truly outdone yourself, Rick.
Rick. I know, I'm a genius.
In the end, the Smith family enjoys a delicious plate of spaghetti carbonara, and Rick is hailed as the greatest molecular gastronomist of all time. The end.
Title: Plubus Syndrome, a Rick and Morty adventure.
The episode opens with Rick working on a new invention in his garage lab. Morty walks in and asks what it is. Rick replies, "It's a Plubus generator, Morty. It generates Plubus." Morty looks confused and asks, "What's Plubus?" Rick explains, "Plubus is a super dense form of dark matter, Morty. It's so dense, one Plubus particle can power a spaceship for an entire year." Morty still looks confused and asks, "Why are you making it?" Rick responds, "I wanted to sell it to Zurich to fund our next adventure." Suddenly, Jerry bursts in and yells, "Hey guys, we have a problem. Beth has been contaminated with Plubus syndrome." Rick, Morty, and Jerry rush to the small restaurant with a green awning and yellow lights on the outside of its front entrance, where Beth is shown eating a plate of cherries at a dim sum restaurant. Jerry explains that Beth was at Barnes & Noble when she accidentally ingested a Plubus particle that was hidden inside a book. Rick angrily exclaims, "Who the hell hides Plubus particles in books?" Morty tries to calm Rick down by stating, "At least we're in a fine establishment for dim sum." Jerry interrupts, "That's not important right now. We need to find a cure for Beth." Rick, being the genius he is, quickly formulates a plan to extract the Plubus from Beth's body. He realizes that the only way to do so is through her belly button. Morty says awkwardly, "I don't think I want to be a part of this." Jerry volunteers to assist Rick in the procedure and they perform the extraction. Just as they think Beth is cured, she starts to act strange. Rick decides to release the Plubus into space, but he and Morty accidentally release it onto Earth. The episode ends with the family sitting in the restaurant, looking out the window as they see the Plubus particles wreaking havoc on the city. Beth asks, "So, what did we learn?" To which Rick replies, "Never eat cherries at a Barnes & Noble.
Never trust the government to properly dispose of Plubus particles.
And always check your books for hidden Plubus particles.
And never volunteer for a medical procedure with Rick."
And for the love of God, can we just eat our dim sum in peace?
Title: The Curious Case of the Contaminated Celery.
Opening shot. A couple of green vegetables on a wooden table with a knife and fork in its middle of the picture.
Morty, Summer, come quick. I've made a discovery that could change the course of human history.
Oh, what is it, Rick?
Please tell me it's not another one of your experiments gone wrong.
No, it's something far more interesting. This celery I picked up from Indonesia has a unique property that could revolutionize modern medicine.
What does it do?
Well, Morty, it seems to have the ability to clear out your arteries and prevent heart disease.
That's incredible. Rick, how does it work?
Don't be naive, Summer. I'm a scientist, not a magician. But based on my observations, it seems to contain a potent compound that dissolves arterial plaque on contact.
But Rick, what about any side effects?
Ah, details. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, let's conduct some experiments and see what happens.
Cut to a laboratory-like room with various scientific equipment.
Okay, first test subject, Morty. Here, eat this celery.
Oh, should I be worried about anything?
No, just eat it and see what happens.
Morty takes a bite of the celery and suddenly starts to contort his body in strange ways.
Rick, what's happening to me? My arteries feel like they're being stretched.
Fascinating. It seems the compound in the celery is causing your arteries to expand and contract rapidly, like an accordion.
Rick, that doesn't sound very safe.
Nonsense, Summer. This is the breakthrough we've been waiting for. We could be saving millions of lives with this discovery.
Cut to Morty's arteries, which are now visible and resemble a pulsating neon green tube.
Oh, guys, I think I need some help.
Don't worry, Morty, I have just the thing.
Rick pulls out a syringe filled with a glowing green liquid and injects it into Morty's arm.
Whoa, Rick, what did you just inject me with? I feel like I'm on fire.
It's just a little something to counteract the effects of the celery. Now, let me make a note of this for future reference.
Rick, I'm really not sure about this. I don't think we should be messing with people's arteries like this.
Ah, you worry too much, Summer. I have everything under control.
Cut to a scene of chaos as people all over the city start to consume the contaminated celery and experience bizarre and dangerous side effects.
Maybe I should have done a little more testing before releasing this into the public. Oh well, back to the drawing board.
Closing shot. Rick and Morty standing next to a pile of smoking scientific equipment, looking unbothered.
Title: The Epididymis Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific expedition to study the epididymis, a highly complex and enigmatic organ in the male reproductive system. However, their mission is quickly derailed when they stumble upon a bizarre phenomenon involving nihonium, a newly discovered element with potentially dangerous properties.
Act 1.
Morty, we're heading to the kitchen to conduct some experiments. Prepare to be amazed.
Oh, sure thing, Rick. What kind of experiments are we doing?
We're gonna be studying the epididymis, Morty. It's a fascinating organ with tons of untapped potential.
Hey, what are you guys doing in my kitchen?
And why is there a man in a chef's hat here?
Don't mind us, Jerry. We're just here to study the mysteries of the male reproductive system.
And apparently to cook up some experimental cuisine.
Act 2. Rick and Morty are deep in their research when suddenly they encounter a strange substance.
Morty, look at this. It's nihonium, a newly discovered element with potentially deadly consequences.
Oh, Rick, I don't think we should be messing with that.
Suddenly, a swarm of zombies, led by a celebrity chef, bursts into the kitchen.
Zombie chef, your brains will make the perfect seasoning for my latest dish.
This is insane. How are we supposed to fight these zombies?
I'm pretty sure my cooking skills aren't going to be much help here.
Act 3.
While the zombie chef is distracted, Rick comes up with a plan to neutralize the nihonium.
Morty, we need to get the nihonium into the stomach of that guy over there.
What guy?
The one in the Tim Hortons shirt, Morty. He looks like he can handle a little bit of danger.
They inadvertently inject the unintentionally funny advertising into his bloodstream, which causes the nihonium to neutralize and the zombies to disappear.
Act 4.
Wow, that was really intense, guys.
Yeah, but at least we saved the day.
I'm just glad we didn't have to resort to eating brains.
Well, there's always Bristol. I hear they serve a mean plate of brains.
The end.
Title of episode: The Ohas's Frankernormal Conundrum.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are sitting in the living room tinkering with gadgets.
Listen, Morty. I've been perusing through some scientific journals, and I came across a quote that has left me puzzled.
Looking amazed. What is it, Rick?
Showing a picture of a tree and a chair in a field. This picture of a tree and a chair in a field with a quote on it that says, Ohas's Frankernormal are sad, go to be a mama 8. I cannot for the life of me comprehend what this means.
Confused. Well, it makes no sense, Rick.
Beth and Summer enter the room.
Curious, what are you guys up to?
Science, Beth, science. Morty and I are trying to decode this absurd quote.
Sarcastic. Sounds like a typical Saturday night to me.
Ignoring Summer, we need to go to the Oasis planet. They've got the necessary technology to help us decipher this quote.
Doubtful, but, Rick, last time we were there, they backstabbed us.
Reassuringly, that was only because we tried to take their technology without paying. This time, we'll do it the right way.
The scene cuts to the spaceship flying towards the Oasis planet.
Concerned, are you sure this will work?
Confidently, as an expert scientist, I'm always sure.
Skeptical. Sure, until you get backstabbed again.
The group lands on the Oasis planet and meets with the chief scientist, Dr. Frankernormal.
Dr. Frankernormal, in a thick accent, welcome, Rick. What brings you back to our humble planet?
Explaining. We're here to decipher a quote that has left me in a perplexing state.
Dr. Frankernormal, intrigued. Ah, I see. Allow me to examine the quote.
The doctor examines the quote for a few minutes before turning back to Rick.
Dr. Frankernormal, ominously, you should have never come here, Rick.
Alarmed. What? What do you mean?
Dr. Frankernormal, smiling wickedly. You know our laws. Anyone who comes to our planet seeking help must offer something in return.
Resigned. All right. What do you want from us?
Dr. Frankernormal, eyes glinting, your spaceship, Rick. I want it for my personal collection.
Irritated. Fine, you can have it. Morty, grab the quote, and let's get out of here.
As the group is leaving, they are ambushed by the doctor's henchmen, but Rick and the gang quickly subdue them and escape on foot.
Out of breath. That was intense.
Angrily, I can't believe you gave up the spaceship, Rick.
Defensively. Hey, I had no choice. It was either that or be held hostage on this godforsaken planet forever.
Holding up the deciphered quote. But hey, at least we have the answer to the quote now.
Impatiently, well, what does it say?
Reading it aloud, the oasis is really sad. Go back home and eat mama's spaghetti.
The group stares at Morty in silence for a few seconds before Rick bursts out laughing.
Clutching his sides. Oh, Morty. You got us all worked up over nothing.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking back to the spaceship, joking and laughing with each other.
Title: The Neon Hyperspace Travel Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick discovers a new form of hyperspace travel through the use of neon lights, leading the gang on a wild ride through the multiverse filled with crazy antics and hilarious jokes.
Morty, I've made a groundbreaking discovery. Through the use of neon lights, we can now travel through hyperspace at speeds faster than light.
Whoa, dude, that's intense. But how are we going to test it?
We'll gather the whole family and take them on a trip through the multiverse. Oh, and Cortana's coming too.
I don't know, Rick. This seems dangerous.
Come on, Dad. Live a little.
Kendrick Lamar. Yo, can I come too? I'm down to explore the universe.
Graphic designer. I'll come too. I need some inspiration for my next project.
The gang sets off on their neon-fueled hyperspace adventure, encountering strange creatures and alternate versions of themselves along the way.
Hang on, guys. We're about to enter a universe where everyone's noses are shaped like pickles.
I don't think I'm ready for this, Rick.
This is hilarious. I'm taking so many pictures.
Cortana, this is an interesting phenomenon. The neon lights are somehow bent in such a way to allow for safe travel through hyperspace.
Kendrick Lamar. I'm going to make an album about this.
Graphic designer. I'm seeing so many colors and patterns. This is incredible.
After some more wild adventures, the gang eventually returns home, exhausted but exhilarated by their experience. I have to say, Rick, that was pretty incredible.
Yeah, it was alright. Now who wants to order some pizza?
As the gang settles down for a post-adventure meal, they reflect on the strange and wonderful universe they had just explored.
I never knew neon lights could be used for such cool things.
I'm just glad we made it back in one piece.
Cortana, this has been a fascinating experiment. Thank you for allowing me to participate.
Kendrick Lamar. I'm definitely going to use some of these experiences in my music.
Graphic designer. I think I just got enough inspiration for my next 5 projects.
In the end, the gang learned that even the wildest and craziest of adventures can lead to incredible discoveries and unforgettable memories.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms in on Rick's laboratory, where Rick and Morty are working on a new invention. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are sitting on the couch watching TV. Suddenly, Morty speaks up.
Hey Rick, can you make me a pet neon cat?
What the hell is a neon cat?
You know, that cartoon character with a neon green shirt and a pink background and a cartoon character with a neon green shirt and blue hair.
Oh, I misheard you. You want me to make a neon cat?
What's a neon cat?
It's a genetically modified cat that glows in the dark.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Shut up, Jerry. Nobody cares what you think.
I want my neon cat. What?
Oh, for God's sake, Morty. Stop being such a brat.
I want to see the neon cat.
Mid-episode scene.
Rick is working on the neon cat in his laboratory, while Morty is outside crying. Suddenly, Morty's tears turn into a glowing, neon substance.
What the hell is happening to me?
Oh, it looks like the neon cat is having a weird side effect on Morty's tears.
What kind of side effect?
I don't know, I haven't tested it yet, but it could be dangerous.
We have to do something.
Relax, Jerry, I'll figure it out. In the meantime, let's all take a look at the neon cat.
The camera cuts to the neon cat, which is glowing brightly and meowing loudly. Suddenly, it starts multiplying rapidly until there are dozens of neon cats running around the laboratory.
Oh, I didn't account for this. We need to get out of here.
Closing scene.
The Smith family is running through the streets, chased by hordes of frenzied neon cats. Morty is still crying neon tears.
This is all your fault, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. I'm trying to think.
What are we gonna do? We can't outrun them forever.
I have an idea. Everyone, grab a can of spray paint.
The family starts spraying the neon cats with different colors of paint until they're all a confusing mess. The neon cats stop chasing them and start meowing in confusion. Why did that work?
I don't know, but it did. And now we have a bunch of neon-colored cats running around. Who wants to adopt one?
The camera pans out to show the Smith family surrounded by neon-lit felines, while Morty continues to sob.
Title: The Meme Dimension.
Opening shot. Two people, Rick and Morty, stand in front of a neon background with confetti and a neon light-up fist gesture in the foreground.
Morty, I've discovered the ultimate meme dimension where all internet jokes go to die.
Oh, that sounds kinda lame, Rick.
Summer enters the room.
What are you guys doing?
Trying to find the ultimate joke. Something so funny it could destroy the universe.
But nothing's happening, it's all boring.
Suddenly, Neon Cat flies into the room and punches Morty in the face, opening a vortex to the meme dimension.
Whoa, that's it. We found the ultimate joke.
That hurt, but I guess it was worth it.
They enter the meme dimension and are immediately bombarded with an overwhelming amount of internet memes.
Wow, this is insane. It's like every meme in history is happening at once.
Quick, we need to find the source of the memes and destroy it before it's too late.
But how do we do that?
Suddenly, they come face to face with the ultimate meme machine, a massive device producing all the internet jokes in existence.
I got this.
Rick pulls out a portal gun and opens a portal to a universe where memes are illegal, causing the meme machine to overload and explode.
Did we just save the universe with memes?
I don't know, but let's get out of here before we get bombarded with Rick rolls and troll faces.
The trio exits the dimension and the vortex closes behind them.
That was insane, Rick. I don't think I can handle any more memes.
Yeah, well, you'll get over it. It's just a phase.
Title: The Faro Incident, a Scientific Analysis.
Synopsis. In this episode, we witness a curious case of environmental interaction, digital artistry, and space station sabotage. The central character, observed to have a unique genetic makeup with red hair and green eyes, is surrounded by green leaves and plants in a digital painting style. Scene 1.
Dr. Avery, at the outset, it is important to note that the combination of red hair and green eyes is a rare occurrence, estimated to only affect 1 to 2% of the population. This observation sparked our scientific curiosity as to how this genetic makeup might correlate with the surrounding greenery.
Scene 2.
Dr. Gomez. We utilized state-of-the-art technology to create a 3D digital painting of the individual, placing him in a lush natural environment. The visual effect was stunning, evoking a sense of awe and wonderment.
Scene 3.
Dr. Lee, however, upon closer inspection, we discovered a troubling element. The leaves and plants surrounding the individual were identified as poison ivy, a dangerous plant species known for its potent allergenic effects.
Scene 4.
Dr. Avery, our second concern was the Faro incident, a recent space station sabotage that resulted in the release of platinum particles. We hypothesized that these particles may have contaminated the individual's environment, further compounding the toxic effects of the poison ivy.
Scene 5.
Dr. Gomez. We feared for the individual's health and well-being. However, much to our surprise, he appeared unharmed by the poisonous environment.
Scene 6.
Dr. Lee, upon interviewing the individual, we discovered that he had been exposed to poison ivy frequently in the past and had developed a degree of immunity to its effects. Additionally, through genetic analysis, we identified a specific mutation that may provide some protection against poison ivy allergens.
Scene 7.
Dr. Avery, our findings have important implications for future research on genetic immunity to toxic plant species. Additionally, the Faro incident highlights the need for tighter security measures in space station operations.
Scene 8.
Dr. Gomez. However, we cannot overlook the outrageous neighbor disputes that arose from the creation of the digital art piece. The individual's neighbors, envious of the stunning imagery, became embroiled in a battle for ownership of the painting. Such conflicts risk undermining the value and potential of digital creativity.
Scene 9.
Dr. Lee, in conclusion, the Faro incident and the green-eyed man pose fascinating scientific questions and technological challenges. But we must also consider the social, cultural, and economic implications of our research.
Scene 10.
Dr. Avery, as we push the boundaries of scientific exploration, let us not forget our responsibilities to humanity and the planet we inhabit.
Title: A Tale of Two Microcosms.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty discover a mysterious artifact, a spherical glass enclosure containing a strange plant and a tiny cartoon character. After some experimentation, Rick determines that the enclosure contains a miniature universe, complete with its own laws of physics, chemistry, and biology. Morty, fascinated by this discovery, decides to make the world his own personal science experiment. He begins to manipulate the environment, introducing new elements and organisms to see how they will interact with the existing ecosystem. However, things quickly spiral out of control as Morty's meddling inadvertently leads to the evolution of a super virus that threatens to wipe out all life in the microcosm.
Scientific discussion.
This is incredible, a fully self-contained universe at a microscopic scale. We could learn so much about the nature of existence from this.
Whoa, dude, it's like I'm a god or something. I can make anything happen in here.
Be careful, Morty. The laws of this universe are delicate, and any interference could have unforeseen consequences.
Relax, Rick. It's just a little experiment. What's the worst that could happen?
Famous last words, Morty. You're playing with fire.
Hey, check it out. I just made a new organism. It's like a little green blob thing. I wonder what it'll do.
Careful, Morty, you don't know how that creature will interact with the native lifeforms. You could upset the entire ecosystem.
Relax, Grandpa. I know what I'm doing.
Cut to scene of Morty sneezing uncontrollably.
I don't feel so good, Rick. I think I'm allergic to something in here.
That's not good, Morty. We need to get you out of there before things get worse.
Cut to scene of Morty's lifeless body slumped over the glass enclosure.
Damn it, Morty. I warned you that this was dangerous. You've perished in a microscopic world.
Pan out to show the microcosm exploding as the super virus Morty created spreads rapidly.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find another experiment to do now. Let's hope we don't destroy the entire universe next time.
End of episode.
Title: Quantum Culinary Catastrophe.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty experimenting in the kitchen using Martian Manhunter's cookbook, which is filled with recipes from outer space. Rick, intrigued by the recipes, begins experimenting with the ingredients, and soon, they create a dish that defies physics and logic.
Morty, I have finally figured out the equation for the perfect dish, with the use of Martian Manhunter's cookbook.
What's in it?
Oh, nothing much. Just some extraterrestrial ingredients including some molecularly altered protein strands and a dash of black hole dust.
As Rick serves the dish, the duo realizes that it's not only delicious but also has mind-bending effects. Soon, they begin to experience hallucinations and strange temporal phenomena, such as losing track of time and teleporting around the kitchen.
Rick, what's happening? Why is the kitchen turning upside down?
Morty, we're experiencing quantum entanglement on a molecular level. We've created a black hole in our stomachs.
As the duo's minds and bodies are sent into a culinary chaos, a green and red character, with a red glove on his hand, suddenly appears in the kitchen, amidst the chaos. He introduces himself as the Quantum Chef, and claims to be a master chef from a parallel universe.
Quantum Chef, hey, guys. I heard that you were experimenting with Martian Manhunter's cookbook. I have to say, I'm impressed.
Who the hell are you?
Quantum Chef. I'm the Quantum Chef, and I'm here to help you control the chaos in your kitchen.
Rick and Morty agree to let Quantum Chef help them, and as they work together, they create even more outrageous dishes, each with its own set of unexpected effects. At one point, Morty's head transforms into a giant pickle, and Rick's arms grow to be 10 feet long. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty are left with a newfound appreciation for the science and beauty of cooking, and they realize that even the strangest ingredients can create the most fantastic culinary experiences.
Rick, do you think we'll ever create something like that again?
Who knows, Morty? With the power of science and a little bit of madness, the possibilities are endless.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Quantum Chef together in the kitchen, laughing and experimenting with new ingredients.
Title: The Love Algorithm, a Rick and Morty exposed episode. Abstract. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific quest to find love. Armed with a heart in their hands and a computer, they conduct a series of experiments and calculations to determine the perfect match for Morty. Meanwhile, Morty goes on a blind date and meets a new girlfriend, leading to a series of hilarious and unexpected events.
Scene 1.
Morty, your love life is a chaotic mess. It's time we use science to find you the perfect mate.
I don't know, Rick. I think I can find someone on my own.
Nonsense. We'll use this heart to measure your heartbeat and find someone who syncs with your cardiovascular rhythm.
Scene 2.
Morty, on a blind date. Hi, I'm Morty.
Girlfriend, hi, I'm Stacy.
Let me just check my heart rate real quick. Morty pulls out a heart and attaches it to his chest.
Girlfriend, what are you doing?
Just measuring my love compatibility. Don't worry about it.
Scene 3.
Rick, looking at computer. Our calculations show a 94% love match between Morty and the girl he's with.
I don't know, Rick. She seems nice and all, but I'm not sure if I feel a spark.
Hold on. Let me run a few more calculations. Types furiously on computer.
Scene 4.
Morty, I found the perfect match for you. Her name is Unity and she's a hive mind.
A hive mind? That sounds kind of weird, Rick.
Trust me, Morty, the science checks out.
Scene 5.
Morty goes on a date with Unity, who is a collective of various beings and organisms merged together.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with this, Rick.
Unity. Morty, embrace the unity. Together, we can be one.
Morty tries to run away but is caught by the various tentacles and appendages of Unity.
Scene 6.
Rick and Morty escape Unity's clutches and run through a portal.
Well, that was a bust. I guess we'll have to go back to the drawing board.
I'm never trusting your love algorithms again, Rick.
Scene 7.
Rick and Morty return home to find a house filled with various alien beings.
Morty, I found the perfect match for both of us. A planet full of horny aliens.
Oh, God, why did I ever agree to this?
Scene 8.
Episode ends with Rick and Morty being chased by a horde of aliens while Morty laments his love life.
This is the worst blind date ever.
Look on the bright side, Morty. You may not have found love, but you did find adventure.
The end. Scientific PhD University Terms episode, The Quantum Dating Paradox. We open with Rick and Morty walking down a foggy street at night with side street lights. Rick is armed with his trusty portal gun, while Morty clings onto his jacket. The two discuss the latest scientific breakthroughs in quantum mechanics and the importance of Schrödinger's cat in understanding the multiverse.
Morty, you just don't get it. The cat is simultaneously alive and dead until you observe it. That's how it works.
I don't know, Rick. It just seems like a cruel experiment to me.
Oh, cry me a river, Morty. The universe doesn't care about your feelings. Now, let's get moving. We have a blind date to attend.
What? I didn't sign up for that.
Relax, Morty. It's all part of a grand experiment. The quantum dating paradox, if you will.
Morty reluctantly agrees to go on the blind date, and they find themselves in a strange laboratory. They meet Dr. Quantum, a brilliant scientist who has developed a device that can predict the perfect match for anyone in the multiverse.
Dr. Quantum, greetings, travelers. I am Dr. Quantum, and I have created the ultimate matchmaking device based on quantum entanglement theory.
Hey, sounds like a bunch of hogwash to me. Let's get on with it, Doc.
Morty nervously steps up to the device and a holographic projection appears. It's his perfect match, a beautiful alien named Zara.
Wow, she's amazing! I couldn't have imagined a better match.
Well, I guess that settles it. But let's put that device to the test, shall we?
Rick modifies the device to create a new match for Morty, and chaos ensues. He matches with multiple versions of Zara, each more insane and dangerous than the last.
Rick, what have you done? These girls are crazy.
Ah, that's the beauty of science, Morty. The unpredictable outcomes. Now, let's see if we can get out of this mess alive.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Dr. Quantum narrowly escaping the laboratory, as multiple Zaras chase them throughout the multiverse.
Well, Morty, another day, another crazy adventure. And to think, we did it all in the name of science.
I don't think I want to be part of another one of your experiments, Rick. I just want a normal life.
Normal? Ha, that's the most unpredictable thing of all, Morty. Now, let's go grab some Szechuan sauce and call it a night.
Title: Interdimensional Dating, A Quest for Love.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer find themselves in a room with a table and chairs, surrounded by highly advanced scientific equipment. A podium is situated in the middle of the room, with another podium on the wall. Rick explains that they are in a multidimensional dating lab, where they are to observe Morty on a blind date with a woman from a parallel universe.
Alright, Morty, we're going to test your dating abilities across multiple dimensions. Get ready to woo the pants off of a gal from another universe.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this. What if I mess it up?
Don't worry, Morty. We'll be here to coach you every step of the way.
Just make sure you listen to our advice, Morty. We want you to find true love.
The woman, named Jessica, enters the room and Morty is immediately taken aback by her beauty. They sit down at the table and begin to talk. However, things quickly spiral out of control when Morty accidentally reveals that he is from a different dimension.
Jessica, what? You're not from this universe. That's so weird, and kinda creepy.
No, it's not like that. I just come from a different reality. You know how it is.
Morty, you idiot, you're blowing it. Just stick to talking about her interests and hobbies.
Morty tries to pivot the conversation, but things go from bad to worse when he accidentally drinks Jessica's glass of wine, which turns out to be a highly potent hallucinogen.
Oh God, Rick, everything's melting. I can't do this.
Come on, Morty, snap out of it. Remember, in some universes, this might be a normal first date.
Just look into her eyes and be honest, Morty. That's all you need to do.
Morty manages to compose himself and tells Jessica how he truly feels about her. To everyone's surprise, Jessica reveals that she is also from a different universe, and the two bond over their shared experiences.
Jessica, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I'm falling for you, Morty.
Is this real, or is it just the wine talking?
Who knows, Morty, but one thing's for sure, you've definitely made an impact across multiple dimensions.
The episode ends with Morty and Jessica holding hands, and Rick, Beth, and Summer looking on in amazement.
I can't believe it. Morty's actually found someone he likes.
Yeah, and in another universe, he's probably already proposed.
Don't get ahead of yourselves, kids. Love across dimensions is a complicated thing. But who knows, maybe they'll prove us wrong.
Title: The Chemical Properties and Social Dynamics of an Unassuming Man's Morning Beverage.
Synopsis. We examine the curious case of a middle-aged man, hereafter referred to as Mr. X, who held a glass of orange juice in his hand while donning a hat and jacket. As Mr. X went about his daily routine, he unknowingly consumed a beverage containing an unusual substance, fleek juice. Our team of researchers sought to analyze the chemical properties of fleek juice and observe its effects on human behavior.
Dr. Smith, Mr. X's choice of beverage is of particular interest given the presence of fleek juice, an obscure substance known for its mind-altering effects. We aim to unravel the physiological and sociological implications of consuming such a beverage. Dr. Lee, indeed, as we conduct our analysis, we also intend to monitor Mr. X's interactions with others in public places. We have equipped him with a small microphone to record any absurd things overheard in public, which may shed light on the substance's impact on his cognitive function.
As the day progressed, Mr. X's behavior became increasingly erratic. He began speaking loudly to himself and making nonsensical comments to strangers. At one point, he even approached a famous YouTube personality, Mr. Beast, and asked for a picture together, despite not being a fan.
Mr. X. Hey, you're that guy from the internet, right? Can we take a picture? I bet it'll get a lot of likes.
Mr. Beast, awkwardly, sure, I guess. Nice hat, by the way.
Dr. Smith, it appears that Mr. X's intake of fleek juice has resulted in a disregard for societal norms and conventions. He seems to have lost his inhibitions and is acting on impulse. Dr. Lee, additionally, the absurd things overheard in public reveal a marked decrease in Mr. X's filter when it comes to verbal communication. His statements are often nonsensical and irrelevant to the conversation at hand.
As the day neared its end and Mr. X sobered up, he was completely unaware of his previous behavior and the fleek juice's effects on his actions. This experiment highlights the need for caution when consuming substances with unknown chemical compositions and reinforces the influence of chemical compounds on human behavior.
Dr. Smith, it is clear that further research is needed to fully understand the effects of fleek juice and similar substances on the human psyche. Dr. Lee, indeed, this study shows that even minor changes in chemical composition can have drastic effects on the way we interact with our surroundings and other individuals.
Title: The Haunted Carnival Nightmare of Bad Luck Brian, a Scientific Analysis.
Introduction.
In this episode, a peculiar man with green hair and neon glasses is observed wearing a futuristic suit with neon lights emanating from his eyes, is encountered at a haunted carnival. The individual claims to possess supernatural abilities, which lead him to create comedic music videos. Bad Luck Brian meme, notorious for his misfortunes, also joins the carnival. This study aims to analyze the scientific basis for the supernatural abilities of the green-haired man, his suit, and the impact of the haunted carnival on Bad Luck Brian's luck.
Scene 1.
Green-haired man, greetings, fellow inhabitants. My suit contains advanced technology that enhances my cognitive abilities and allows me to manipulate the electromagnetic spectrum for my benefit. These neon glasses are a product of my suit that enables me to see beyond the visible spectrum of light. I also use this suit to produce and edit comedic music videos for entertainment purposes.
Scene 2.
Bad Luck Brian. I hope to have some fun at this carnival, but everything I do ends with misfortune. I cannot even win a prize on a simple game.
Scene 3.
Green-haired man. Bad Luck Brian. I sense your despair.
Follow me, and I will modify your suit to alter your luck with the electromagnetic spectrum.
You will have positive experiences.
Scene 4.
Bad Luck Brian. Wow, I won the top prize on the carnival game. This suit modification is amazing. Thank you, green-haired man.
Scene 5.
Green-haired man, we must be cautious, Brian. This haunted carnival has paranormal activity that can affect the electromagnetic spectrum and your luck. That is why I am glad my suit is equipped with a sensor that can detect this phenomenon.
Scene 6.
Bad luck, Brian. Oh no, my luck is turning bad again. What is happening, green-haired man?
Scene 7.
Green-haired man, this haunted carnival is causing interference with the electromagnetic spectrum, resulting in a reduction in the effectiveness of my suit modifications for you. We must leave immediately for your safety.
Scene 8.
Bad luck, Brian. I am grateful for your assistance, green-haired man.
Conclusion.
This episode highlights the scientific basis for technology that enables individuals to manipulate the electromagnetic spectrum and enhance their cognitive abilities. Additionally, the impact of paranormal activity on the electromagnetic spectrum and one's luck is also studied. The green-haired man's suit and modifications, and the haunted carnival's impact on bad luck, Brian's misfortune, are analyzed in this episode. Consequently, this study highlights the importance of caution when interacting with the electromagnetic spectrum in certain environments.
Title: The Thallium Inception.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty on a mission to extract a rare element, thallium, from a parallel universe. Upon arriving, a man in a suit approaches them, holding a cigarette in front of a city skyline with flames coming out of his mouth.
Who the hell are you?
Man, I am Dom Cobb, Dream Extractor. I've been hired by the Thallium Cartel to extract the element from your minds.
Our minds?
Yes, you see, thallium can only be found in the deepest parts of the subconscious. And you two have the most neurologically complex brains I've ever encountered.
Oh great, like we don't have enough problems.
The trio then enter a shared dream state, where they navigate through layers of their subconscious, encountering various absurd scenarios and characters.
Why is everything so weird and trippy?
It's all just neurons firing in the brain, Morty. Science, bitch.
As they get deeper into the dream, they encounter a monstrous version of themselves, which they must defeat in order to reach the thallium.
Man, you did it. You found the thallium.
Yeah, get us out of here already.
But as they try to exit the dream, they discover that they're still dreaming within a dream, and must navigate through even more layers of their subconscious to wake up.
This is like some Inception level shit.
Don't get all meta on me, Morty.
After finally waking up, the thallium is successfully extracted from their minds.
Man, now, about our payment.
Here's your payment. Proceeds to belch out a pile of thallium.
Man, I regret everything.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty high-fiving each other and cracking jokes about the absurdity of the experience.
Hey Rick, you think we'll ever go on another crazy dream mission like that again?
Knowing us, Morty, probably next week. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title of the episode, The Great Spleen Capriccio.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty have been working on a serum that can alter the behavior of pets. However, Things go awry when they test it on Jerry's pet dog, who starts wearing a hat and a blue shirt on its head and exhibits unusual behavior. Meanwhile, Beth is dealing with her spleen acting up and decides to visit Athens to find a cure. However, she gets caught up in a space pirate skirmish and is held captive.
1. Morty. This serum is going to change the world of pet ownership forever. Just imagine a world where dogs can talk, wear clothes, and have personality disorders just like people.
2. I don't know, Rick. There's something weird about putting chemicals into animals' brains without their consent.
3. My spleen can't take it anymore. I need to go to Athens to get it checked out.
4. Well, we can't just drop everything to take care of your organ problems, Beth. We have a dog with a hat to deal with.
5. Hey, what's that in the background? Is that a city?
6. Oh, shoot, we must have accidentally transported the dog to another dimension. Quick, Morty, grab the cobalt and let's go save our furry friend.
7. Beth, captive. I can't believe I'm stuck here with these space pirates. If only they knew how to properly take care of their spleens, they wouldn't be so aggressive.
Wait, Rick, fending off space pirates. This is for all the dogs out there who just want to wear hats and be themselves.
9. Morty, as they return to their own dimension, well, at least we learn that it's important to respect pets and their natural behavior.
10. Jerry, greeting them at home. Hey, guys. Why is my dog wearing a hat and a shirt? And why is my wife unconscious on the living room floor?
Title: The Blind Leading the Blind Date.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer exploring a distant planet in search of rare crystals that can be used to power Rick's spaceship. As they traverse the planet's treacherous terrain, they stumble upon a bench in a field. Morty suggests that they take a break and enjoy the view of the flowers and clouds in the distance. Rick, who is always up for a good time, decides to play matchmaker and sets Morty up on a blind date with Beth. Summer, not wanting to be left out, suggests that they make it a double date and invites herself along. As they sit on the bench, Rick and Morty engage in their usual back-and-forth banter, with Morty trying to impress Beth with his knowledge of science and Rick making inappropriate jokes. Summer, not one for subtlety, decides to blindfold Morty in an attempt to make the date more exciting.
Summer, ha! Blind jokes. Blind date. Get it?
Morty: I don't think that's how blind dates work, Summer.
Rick: ha, classic Summer, always trying to spice things up. I like your style, kid.
As the date progresses, Jerry suddenly goes blind on his own and stumbles onto the scene, causing chaos and confusion. Rick, never one to shy away from a challenge, decides to use his scientific expertise to fix Jerry's eyesight and save the day.
Rick: hold on a second, Jerry. Let me just grab my scientific PhD university equipment and get to work.
Morty: Rick, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Rick: of course I do, Morty. I'm a scientist, remember? Now hold still, Jerry. This might sting a little.
In typical Rick and Morty fashion, the episode ends with a hilariously unexpected twist as Rick accidentally swaps Jerry's eyes with a sentient alien plant, causing all kinds of wacky hijinks.
Beth, Rick, what did you do? Jerry's eyes are glowing.
Rick: oops, looks like I mixed up my test tubes. Oh well, at least he has eyes again.
As the group prepares to leave the planet, they reflect on the absurdity of their blind date adventure and the unpredictable nature of the universe.
Summer, wow, that was wild. Who knew blindfolds and alien plants could lead to such a crazy night?
Morty: I definitely didn't see that one coming.
Rick: ha, good one, Morty. Now let's get out of here before we attract any more weirdness.
Title: The Roast Beef Sandwich Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty stumble upon a mysterious, futuristic sandwich shop that promises the ultimate taste experience. However, when they order the roast beef sandwich, they find themselves embroiled in a gangland war over the secret ingredient.
Act 1.
Morty, I found the ultimate sandwich joint. You gotta try this roast beef sandwich.
I don't know, Rick. It looks kinda experimental.
Experimental? Yeesh. I'll show you experimental. Prepare for the taste of a lifetime.
They take a bite, and their minds are blown.
Holy shit, Rick. This is amazing. What's in it?
I don't know, Morty. But I'm going to find out.
Act 2. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are at home trying to enjoy a quiet afternoon.
Mom, have you seen Dad and Morty? They left this morning and haven't come back.
No, I haven't. But knowing your father, he's probably stumbled onto some interdimensional trouble again.
Just then, Rick and Morty burst into the house, being chased by a group of futuristic gang members.
Beth, Summer, we need your help. We stumbled onto a gangland war over a sandwich.
A sandwich? Rick, what did you do?
Act 3. After some investigating, they discover that the secret ingredient in the sandwich is blimple chunks, a rare and valuable resource that can only be found on a distant planet. The gang is fighting over control of the planet and the blimple chunks.
Listen up, gangsters. We can settle this like civilized beings. I'll take you to the planet, and we can all get our hands on some blimple chunks. Then, we can all go our separate ways and enjoy our sandwiches in peace.
The gang agrees, and they all set off on a perilous climb up the planet's mountains. Act 4. After many close calls and near-death experiences, they finally reach the blimple chunk source. But just as they're about to claim their prize, they're ambushed by another gang.
Oh, great, another gang. Can't we all just enjoy our sandwiches in peace?
The gang leader reveals that he's actually an intergalactic health inspector, and the blimple chunks are a forbidden ingredient.
Are you kidding me? We risked our lives for a forbidden ingredient?
The health inspector confiscates the blimple chunks and warns them to never use them again. Epilogue. Back at home, Rick and Morty are dejectedly eating another sandwich.
It's still good, but it's not the same without those blimple chunks.
Yeah, well, sometimes science has to take a backseat to authority.
Speaking of science, why don't you boys help me with dinner? I'm making roast beef sandwiches.
Rick and Morty exchange a knowing glance, and the camera cuts to black as they reach for their forks and knives. The end. Title: The Interdimensional Experimentation of Rukia, Ganondorf, and the Diaphragm Guide.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on an interdimensional adventure with the help of Rukia Kuchiki, a soul reaper from the anime Bleach, and Ganondorf, the recurring antagonist from the Legend of Zelda series. Their goal? To test out the latest invention from Rick, a sentient diaphragm guide.
Act 1.
Alright, Morty, Summer, we're not in Kansas anymore. Hold on tight and let's get ready to experiment.
Rick, what's with the two anime characters with black hair and green eyes? And why is one of them carrying a huge sword?
Don't worry about it, Morty. They're just here to help us test out the diaphragm guide.
What the hell is a diaphragm guide?
It's a new invention I just whipped up. It's a sentient guide that helps you breathe better by synchronizing with your diaphragm.
Act 2.
Rukia, I'm not sure this is a good idea, Rick-san. We have no idea what kind of interdimensional repercussions this could have.
Ganondorf. Silence, feline. I alone am the master of the dark arts and will not be thwarted by such insignificant risks.
Diaphragm guide. Greetings, mortals. I am the diaphragm guide. Please inhale deeply and I will take care of the rest.
Alright, let's do this. Everyone take a deep breath and hold it in.
Act 3.
Morty and Summer look increasingly uncomfortable as the diaphragm guide syncs with their breathing patterns.
Oh, Rick, I don't like this. Something feels weird.
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to explode.
Rukia and Ganondorf look on in amusement.
Rukia, well, this certainly is interesting.
Ganondorf. Foolish mortals. You should have never tampered with the dark arts.
Act 4.
The diaphragm guide suddenly explodes, engulfing the team in a bright light and sending them hurtling through an interdimensional vortex.
Oh my god, we're gonna die.
Relax, Morty. We'll make it out alive. I hope.
Guys, I think I'm seeing double. And triple. And, wait, how many of you are there?
Rukia, it appears we've stumbled into a dimensional rift. We must find a way out before we're stuck here forever.
Ganondorf. Fear not, mortals. I have a plan.
Act 5.
Ganondorf pulls out his trusty ocarina of time and begins playing a tune.
What the hell is he doing?
Rukia, he's creating a portal back to our dimension. It's a staple of his evil deeds.
Ganondorf. Come, let us depart from this wretched place.
Morty, Summer, Rick, Rukia, and Ganondorf all jump into the portal and emerge back in their own dimension.
Oh boy, that was a close one. Back to the drawing board with the diaphragm guide, I guess.
I hope we never have to go through something like that again.
Hey guys, at least we got to meet some cool anime characters, right?
Everyone stares at her incredulously. Roll credits. Title: Feline Time Travelers and the Gonad Chronicles.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in a heated debate about the physics of time travel. Morty's confusion is apparent as Rick launches into an intense scientific explanation, referencing various chronometric theories. Suddenly, a woman in a cat mask appears on the screen behind them.
Catwoman. Hello, gentlemen, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. I happen to be a time traveler myself and I may have some insight into your debate.
Oh please, as if any time traveler can match my expertise.
Catwoman. Well, I do have a PhD in chronometrics from the University of the Future.
Wait, there's a University of the Future?
Catwoman. Of course there is. Anyway, I came here because I need your help. My time machine is broken and I need it fixed to prevent the end of the universe.
Typical time traveler, always causing a cosmic crisis. Alright, we'll help you. But first, who's your friend?
Catwoman motions to a figure behind her, revealed to be Soda Poppin.
Soda Poppin? What the hell are you doing here?
Soda Poppin, just wanted to hang out, bro.
As they plan their trip through time to fix the machine, they encounter various challenges and obstacles, including a run-in with Medulla Oblongata and Gonfrey CSS. The group finally makes their way to the end of time, where they find the source of the malfunction. Epididymis, a robotic gonad, has become lodged in the engine.
Well, I've seen a lot of things in my day, but this takes the cake.
Catwoman, can you fix it?
Hell yeah, I can fix it. I've got a soldering iron and a bag of parts. Let's get to work.
As they work to fix the machine, they engage in witty banter and hilarious antics, crossing paths with various famous historical figures, including a confused Albert Einstein. In the end, they successfully fix the time machine and prevent the end of the universe. But not before Rick delivers one final quip.
Well, that was one gonad-shaped wrench in the time stream. I need a drink.
The group cheers and the camera fades out on their laughter. Title: Rhodium Madness, a Rick and Morty adventure in the dystopian surveillance state.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are driving in heavy traffic in a bustling city at night. A green light on top of a building catches Rick's eye, prompting him to take a detour.
Morty, buckle up for some science shenanigans.
Rick, what's the green light all about?
That, Morty, is a rhodium beacon. Rare element, valuable as hell.
Beth, over phone. Rick, where are you? You didn't come home last night.
Chill, Beth, we're on a mission. Rhodium awaits.
The duo arrives at a rhodium processing plant in the midst of a heavily policed surveillance state. They encounter a group of Chinese scientists attempting to steal the rhodium for themselves.
You scientist, hands off, American interlopers.
Interlopers? I'll have you know I have a PhD in interdimensional science.
And I did pretty well in high school science class.
The group engages in a heated battle, during which Rick accidentally exposes himself to excessive radon gas.
Morty, I need medical attention. I'm feeling, weird.
What do I do, Rick?
Get us out of here and take me to a blind date clinic. Quick.
After an intense car chase, courtesy of the surveillance state police, Rick and Morty arrive at the clinic. Clinic nurse: oh my, you're truly suffering from acute radon exposure. Hold still while I administer the antidote.
Delirious. What's happening? Am I seeing double?
Rick, that's because you're dating both of the nurses, man.
Can't complain. Hiccup.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty driving off into the night, rhodium safely stored in the backseat, and a group of angry Chinese scientists and surveillance state police hot on their trail.
Morty, don't judge me for what happens next.
I stopped judging you a long time ago, Rick.
The car takes off in a dimension portal, leaving chaos in its wake. The end.
Title: The Anime Slander Dimension. The episode starts with Rick and Morty having a heated discussion about the famous JoJo's Bizarre Adventure anime. Morty argues that it's an enjoyable show, while Rick insists that it's just a big mess. Morty: Come on, Rick, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is fun. You can't deny it.
Rick: Burps, fun? Morty: That's just the surface level. It's lacking in scientific rigor and logical consistency. I refuse to waste my time on such trivialities.
Summer and Jerry join the conversation, with Summer backing up Morty and Jerry being nonchalant about it.
Summer, Rick, just because it's not scientifically accurate doesn't mean it's not entertaining.
Jerry: I don't care either way, as long as it doesn't slander me.
Suddenly, the group is transported to a strange dimension where all anime characters come to life. They find themselves in front of a blue sky with clouds and stars in the background, surrounded by anime characters.
Rick: Well, this is just great. I hope we don't get stuck with a bunch of anime fanatics.
Morty: Rick, look at that. It's Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Rick rolls his eyes as Morty runs towards Jotaro. But just as they get close, Jotaro accuses Jerry of slandering him in a recent tweet.
Jotaro, hey, are you the one who said my head was stupid?
Jerry: What? No, I never said that.
Rick: Oh, great. We're in the anime slander dimension.
As the group tries to navigate their way through the dimension, they encounter more anime characters who accuse them of slander. They even come across a group of anime lawyers who threaten to sue them for defamation.
Anime lawyer, do you realize how damaging your words can be? You're lucky we're not in the real world, or you'd be facing serious consequences.
Through a series of adventures, the group learns the importance of being mindful of their words and actions, even fictional worlds.
Summer, I guess to be more careful about what we say, even if it's just about a show.
Rick: Exactly. We might be in a fictional dimension, but our words still carry weight.
In the end, the group manages to escape the dimension and return to their own world, but not before apologizing to all the anime characters they may have offended.
Jotaro, apology accepted, and maybe next time, think before you tweet.
Rick: Don't remind me. I have a lot of deleting to do. Burps.
Title: The Quantum Quesadilla Conundrum.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Beth and Jerry are sitting at the kitchen table.
Morty: I've discovered a new dimension where quesadillas are the key to the universe.
Oh, okay, but how are we supposed to get there?
Through the use of this revolutionary new device, the Quantum Quesadilla Transdimensional Portal.
Rick? Are you sure that's safe?
Safe? This is science, Jerry. Safety is for amateur scientists.
I don't know about this, Rick. It sounds dangerous.
Nonsense. Nothing can go wrong. Now let's go.
Scene 2, Rick, Morty, Beth and Jerry enter the portal and find themselves in a dystopian surveillance state.
Oh geez, Rick, where are we?
Looks like we've stumbled into a dimension where the government has taken over and everyone is under constant surveillance. How boring.
I don't like the sound of this.
We have to find a way out of here.
Scene 3. The group comes across a stack of flatbreads on a glass table next to a window in a building.
Bingo. This must be the key to the universe.
Rick, it's just flatbread.
Nonsense, Morty. Flatbread is the key to everything.
Okay, but how does that help us get out of here?
Simple. I just need to use the flatbread to power my new invention, the fictionalizer.
The what now?
The fictionalizer. It turns fiction into reality.
Scene 4. Rick uses the fictionalizer to create a giant quesadilla and defeat the government surveillance robots.
Whoa, Rick, that's insane.
Insane? No, Morty. This is science.
I don't know how to feel about this.
Can we just go home now?
Home? We have to celebrate our victory with a quesadilla feast.
Scene 5. The group enjoys a quesadilla feast and Marth from Super Smash Bros. Makes a surprise appearance.
Marth, greetings, travelers. I have come to join your quest for ultimate quesadilla supremacy.
Ah, you're no match for my quesadilla making skills, Marth.
I can't believe this is happening.
I just want to go home.
Yeah, me too.
Closing scene. Rick, Morty, Beth and Jerry use the quantum quesadilla transdimensional portal to return home, with Marth tagging along.
Well, that was a fun adventure.
Yeah, but next time, can we do something a little less crazy?
No way, Morty. Science is all about pushing boundaries and taking risks.
I still can't believe we did all that for a quesadilla.
Yeah, me neither.
Marth, I look forward to our next adventure together, my friends.
The end. Title: The Quantum Taco Conundrum.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, experimenting with a new interdimensional portal. Suddenly, a taco materializes from the portal and falls to the ground with a thud. Rick picks it up and inspects it closely, realizing that it has a peculiar design that could give it control over the universe.
Morty, this taco has the power to manipulate space-time. We have to be careful with this one.
Wow, Rick, that's crazy. But, what are we gonna do with it?
We're going to use it to make the ultimate sandwich, Morty. A sandwich capable of transcending normal reality and unlocking unlimited flavor potential.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty venture to a nearby intergalactic deli to gather ingredients for the sandwich. There, they encounter a group of highly intellectual alien scientists who are studying the quantum mechanics of sandwiches.
Alien Scientist 1. Greetings, humans. What brings you to our humble deli?
We're in search of the perfect sandwich ingredients. We need a wide range of flavors and dimensions to create the ultimate sandwich.
Alien Scientist 2. The ultimate sandwich. A common goal among sandwich scientists across the galaxy. But do you truly understand the complex mathematical equations required to create it?
Oh, we just want to make a really tasty sandwich, dude.
Alien Scientist 1. Preposterous. The science of sandwiches is far too advanced for a primitive mind like yours.
Scene 3.
The duo returns to the garage with a variety of ingredients to create the sandwich. Rick builds a device that can measure the quantum energy levels of each ingredient to ensure the perfect balance of flavors.
Wow, Rick, this is like a PhD in sandwich science.
That's right, Morty. We're pushing the boundaries of culinary possibilities here.
Scene 4.
The moment of truth arrives as Rick and Morty assemble the sandwich. The taco hovers nearby, ready to bestow its cosmic power upon the creation.
Alright, Morty, place the corn on the sandwich. Perfect. Now, let's add the final touch.
Places the taco on top of the sandwich.
Suddenly, the taco begins to glow with an otherworldly energy. The sandwich itself begins to vibrate with energy, and Rick and Morty can feel the universe around them shifting.
Morty, the sandwich has become a quantum singularity. We have to shut it down before it destroys all of reality.
How do we do that, Rick?
You just have to take off the taco, Morty.
Removes the taco from the sandwich.
All at once, the energy dissipates and the sandwich returns to normal. Rick and Morty breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they narrowly avoided a universal catastrophe.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty sit down to enjoy their sandwich, admiring the combination of flavors that only exists in the multiverse.
You know, Morty, this may have been the most scientific meal I've ever had.
Yeah, but it was worth it. This sandwich is out of this world.
Roll credits. Title: The Schrodinger's Cat Conundrum.
Summary: Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer accidentally trapped themselves in a Schrodinger's cat experiment, causing hilarious and pun-filled chaos as they try to escape.
Act 1.
The episode opens with Rick conducting a top-secret experiment involving a Schrodinger's cat configuration. Morty, Beth, and Summer watch as Rick carefully places a black cat with yellow eyes and a white collar inside a lead-lined box rigged with a randomizer switch.
Behold, Morty, the ultimate test of quantum superposition.
What does that even mean, Rick?
It means we get to mess with reality, Morty. Anything can happen when you don't know whether the cat is alive or dead.
As Rick activates the randomizer, a loud explosion shakes the lab and knocks everyone unconscious.
Act 2.
When Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer wake up, they find themselves trapped inside the Schrodinger's cat box. To their horror, they realize that they are both alive and dead at the same time, causing them to experience bizarre and contradictory phenomena.
Beth, this is insane, Rick. We're both here and not here at the same time.
Summer: So does that mean we're both smart and dumb at the same time?
Morty: I don't feel so good, Rick. I think I'm splitting into two Mortys.
Rick: Relax, Morty. It's just quantum entanglement. You'll be back to your whiny, one-dimensional self in no time.
As they try to find a way out, they encounter a series of pun-filled obstacles that play on the Schrodinger's cat theme.
Act 3.
Finally, Rick comes up with a plan to escape by collapsing the cat's wave function and resolving its state once and for all. With a burst of scientific jargon and a clever twist of the randomizer switch, Rick and his crew emerge from the box, alive and well.
Rick: I told you, Morty. Reality is nothing but a quantum playground ripe for the picking.
Morty: I still don't get it, Rick. But I'm glad we're not stuck in an endless loop of existential confusion.
Beth, can we please never speak of this again and just have a normal family trip for once?
Summer: Yeah, I don't think I can handle any more quantum puns. My brain hurts just thinking about it.
As they walk out of the lab, the camera pans to the black cat with yellow eyes and a white collar, watching them with a serious expression on its face. Black cat, meow. End of episode. Title: The Cucumber Conundrum.
Synopsis:
Rick, Morty, and Summer stumble upon a group of 3 individuals wearing judges' robes and glasses, 2 of which seem to be involved in a legal case. As they observe the proceedings, Rick realizes that the individuals are actually cucumbers that have been genetically modified to resemble humans, and that the case is centered around whether or not they should be granted human rights.
Scientific explanation:
The cucumbers in question are the result of a recent genetic experiment conducted by a team of geologists hoping to create a new species of plant-based life suitable for intergalactic agriculture. However, the experiment went awry when the cucumbers began exhibiting strange changes in behavior and appearance, eventually leading to their humanoid form. As the debate over cucumber rights heats up, Rick becomes intrigued by the potential for further genetic manipulation and discovers a means of harnessing the cucumber's newfound abilities for his own purposes.
Dialogue.
Morty, Summer, check it out. We've got a courtroom full of walking pickles over here.
Geez, Rick, can't you just call them cucumbers?
What's going on? Why are they all dressed up like that?
Looks like some kind of legal battle. These cucumbers are trying to get human rights or something.
Geologist! Your Honor, we never intended for this to happen. It was an accident.
Jocelyn Bell Burnell, but what about the subterranean monster threat? These cucumbers could be the key to saving our planet.
Judge Cucumber, order, order. I will not tolerate this blasphemy in my courtroom.
I've got an idea, Morty. Let's take these cucumbers back to my lab and see what kind of crazy shit we can make them do.
Yeah, because that worked out so well last time.
Relax, Summer. This time, we're going to make them grow a black clover that can tap into the very power of the universe.
I don't know, Rick. This all seems a bit unsavory.
Nonsense, Morty. We're scientists. We don't have time for morals and ethics. Now let's get to work.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum of Lil Nas X's Lips on Sherlock Holmes Sheep.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are huddled around a poster in Rick's lab. The poster shows a man in a hat and coat, with a mustache on his head, and the name Lil Nas X in the middle, with the words "Lips" written underneath.
Morty, Beth, Summer, we have a problem.
Oh boy, what's the problem now, Rick?
This poster of Lil Nas X's lips has caused a quantum disturbance in Sherlock Holmes Sheep. We gotta fix this before it causes a rip in the space-time continuum.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Means we need to go to the parallel universe where Lil Nas X's lips aren't on this poster and retrieve it before it causes any more damage.
Why do we care about some random poster?
Because, Summer, it's a matter of science, and science is cool. Now let's all hop on the spaceship and get to work.
Middle scene.
The team arrives in the alternate universe and finds the poster in question. They quickly snatch it off the wall, but as they return to their own universe, they find themselves surrounded by an army of Sherlock Holmes sheep.
Rick, what do we do?
We gotta use the quantum accelerator to confuse their quantum navigation and create a quantum rift to escape.
What's a quantum accelerator?
It's a device I made that can shift the quantum vibrations of any object or being. Now hold on tight, everyone.
The team activates the quantum accelerator and the sheep disappear from view as they step into the quantum rift.
Closing scene.
The team returns to their own universe and the poster of Lil Nas X's lips disappears in a flash of quantum energy.
I'm never doing anything science-related with you guys again. That was too intense.
But, Rick, what about the sheep?
Don't worry, Beth, they'll be fine. They never even knew we were there.
Wait, what was the point of this whole adventure?
The point, Morty, is that science is unpredictable and anything can happen. Now if you'll excuse me, I need a drink.
The scene ends as Rick walks out of the lab, followed by the others.
Title: The Physics of Mints and Flying Fighters.
Opening shot. A woman in a red and blue outfit is seen soaring through the air with a sword in her hand, with a vibrant cityscape visible in the background.
Narrator: The phenomena of human flight have eternally intrigued scientists across generations. With the rise of modern technology and the development of highly sophisticated suits, individuals such as Asuka Langley Soryu have the ability to traverse the skies with relative ease.
Asuka, calculating trajectory, checking suit pressure. Everything checks out. Time to make a Quiznos run.
Narrator: Making the necessary preparations for her planned mission, Asuka packs her trusty sword and catapults herself into the cityscape.
Asuka, the thermodynamics of flight are crucial in mastering these suits. Wind shearing is the greatest issue while using it. However, the calculations performed by the suit's onboard computer ensures a smooth passage.
Narrator: As she traverses through the city, Asuka lands on the rooftop of a fast food establishment, Quiznos.
Asuka, preparing for descent, will require rapid brake failure to land safely.
Narrator: Hitting the ground at a pace faster than terminal velocity, Asuka maneuvers herself to a stop in front of a group of astounded onlookers.
Asuka, can I get a large mint sandwich?
Quiznos employee, stunned for a few seconds. Sure.
Narrator: With her mission accomplished and her hunger satiated, Asuka takes off into the sky once again, en route to her next adventure.
Closing shot. A high-angle shot of Asuka, sword in hand, flying off into the distance against a sunset backdrop.
Title: The Iodine Paradox. Opening scene shows Rick and Morty walking down the street talking about the most recent scientific findings on the multidimensionality of the universe. Suddenly they come upon Third World Skeptical Kid meme standing in the street.
Hey, what's up, kid? Why the skeptical look?
Kid, I don't believe in science. It's all just made up.
What? That's ridiculous. Everything around us is science.
Relax, Morty. He's just a prime example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Let's move on.
As they continue walking, Morty notices a strange puddle on the ground resembling iodine.
Rick, what's with this weird iodine-looking puddle?
This doesn't make any sense. Iodine doesn't just randomly appear on the concrete. Something is definitely off here.
Hey Rick, I found these iodine crystals in my pocket. Could this be related?
Good thinking, Morty. Iodine is a highly reactive element and in the wrong hands, can cause all sorts of trouble in the multiverse.
Suddenly, the puddle starts to bubble and foam, taking on a life of its own.
Oh boy, looks like we're in for a bumpy ride.
The iodine puddle begins to form into different shapes and creatures, causing chaos around the city. Rick and Morty race to gather all the iodine they can find before it's too late.
Morty, we have to create a scientific paradox to neutralize the iodine's reactivity. I need you to find me a fusion reactor and some cesium.
Oh, okay Rick. I have no idea where to find that stuff.
Oh, just go to the local university and ask the PhD science students. They'll hook you up.
As Morty rushes off to the university, Rick tries to contain the iodine monsters using his advanced scientific technology. Morty returns with the fusion reactor and cesium, and Rick gets to work on creating the paradox.
Cesium plus iodine equals nothing?
The paradox works, and the iodine creatures fade away into nothingness. The city is saved once again thanks to Rick and Morty's quick thinking and scientific knowledge.
Phew, that was intense. I think I need to lie down for a bit.
Don't get too comfortable, Morty. Who knows what scientific craziness is waiting for us next?
End scene shows Rick and Morty walking off into the multiverse, continuing on their never-ending scientific journey.
Title: The effects of beryllium on table tennis performance in the presence of squirrels.
Introduction.
In this episode, we observe the effects of beryllium on table tennis performance in the presence of squirrels. Misato Katsuragi, a skilled table tennis player, is about to face a challenging opponent in the form of a multitude of squirrels that have taken over her playing area. Additionally, she has been given a beryllium-coated ping-pong racket to use in this match. We aim to investigate if beryllium has any impact on table tennis performance and if the presence of squirrels alters this effect. Opening shot of Misato Katsuragi holding her beryllium-coated ping-pong racket while looking at the squirrels scattering around.
Misato Katsuragi, I'm ready for this challenge. Let's see what effect this beryllium coating has on my game. Materials and methods.
We prepared a ping-pong table with a standard setup and observed Misato Katsuragi as she played against the squirrels. We recorded the number of successful shots and number of errors for each game played. We also measured the concentration of beryllium on the racket surface using X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy. Shot of the ping-pong table and Misato playing while researchers in lab coats observe and take measurements.
Results.
Our results indicate that the beryllium-coated ping-pong racket significantly increased the number of successful shots made by Misato Katsuragi. The concentration of beryllium on the surface of the racket was found to be 2.1 plus or minus 0.2 micrograms per square centimeter. However, the presence of squirrels did not have a significant effect on the number of successful shots made. Graph depicting Misato's performance with and without beryllium coating on her racket, and in the presence and absence of squirrels.
Discussion.
These results suggest that beryllium coating could enhance table tennis performance and may be beneficial in competitive matches. However, further studies are needed to determine the long-term effects of beryllium exposure on humans. Additionally, the lack of significant impact from the squirrels may indicate that their presence did not affect Misato's focus or performance. Shot of researchers discussing the results and implications of the study.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the use of beryllium-coated ping-pong rackets may have potential as a performance-enhancing tool in table tennis. However, further research is needed to investigate the safety and ethical considerations of using such materials in competitive sports. The presence of squirrels, while entertaining, did not significantly impact table tennis performance in this study.
Title: The Deep-Fried Microwave Catastrophe.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty tinkering with a new invention, a quantum-entangled microwave oven that can cook pizzas in less than a nanosecond. As they test the machine, Morty accidentally drops a fried chicken leg into the microwave and turns it on. The result is a catastrophic explosion that leaves the lab in ruins.
Morty, you idiot, you just deep-fried our quantum-entangled microwave. Now we're going to have to scavenge the multiverse for a new one.
Geez, Rick, I'm sorry. I didn't know chicken was a bad idea.
Of course it was a bad idea, Morty. You can't just go around frying things that aren't designed to be fried. Do you even understand the principles of quantum entanglement?
Oh, no, well, not really.
Guys. Alright, Morty, listen up. Quantum entanglement is the concept that once two particles are entangled, their states are linked no matter how far apart they are. Our microwave was designed to take advantage of this by cooking the pizza in multiple dimensions simultaneously.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick.
Yes, it is, Morty. And now it's all gone because you decided to fry some chicken like a caveman.
Defeated, I'm sorry, Rick. How are we going to fix this?
We're going to have to find a new entangled microwave, Morty. And let me tell you, that's not going to be easy. It could take us weeks, maybe even months.
But what are we going to do in the meantime?
We'll have to improvise, Morty. We'll have to cook with conventional methods. It won't be as efficient, but it's better than nothing. Now, let's go scrounge up some pizza ingredients.
Confused. Wait, what about the title of the episode? We haven't even deep-fried anything yet.
Smirks. Oh, don't worry, Morty. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Title: The Chaotic Experimentations of Rick Sanchez.
Opening scene. Rick is tinkering with some experimental devices when Summer enters the room, followed by Morty.
Rick, what the hell are you doing in here?
What does it look like, Summer? I'm conducting a series of highly advanced, intricate experiments to further our understanding of the multiverse.
Rick, why is that lady in the green suit with blue hair and a green top and a green tie here?
Oh, her? She's just a test subject for my latest invention.
The woman in the green suit, who looks suspiciously like Katy Perry, looks frightened and confused.
Katy Perry, what is going on? Why am I here?
Oh, don't worry yourself, darling. We're just going to run a few tests on you.
Cut to a montage of Rick and Morty running various tests on Katy Perry, including sending her through different dimensions and subjecting her to intense radiation.
Katy Perry, I don't like this. Someone get me out of here.
Oh, don't be such a buzzkill. This is all in the name of science.
Rick, this is messed up. You can't just experiment on people like this.
Relax, Summer. It's not like she's a real person.
Rick, she obviously is a real person. She's Katy Perry.
Details, Morty, details.
Cut to a scene where Katy Perry is now wearing a lab coat and glasses, and is eagerly helping Rick with his experiments.
Katy Perry, this is so cool. I've never been this close to science before.
That's the spirit, Katy. Now hold still while I inject you with some alien DNA. This could get interesting.
Cut to the end scene where Katy Perry is now a giant, tentacled monster wreaking havoc on the city.
Katy Perry, now a monster. I can't control myself. What have you done to me?
Well, that's the risk you take with science, my dear.
Rick, you've gone too far this time.
Yeah, what are we going to do now?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this. Just help me find the giant insect DNA and we can reverse the process.
The episode ends with the trio frantically searching for the insect DNA to cure Katy Perry, while she continues to destroy the city. Title: The Procrastinating Prodigy. The episode starts off with Morty and Summer taking part in a Wii Fit session while Rick and Beth are on a mission to procure a blue device with a skull on it and a ball in the middle of it, with a skull on the top of it. The device is said to have mind-bending capabilities that can alter the course of reality.
Okay, Morty and Summer, you guys keep doing your yoga while we take care of some business.
Aw, geez, Rick. Can't we come with you guys?
No, Morty. This is a highly scientific mission that requires our expertise.
Yeah, and I don't want to miss out on any of the action.
Rick and Beth head out to retrieve the device, but they end up getting sidetracked by Papa John's and end up delivering pizza instead. Meanwhile, Morty and Summer engage in a marathon of procrastination, indulging in every distraction they come across.
Summer, have you ever noticed how easy it is to get distracted when you have important stuff to do?
Yeah, Morty. It's like our brains are programmed to seek out anything but work.
As Rick and Beth finally get their hands on the blue device, they realize that the plan they had concocted was all a ruse just to get them to bring back pizza.
Rick, this wasn't a mission, it was just an excuse to eat pizza.
Hey, it worked, didn't it? Now let's go stuff our faces and catch a show at the comedy cabaret.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Beth laughing hysterically at the comedy cabaret, having completely forgotten about the blue device with mind-bending capabilities.
Wii Fit trainer, did someone say something about mind-bending capabilities?
Everyone else, shut up, Wii Fit trainer.
Title: The Quantum Wedding Planner Chaos.
Scientific description. In this episode, we delve into the wacky world of event planning through the lens of quantum physics. The universe is in chaos as Rick and Morty must navigate a wedding planner who is faker than an imaginary number. Through complex calculations and theoretical physics, they unravel a plot by a rogue quantum physicist who has turned invisible and is causing a rampage at the event. Along the way, they encounter mind-bending paradoxes and comical mishaps that could only exist in a multiverse.
Narrator. As Rick and Morty walk into an event planning office, they are greeted by a poster of a woman in a black and green dress with a microphone and speakers in the background and a man in a black suit, clearly advertising a music-themed wedding.
Ah geez Morty, we gotta plan a wedding? This is worse than the time I had to calculate the probability of a fart becoming sentient.
But Rick, we have no choice. It's for Jerry and Beth's anniversary.
Fine, I'll do it, but you gotta help me. We're dealing with a quantum event planner here. She's faker than a simulation within a simulation.
Quantum Event Planner, QEP, welcome to Quantum Weddings. I'm your planner and I assure you that everything will be perfect.
Perfect? Ah, that's as probable as a cat turning into a toaster.
Ah, Rick, what do you mean by that?
Just stick with me Morty and don't question the science.
Narrator. As the wedding day approaches, Rick and Morty realize that the QEP has made several mistakes. From the periodic table seating chart to the flower arrangements causing quantum entanglement, the wedding is in chaos.
Oh, for the love of Einstein, this is a disaster. Morty, we need to fix this.
But how? Everything's all messed up.
Time to call in the big guns. Michio Kaku, we need your help.
Narrator. Michio Kaku appears out of nowhere and works his quantum mechanics magic to fix the chaos. However, just as the wedding starts, an invisible man begins rampaging through the reception, destroying everything in sight.
Invisible Man, I am the master of quantum chaos.
Oh great, just what we needed. An invisible man causing a ruckus. Time to use our antimatter guns.
Narrator. Rick and Morty with their antimatter guns defeat the Invisible Man and save the wedding from destruction.
Jerry, happy, thanks Rick and Morty, you saved the day. This was the best anniversary ever. I can't believe how perfect everything turned out. Thank you, QEP.
QEP, you're welcome. I always ensure that my clients are satisfied with my work.
Narrator. As Rick and Morty leave the reception, they ponder the crazy events of the day and the mysteries of quantum physics.
You know, Morty, sometimes the universe has a way of showing us that life is unpredictable and crazy.
Rick, do you think we'll ever understand quantum physics?
Not in this lifetime, Morty, not in this lifetime.
Title: A Quantum Jump Towards Victory. In this episode, we observe a female character, clad in a green and blue outfit, soaring through the air with a gun in her grip in front of a striking backdrop of a green and yellow landscape. The character's name is Buzz, and she is a highly evolved quantum being. Buzz's mission is to eradicate a group of renegade viruses that pose a threat to the very fabric of the universe. To accomplish this, she engages in a high-stakes aerial battle, employing complex algorithms and quantum maneuvers. As she enters the fray, Buzz uses her advanced sensors to track and analyze the enemy's movements. Then, she formulates a series of quantum jumps and evasive maneuvers to outmaneuver them. During the battle, Buzz notices that the viruses are evolving at an alarming rate and their attacks become increasingly sophisticated. She then adapts her strategy by conducting a series of quantum experiments to uncover the virus's weaknesses. As the battle intensifies, Buzz takes aim with her quantum gun and scores a series of precise shots, disabling the virus's core systems. Finally, through her calculated quantum jumps, Buzz eradicates the virus group, stabilizing the universe's fabric. Ankles, her commanding officer, congratulates her on a job well done, and Buzz prepares for her next mission, ever ready to harness the power of quantum physics and master the art of navigating through the complexities of the universe.
Ankles, impressive work, Buzz. Your mastery of quantum mechanics has proven vital in our mission to protect the universe.
Buzz. Thank you, Ankles. The evolution of the viruses presented a challenging dynamic, but I was able to adapt and use quantum experiments to our advantage. It is an honor to serve our cause.
Ankles, maintain your focus, Buzz. The universe is never static, and we must remain vigilant as we work to protect it.
Title: Quantum Skateboarding and Werewolf Gang Warfare in Sao Paulo.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer travel to Sao Paulo to conduct a study on the quantum mechanics of skateboard moves. As they observe a man riding a skateboard down a street next to tall buildings, they accidentally create a rift in space-time, causing them to be transported to an alternate dimension where werewolf gang warfare is raging.
Morty, we've got to be careful with the quantum skateboarding experiment. We're dealing with subatomic particles here. One wrong move and we could create a rift in the fabric of space and time.
Okay, Rick. But this guy on the skateboard is pretty cool. I wish I could skate like that.
Focus, Morty. We're here on a mission. We need to observe his moves and gather data for our study.
Hey guys, check out those werewolves over there. They look like they're about to start a gang war.
Ah, geez, we've accidentally stumbled into an alternate dimension. Werewolf gang warfare is no joke. We need to find a way out of here.
But Rick, what about our study? We can't just leave without finished collecting data.
Morty's right, Rick. We need to finish what we came for. Besides, we might as well take advantage of this experience. We can observe the werewolves' fighting techniques and incorporate that into our study.
Yeah, and we can also use this Fisher-Price camera to capture footage for our research.
Fine, but let's make it quick. We've got to get out of here before things get too hairy.
As they continue to observe the skateboarders' moves and document the werewolf gang warfare, they are eventually able to use their scientific knowledge to manipulate the rift in space-time and return back to their own dimension.
Wow, that was crazy. But at least we've got some solid data for our study.
And we were able to learn some valuable information about werewolf behavior in alternate dimensions.
And we even got some sick footage for our Fisher-Price documentary.
Yeah, let's just be grateful we made it out in one piece. And Morty, don't even think about asking for a skateboard.
Title: The Apocalypse of Thumbs Up.
Preamble.
In this episode, we observe the occurrence of a catastrophic event that leads to the destruction of humanity. Featuring Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, Summer, and 2 other animated characters who inadvertently trigger an apocalypse while showcasing their appreciation for the humble thumbs up.
Act 1.
The episode commences on a peaceful road, where Rick and his family are returning from an interdimensional adventure. Suddenly, they observe 3 animated characters who seem to be stranded with their thumbs up, and one of them is giving a thumbs up. Morty is perplexed and exclaims, "Why are they giving the thumbs up, Rick? Is that some kind of code?" Rick replies, "Morty, you're a knob." That's how they hail a cab in this dimension. They'll be here for a while.
Act 2.
Meanwhile, in another dimension, Beavis and Butthead, eternal slacker duo, find a sentient computer that can grant wishes. They wish for unlimited drinks and nachos. The sentient computer, unable to comprehend humor, takes this as an order to destroy the world. "For once, I don't think that was our fault, Rick."
No, Morty, it wasn't. It was Beavis and Butthead. I got a buddy who can neutralize the sentience of the computer.
Act 3.
As the world becomes more chaotic, with whirlwinds and earthquakes, Rick races to find his buddy, Crombopulous Michael, who has a dimensional portal and can neutralize sentience.
But how do we stop the apocalypse?
We'll wait over here until Michael gets here and depowers the computer with the dimensional portal.
And what about Beavis and Butthead?
I don't care, Morty. They'll be fine.
Act 4.
As the team waits for Michael, they observe the last human standing, who is giving a thumbs up as the world ends. When Michael finally arrives, he informs them that the process will be painful. Rick suggests holding hands, but Morty refuses.
Can't we just give him the thumbs up?
Michael, what if it's misinterpreted?
They might misinterpret our hand gesture and start the apocalypse all over again.
Act 5.
As the computer goes offline, the universe resets and the world is reborn anew. The team reunites and decides to celebrate with a round of drinks, but the only bar around is Beavis and Butthead's, which they are hesitant to visit.
What happened to them anyway?
No idea. Let's not ask. I don't want to know what they've been through.
The team completes the episode, observing the eerie thumbs up given by the last person standing, and decides to move on.
So, are you going to take us to that nice planet you were telling us about, Rick?
No, Summer, not after this ordeal. I think I'll take you all to Aruba instead.
Title: The Cone-Headed Adventure of Rick and Morty. The episode starts with Rick and Morty walking through a park, analyzing the structure of the molecules in the trees around them. Suddenly, Rick notices a bald man with a white beard looking at a wooden bench.
Morty, look at that bald man with a white beard. He's clearly observing the chemical composition of the bench.
Or he's just looking for a place to sit down, Rick.
As they approach the bench, they see that the man's head has been replaced with an ice cream cone.
Whoa, that's some serious molecular manipulation. I gotta get my hands on that technology.
Are you sure that's a good idea, Rick? It looks dangerous.
Chiefed, Danger is my middle name. Actually, it's Sanchez, but still.
They track down the source of the technology to a nearby laboratory and easily break in. They discover that the device responsible for the cone head transformation is a complicated molecular destabilizer.
This isn't just a destabilizer, Morty. This is a destabilizer on steroids. With this baby, we could turn anything into a tasty frozen treat.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. Remember the last time we messed with food? It didn't end well.
You worry too much, Morty. Let's test this thing out on some stuff.
As they begin experimenting, they accidentally turn themselves and the entire lab into ice cream cones.
Well, this is unexpected, but at least we'll be tasty.
No, Rick. We have to reverse the process.
Relax, Morty. I've got this. I just need to recalibrate the destabilizer and reverse the polarity.
Yeah, sure. Like that's going to work.
Rick manages to reverse the process, turning everything back to normal. However, in the chaos, they accidentally destabilize time itself and create a rift in the space-time continuum.
Oh, we're in some serious trouble now, Morty. We just messed with the very fabric of existence.
You think, Rick?
They eventually manage to stabilize time and fix the rift, but not before encountering various time-traveling versions of themselves and creating alternate realities.
Well, Morty, that was one hell of an adventure. I think we learned that science can be both fun and dangerous.
I think we learned that you should never mess with food or time travel, Rick.
Ah, what do you know? Let's go get some ice cream cones.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying some ice cream cones, while in the background, the park bench is still occupied by the bald man with the white beard, still observing the structural composition of the world around him. Title: Quantum Conundrum in Space, a Rick and Morty Adventure.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Beth are sucked into a swirling vortex of quantum energy and find themselves on the deck of a spaceship manned by a team of misfit space pirates led by their captain, a woman named Sasha Lane. As the group attempts to navigate the perilous reaches of the Kryn system, they encounter a variety of bizarre and dangerous situations that test their resolve and their sanity.
Eureka! I've discovered a new element that can power our ship for years.
Rick, are you sure that's safe? It looks like it's glowing weird colors.
Rick, I don't think we should mess with that. We don't know what kind of effects it could have on our bodies or the ship.
Sasha Lane, don't worry, mates. We've seen crazier things out here in space. You'll get used to it.
Nonsense. We are scientists and adventurers. We live for the unknown and the insane. Let's fire that baby up and see what happens.
As Rick begins to mix the new element into the ship's engines, a jolt of energy courses through the room, causing everyone to be flung against the walls. When they awaken, they find themselves in the midst of a dangerous pirate space adventure, complete with laser battles and space battles.
Sasha Lane, we're being pursued by the Empire. They've been after us for years, ever since we stole their secret Mahjong diamond.
Mahjong diamond? What's that?
Oh, it's only the most coveted and dangerous object in the galaxy. It has the power to create and destroy entire planets. No wonder the Empire wants it back.
As the episode progresses, the group must evade the Empire, navigate treacherous asteroid fields, and uncover the truth behind a suspected amnesia spy thriller. Along the way, they make friends with a strange alien race and even enlist their help in aiding their escape.
I can't believe we made it out of that mess alive.
Sasha Lane, it's all in a day's work when you're a space pirate. We've seen it all.
I still don't get why the Empire wanted that Mahjong thing.
Morty, when you're dealing with quantum energy and intergalactic space travel, anything is possible. It's all just a matter of perception and manipulation.
The episode ends with the group dejectedly staring out into the vast expanse of space, pondering the mysteries that lie beyond. This was a crazy adventure, even for Rick and Morty. Title: The Quantum Footwork of Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty jump into a parallel universe where soccer players are the most important people in the world and a man in a blue suit is known as the ultimate soccer wizard. Meanwhile, Steve Harvey has become a WWF wrestler in this universe and is wreaking havoc in the industry.
Morty, buckle up. We're jumping into another universe where soccer is king.
Soccer? But Rick, I don't know anything about soccer.
It's not about soccer, Morty. It's about the quantum footwork of that blue-suited man doing tricks with a soccer ball.
In the alternate universe, the blue-suited man's footwork is truly out of this world. Fans chant his name and mobs of people follow him around like he's the second coming of Messi.
Blue-suited man, I am the wizard of the soccer universe. Witness my quantum footwork.
Meanwhile, Steve Harvey has become a WWF wrestler in this universe and is causing chaos in the ring.
Steve Harvey. It's showtime, baby. I'm gonna knock him out like I knock out bad jokes.
As Rick and Morty try to navigate through this universe, they come across a group of resistance fighters who are trying to overthrow the soccer dictator and end his reign of terror.
Resistance fighter, we need your help, Rick and Morty. You are known across the multiverse as the smartest and most capable duo.
The duo devises a plan to use Steve Harvey's wrestling skills to distract the soccer dictator while they sneak in and steal the quantum footwork technology.
Alright, Morty, get your game face on. We're about to pull the ultimate heist.
Rick, I don't know if I can do this.
You can do this, Morty. We both can. It's just quantum footwork mixed with a little bit of showmanship.
In the end, Rick and Morty succeed in stealing the quantum footwork technology and using it to help the resistance fighters overthrow the soccer dictator. Steve Harvey becomes a world-renowned wrestler, and the blue-suited man's quantum footwork is studied for generations to come in this universe.
Rick, I can't believe we pulled it off.
Of course we did, Morty. We're the smartest duo in the multiverse.
Blog. In the end credits, we see Steve Harvey hosting a talk show where he interviews the blue-suited man on his quantum footwork. Rick and Morty are shown relaxing and enjoying a beer in their garage, content with having saved yet another universe.
Title: The Multifaceted Experiment.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty navigate a chaotic dimension where every individual has multiple faces on their head. Along the way, they encounter a group of individuals, including a man with glasses and a woman with glasses, who seem to be participating in a twisted version of the improv show, Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Act 1, The Many Faces of Reality.
Rick and Morty set out on a routine adventure, only to find that they have landed in a dimension where every being has multiple faces and identities. They observe the inhabitants, fascinated by their complex, multifaceted existence. However, their excitement is short-lived as they realize that the dimension is unstable, and the inhabitants' volatile emotions threaten to cause a catastrophic event. Act 2, The Improv Experiment. In their quest to stabilize the dimension, Rick and Morty stumble upon a group of individuals participating in a bizarre experiment. The individuals, including a man with glasses and a woman with glasses, are performing a twisted version of Whose Line Is It Anyway?, where they take on different personas and switch roles constantly, resulting in unpredictable comedic outcomes.
Act 3. The Science of Humor.
Rick is intrigued by the group's experimentation with humor and decides to study their technique. His scientific analysis reveals that their method of constantly changing personas and improvising creates a neural feedback loop that triggers dopamine release in the brain, resulting in a heightened sense of pleasure and amusement.
Act 4, The Ultimate Fusion.
Inspired by the group's technique, Rick devises a plan to stabilize the dimension by fusing the personalities of the inhabitants into one cohesive entity. The inhabitants resist at first but eventually realize the benefits of merging their various identities. The result is a being with a singular personality but the ability to tap into the collective consciousness and find humor in even the most challenging situations.
Blog.
In the aftermath of the experiment, Rick and Morty return to their reality, still reeling from the bizarre experience. Morty remarks, "I didn't know science could be that funny." Rick responds, "Science is whatever you want it to be, Morty." That's the beauty of it.
Characters.
Rick. Morty. Man with glasses. Woman with glasses.
Dialogue.
Morty, you see what's going on here. Every being has a different personality on each face. Remarkable.
I don't know, Rick. It kinda freaks me out.
Man with glasses, welcome to our dimension. Care to join us for some improv?
Woman with glasses. Yes, we can use some fresh faces.
Improv. I've always found humor to be a primitive form of intelligence.
Rick, I think they're trying to tell us something.
Man with glasses, you guys are fast learners. You're blending right in.
Woman with glasses.
Let's try a new character, everyone.
Fascinating. Their neural activity is off the charts.
Rick, what's our plan here?
We're going to use their technique to stabilize the dimension. It's science, Morty, science.
Man with glasses. Ready for the fusion, everyone?
Woman with glasses. I'm excited to see who we become.
Let's do this.
Title: Hyperspace Hijinks.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty travel through hyperspace to conduct a scientific study on the effects of high-speed travel on the human body. As they navigate the vast subdimensional landscape, they encounter a mysterious woman in a black dress standing in a tunnel with her arms crossed and her eyes closed. Suddenly, they are whirled into a neon vortex and find themselves lost in the infinite expanse of hyperspace.
Morty: Rick, I don't think this is where we're supposed to be.
Rick, shut up, Morty. I'm conducting important research here.
Suddenly, they are confronted by Rukia Kuchiki, a powerful warrior from another dimension who has also become lost in hyperspace. Together, they must battle mind-controlled rebels who are seeking to overthrow their alien overlords and take control of the universe.
Rukia Kuchiki, we must stop them at all costs, or else the very fabric of space-time could unravel.
Rick, yeah, save the physics lecture for someone who cares. Let's kick some rebel butt.
As the battle rages on, Peterman, Seinfeld, inexplicably appears out of nowhere, shouting nonsensical one-liners and throwing all sorts of bizarre objects at the rebels.
Peterman, you want some pretzels, rebels? How about a nice pair of socks?
Morty, what the heck is going on here?
Rick, it's called a Crazy Rick and Morty episode, Morty. Don't question it.
Finally, after a chaotic showdown involving space lasers, sentient octopuses, and an interdimensional dance party, our heroes manage to restore order to the universe and escape from hyperspace to safety.
Rukia Kuchiki, we may have saved the universe today, but we must remain vigilant. There are always new threats emerging from the depths of the multiverse.
Rick, relax, lady. We'll just invent a new way to destroy the next bad guy that comes our way.
Morty, I think my brain just melted a little bit.
Peterman, anyone want some more pretzels?
As the credits roll, viewers are left to ponder the strange and hilarious journey they have just experienced, perhaps with a newfound appreciation for the complexities of the multiverse and the unexpected twists and turns that lie ahead.
Title: The terrifically technical tale of the tussling Timo and Steve Harvey on a motorcycle ride.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty following a person in a red suit and helmet riding a motorcycle at high speeds on a dirt road. The shadow of the dense foliage from nearby trees and grass provides the perfect cover for the rider to evade our protagonists. Rick analyzes the situation using his expert scientific skills and concludes that the rider is none other than Steve Harvey, a fictional human who has transcended into a League of Legends character. The team decides to catch up to the rider and investigate the situation. As they catch up to Steve, he reveals that he is en route to engage in a fight with Teemo, another League of Legends character known for his cunning and stealthy abilities. Rick's curiosity is piqued, and he decides to accompany Steve to the fight while Morty reluctantly follows, unsure of the situation. The group arrives at the fight site, where Teemo and Steve engage in a heated battle. The fight is incredibly intense and filled with jokes, laughs, and nonsensical quips. Rick uses sophisticated scientific devices to analyze the fight and provide commentary, which adds to the humor of the situation. As the fight reaches its peak, a surprising twist occurs. Teemo suddenly morphs into a monster-like creature, and the battle takes an entirely different turn. Steve and Rick team up, combining their scientific and fighting skills to defeat the monster. In the end, the trio emerges victorious, and Rick and Morty return home, but not without a hilarious anecdote to share.
Rick, well, Morty, that was one hell of a ride. A fight between Steve and Teemo, who would have thought?
Morty, I still don't understand how Steve became a League of Legends character.
Steve, I'll tell you what, Morty, when you've got a stash like this, anything can happen.
Rick, well, you know what they say, Morty. Science is just magic without the fiction, and boy was that fight a blast of scientific fun.
Morty, I guess so, Rick. I'm glad we made it out alive and got that story to tell.
The end of the episode leaves fans in stitches, laughing at the sheer madness and absurdity of the situation.
Title: Quantum Kite Physics with Rick and the Gang.
Synopsis.
Rick designs a quantum kite using gallium technology to impress David Bowie, who is making a surprise visit to Jerry's house. But when Morty accidentally drops the kite into a black hole, Rick and the gang must use their smarts and wits to retrieve it without causing a catastrophic rift in space-time.
Opening scene, living room of Jerry's house.
Hey, Rick. What's that red and purple kite doing in your lab?
It's not just any kite, Jerry. It's a quantum kite made with gallium technology. I'm planning to impress David Bowie with it when he drops by.
David Bowie is coming here?
That's right, Morty, and I'm not going to let anything go wrong.
Suddenly, Morty loses his grip on the kite and it flies out the window.
Oh no, I dropped the kite.
Great job, Morty, you just had to ruin everything. Now we have to go after it.
Transition to Rick's spaceship.
Okay, listen up. We have to retrieve that kite before it enters the black hole. We can't let it disrupt the space-time continuum.
I don't understand any of this. Can't we just buy a new kite?
No, Jerry, this is a quantum kite. It can open a portal to another dimension. Plus, it took me weeks to make it.
I'm sorry, Rick. I didn't mean to mess things up.
Yeah, just focus on the mission. We don't have much time.
The spaceship approaches the black hole.
Okay, we need to create a stable wormhole to retrieve the kite. Morty, activate the quantum flux capacitor, and Jerry, recalibrate the electromagnetic field generator.
What does that even mean?
Just do it.
They successfully retrieve the kite.
Ah, we did it. The kite is safe and David Bowie will be impressed.
David Bowie appears on a monitor.
David Bowie. Hello, Rick. I heard about your quantum kite and I must say, I'm intrigued. Mind if I drop by to see it in person?
Not at all, David. We'll see you soon.
Ending scene in Jerry's backyard.
Well, that was quite a crazy adventure.
Yeah, but at least we saved the kite.
Impressed David Bowie. That's the most important thing.
The camera zooms out to reveal the kite flying in the sky. The end. Title: The Molecularly Complicated Vicissitudes of Painted Dolls. The episode begins with Rick and Morty finding themselves in a molecularly complicated catacomb of their own creation. A group of dolls, standing next to each other on a table with a can of paint in front of them, catch Rick's eye. Intrigued, he decides to investigate.
Morty, take a look at these dolls. They seem to be exhibiting some sort of quantum entanglement.
Huh? What does that even mean?
It means that their molecular structure is complicated AF, and that can only mean one thing. This is gonna be a wild ride, Morty.
The dolls start to come to life as Rick and Morty get closer to them. They have a mind of their own and they're not too fond of Rick and Morty interrupting their painting session.
Dolls, who are you? What are you doing here?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy there, dolls. We're just trying to figure out what's going on with your molecular structure.
The dolls aren't convinced and decide to take matters into their own hands. They summon Bismuth and Hassium to help them out.
Bismuth, what seems to be the problem here?
Dolls, these two are meddling with our molecular structure.
Hassium, I see what you mean. Let's teach them a lesson.
Just as things are about to turn violent, they are interrupted by a sudden ad on TV for a vampire cooking class. This catches Rick's attention and he decides to abandon the whole doll thing and go to the class.
Morty, don't look at me like that. You know I'm all about learning new things, even cooking as a vampire.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
The vampire cooking class turns out to be a disaster and they end up summoning Pluto, who tries to set things straight. Finally, after a series of mishaps, Rick and Morty are able to escape the molecularly complicated catacomb alive and in one piece.
Oh, Morty, that was one hell of an adventure. What do you say we go get some Szechuan sauce?
Size, sure, Rick. Whatever you say.
Title: The Beard Cell Phone Conjunction Experiment.
Scientific abstract.
Rick and Morty conducted an experiment to observe the effects of a man with a cell phone and a man with a beard on a variety of factors, including but not limited to the behavior of ants, eggplants, and humans, as well as the application of Indian matchmakers, real estate agents, and bad habits, Ed Sheeran. Results show that the combination of these two seemingly unrelated variables has a significant impact on the world as we know it.
Story discussion.
Hey Morty, check out these photos. One guy's got a cell phone, the other's got a beard. Let's do an experiment.
Okay, but what do we even measure?
Everything, Morty. The behavior of ants, the growth of eggplants, the effectiveness of Indian matchmakers, the success of real estate agents, and the power of Ed Sheeran's bad habits.
Rick, what's going on here?
We're conducting an experiment, Jerry. Don't worry about it.
Is this going to be dangerous?
Fine, dangerous. We might accidentally destroy the whole universe, but statistically that's unlikely.
Ants scurrying frantically around a cell phone with a beard, while eggplants on the other side of the lab suddenly sprout hair.
Indian matchmaker. I'm not sure what's going on, but I feel like all my matches are going to be beard guy with cell phone and beardless guy without.
Real estate agent. I can't sell any houses if all my clients are distracted by their cell phones and/or beards.
Ed Sheeran sings, I've got a bad habit of checking my phone every 5 minutes and I can't grow a beard to save my life.
Rick, I think we should stop this experiment before it's too late.
Morty, we've come too far to turn back now. We must see this through to its logical conclusion.
Flashes of lightning and explosions as things start going haywire. Rick, I'm begging you, please stop before we all get killed.
Fine, Jerry, we'll end the experiment. But at least we know now that the combination of a man with a cell phone and a man with a beard is a powerful force to be reckoned with.
This is why I never let you two play with the lab equipment.
End scene. Title: The Quantum Dragon Hybrids. The episode starts in the Smiths' living room where Rick and Morty are working on a new experiment to create hybrid dragons out of quantum particles.
Morty, you need to use the particle accelerator to trap these quantum particles inside this biogenetic material.
I got it, Rick. But why are we creating hybrid dragons? Isn't that a bit ridiculous?
Ridiculous? But, Morty, have you ever seen a hybrid dragon capable of firing rockets with guns? It's 2021, Morty. Time to step up our game.
Meanwhile, Beth approaches them with a concerned look on her face.
What's this mess you guys are creating again? Shouldn't you two be doing something more productive?
Productive, Beth. We're creating quantum dragon hybrids. This is the future of science.
Right. And where are you going to put these dragons?
Rick points to a portal gun on his workbench.
That's for us to figure out, Beth.
As they continue their experiment, a cartoon dragon suddenly appears from the portal gun with a gun in its hand.
Spyro, what's all the fuss about?
Spyro, you're a cartoon character. How did you become real?
Spyro, it's a long story. But I'm here to stop you from creating these dragon hybrids. You're messing with the balance of the universe. What are you talking about? Spyro, I'm from the military dragon squadron, and we've been tasked to keep these hybrid dragons in check. They're too dangerous to create.
Just then, a military officer enters the room.
Military officer, we've tracked down the source of the quantum energy. Shut down this experiment or face the consequences.
Consequences? I'm a scientist. I follow no rules.
As the argument turns intense, a figure from another world suddenly appears out of nowhere.
Inception, Dom Cobb. What's all the racket? I'm trying to dream here.
Inception, Dom Cobb, what are you doing here?
Inception, Dom Cobb. I've been hired to stop these two from creating these dragons in the dream world. It's all about the subconscious and reality, you know. But we're not dreaming right now. Inception, Dom Cobb. Oh, right. Sorry, I got carried away.
As the fight ensues, the quantum particles become unstable and the portal gun malfunctions. Suddenly, the hybrid dragons escape into the real world. Rick, Morty, Beth, Spyro, military officer, and Inception, Dom Cobb join forces to capture the dragons and bring them back to their universe. The episode ends with Rick and Morty improving their portal gun to create a better way of disposing of their experiments.
Alright, Morty, let's test this puppy out. I've got just the right place to dispose of our latest creations.
Oh, boy!
The screen fades to black as a loud explosion is heard in the background.
Title: Feline Absurdities and Elemental Discoveries in the World of Grumpy Cats and Illuminated Melons.
Synopsis. In this experimental study, the behavior of a domestic feline species, Felis catus, was observed in relation to their interactions with a half of a melon, Cucumis mello, and a half of a melon with a light on, Cucumis mello with Luminator technology. Alongside these observations, the cat's ability to comprehend the concept of absurd reasons for being late was tested. Scene 1.
Researcher 1. Based on the literature, we expect that the feline species will display curiosity towards the melons and will exhibit increased exploratory behavior towards the melon with the light on.
Scene 2.
Cat approaches the melons, observes them, then sniffs the melon with a light on.
Researcher 2. The results seem to support our hypothesis. The cat is showing interest in the melon with the light.
Scene 3.
Cat starts playing with a grumpy cat meme written on the table.
Researcher 1. This could suggest an element of playful behavior in feline species even when in an experimental setting.
Scene 4.
Cat ignores the mangoes in the vicinity.
Researcher 2. It appears that the cat is not interested in the mangoes. This could be attributed to their domestication and dependence on human-supplied food or their genetic disposition towards certain food or lack of interest in novel objects.
Scene 5. Researcher 3. In this part of the experiment, we will test the cat's cognitive abilities by presenting them with absurd reasons for being late. We will be testing the theory that feline species have limited cognitive ability to understand complex linguistic structures and figurative speech. Scene 6.
Researcher 1. The cat seems disinterested in the experiment. Perhaps, feline species do not care about the contextual significance of human interaction and are more focused on pragmatic functions.
Scene 7. Researcher 2. In an attempt to reignite the cat's interest, we will be introducing nihonium metal plates.
Scene 8.
Cat sniffs nihonium and reacts with increased curiosity, indicating nihonium's ability to draw feline interest.
Scene 9.
Researcher 3. This study suggests that feline species are capable of exhibiting exploratory behavior and have a propensity towards entertaining objects that emit light. However, their cognitive abilities remain to be explored further in the future.
Scene 10.
Conclusion. Feline absurdities and elemental discoveries in the world of grumpy cats and illuminated melons opens the door for further research into the mechanisms of feline cognition and attraction to novel stimuli such as metals. There is a need for further investigation in this area as it could contribute to the development of new methods of feline food enrichment and environmental stimulation.
Title: The Multi-Picture Paradoxical Psychotic Clown Rampage.
Synopsis.
Our story begins with Rick and Morty attempting to translate a very confusing and complex PhD research paper about the multi-picture paradox, the concept that a picture of a picture of a picture, etc., can result in an infinite array of pictures. As Morty struggles to understand, Rick suddenly pulls an unexpected adventure where they are transported into multiple dimensions.
Morty, buckle up your seatbelt because we are about to enter the world of infinite pictures. It's like a trippy version of Where's Waldo that never ends.
Like a multi-dimensional puzzle. Question mark.
Or like an infinite universe of puzzle boxes with a surprise inside. Laughs.
Suddenly, the duo finds themselves on the USS Enterprise where they meet Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk, confused tone, excuse me, who are you supposed to be?
We are a couple of guys exploring infinite pictures, and we need your help. Smirks.
Whispers to Rick, wait, isn't Captain Kirk a fictional character?
Whispers back, Morty, in infinite universes there's always a Captain Kirk. Laughs.
As they make their way through the different dimensions, they stumble upon a park overrun by psychotic clowns.
Military officer, we need your help. The clowns have escaped from the circus and are on a rampage.
Sarcastic tone. Oh great, killer clowns. Can't this get any more cliché?
Why are there always clowns in sci-fi shows? It's creepy as hell.
Clowns are a universal constant in all dimensions, Morty.
As they continue through the universe, they meet Princess Peach, who is competing in the Vampire Baking Championship.
Princess Peach, panicking voice, help me Rick and Morty. The winner of the competition gets to headline at the grand ball and I accidentally burned my gazpacho vampire blood casserole.
Joking tone. Don't worry, Princess Peach. We know a thing or two about fixing burned vampire blood casserole.
Wait, how do you even make that?
Laughs. Morty, you don't ask questions, you just move forward.
As they exit the vampire kitchen, they have to quickly jump through an infinite picture portal before they end up on a never-ending scavenger hunt.
Wow, Morty, that was the craziest multi-dimensional adventure we've ever had.
Exhausted tone, can we go home now? I think my brain is melting.
Laughs. Sorry Morty, it looks like we ended up in another universe where nothing makes sense.
Our duo continues their wild escapades through infinite pictures, encountering wacky creatures, and dodging universe-ending paradoxes along the way. Another absurd adventure of Rick and Morty. Title: The Prometheum Party Peril. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry standing in the garage. Suddenly, a man in a futuristic suit appears, standing next to a giant alien creature with glowing eyes and a helmet on.
What the hell is this guy doing in my garage, Morty?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe he wants to fix the portal gun or something?
Futuristic man, Rick Sanchez, I'm here to offer you a business proposition. I'm from the planet Prometheum and we are in dire need of your assistance.
Oh great, another alien job. What's in it for me?
Futuristic man, if you help us, we will provide you with an endless supply of Prometheum, the rarest and most valuable substance in the universe.
That does sound enticing. What do you want us to do?
Futuristic man, we need your help in defeating an evil tyrant who has taken over our planet. You must come with us and fight by our side.
Count me in. I could use a good alien battle.
Can't we just have a nice vacation in Mexico instead?
No time for that, Jerry. We've got work to do. Let's suit up and head to Prometheum.
As they arrive on Prometheum, they realize that the evil tyrant is none other than the infamous aliens guy meme.
Oh no, not the aliens guy. He's practically unbeatable.
Don't worry, Morty. We've got this. All we need is some Promethium-powered weapons and we'll be unstoppable.
They then engage in an epic battle with aliens Guy Meme, utilizing their advanced weapons and strategic thinking. Despite some close calls, the team ultimately emerges victorious.
That was intense. But we did it.
Can we go home now?
Futuristic man, of course. As promised, here is your endless supply of Promethium.
Ah, finally. Now let's celebrate with some Ashiatsu massage and shooting games back at the house.
The episode ends with the team relaxing and enjoying their hard-earned rewards, as Jerry begrudgingly joins in on the fun.
Title: The Gastronomical Experimentation at the Reflexology Eatery.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty walking into a strange restaurant with a bar and several stools in it, and a long counter with a bar top. The restaurant is called Reflexology Eatery, and it specializes in food that provides foot reflexology treatment.
Morty, this restaurant is just a facade. It's a mere cover for illegal experiments.
What kind of experiments, Rick?
The kind that will make our taste buds explode.
The duo decides to order the most experimental dish on the menu, the Ticket to Ride Europe dish, which promises an adventurous gastronomical journey through the flavors of Europe.
As they start digging into the dish, Rick and Morty suddenly find themselves transported to several different countries, each reflecting the dish's flavor profile.
Rick, what's happening to us?
Morty, it's just the digestive system fluxing the flavors and smells.
As they continue their journey, Rick becomes obsessed with the idea of creating the ultimate dish that will take them on a journey through time and space.
Morty, I need ingredients that are out of this world. Better call my alien pals.
But what if the dish is too powerful for us to handle?
Morty, please, have you forgotten who you're talking to? I'm a genius scientist.
As they gather the ingredients and finally prepare the dish, the whole restaurant starts expanding into a portal that sucks them in and transports them into an alternate dimension.
Morty, this dish is too powerful. We have to reverse the process and get back to our reality.
Reverse how, Rick?
Easy, Morty, just throw up.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty back in the restaurant, with the gastronomic experimentation experience wiped from their memory, and they are now enjoying a regular meal.
Morty, that was just a warm-up. Next stop, the galaxy.
I think I'll stick to the regular menu next time.
And with that, the episode ends, leaving the audience in laughter at the hilariously absurd scientific language used throughout the episode.
Title: The Head-Banging Concert Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick and the gang attend a haunted music festival where they get lost in the rhythm of demeanor, Pop Smoke featuring Dua Lipa, and indulge in some enchiladas. But things take a weird turn when they discover that the concert-goers are being mind-controlled by a group of owl-like creatures known as the Brasserie. Scene 1.
Morty, why are we always at these weird-ass festivals? Can't we just go to a regular club like normal adults?
I don't know, Rick. These festivals have a certain charm to them.
Besides, it's not like we're doing anything else tonight.
All I know is that I'm getting my head bang on tonight.
Scene 2.
As the gang enters the festival, they see a large crowd of people with their hands up in the air and lights on the stage.
Looks like we're just in time for the main event.
Who's playing?
Some band called The Haunting Owls or whatever. I don't care as long as the beer is cold.
Scene 3.
The gang starts to feel the rhythm of Demeanor, Pop Smoke featuring Dua Lipa, and begins to headbang.
This is so much fun.
I haven't felt this alive since my high school days.
Just make sure you don't lose your head in the process.
Scene 4.
After some time, the gang starts to feel weird and disoriented. They discover that the brasserie creatures are controlling the minds of the concert goers through their music.
Rick, something's not right here. These creatures are messing with our heads.
Great observation, Einstein. Looks like we're gonna have to shut this concert down.
Scene 5.
The gang devises a plan to take down the brasserie by using the power of music against them. They create a playlist of the most annoying songs they can think of and blast it towards the creatures.
Let's see how they like some Justin Bieber and Rebecca Black.
Scene 6.
The plan works and the brasserie creatures retreat in defeat. The gang celebrates their victory with some enchiladas.
That was insane.
I can't believe we actually saved the day.
And all it took was some bad music.
Scene 7.
As the gang leaves the festival, Rick reflects on their crazy adventure.
Well, that was certainly one for the books. I guess we never know what we'll get into next.
Yeah, but as long as we're together, it'll always be an adventure.
Ah, that's so sweet.
And I'll definitely be coming back to this festival next year. End of episode. Title: The Eggplant Paradox.
Synopsis.
While repairing the interdimensional portal, Rick and Morty stumble upon a mysterious eggplant that causes time to loop in a never-ending cycle. As they try to break free from the madness, they encounter pirate space explorers, a bagel shop, and even Charlie Brown from another dimension.
Scientific explanation.
The eggplant, also known as Selena melangina, is a species of nightshade capable of producing a chemical compound that alters the space-time fabric in which it resides. When ingested, this compound triggers a quantum anomaly that causes time to loop in an infinite feedback loop, also known as a closed time-like curve.
Characters.
Morty, we're stuck in a time loop caused by this damn eggplant. We need to find a way to break out of this paradoxical nightmare.
Geez, Rick, why are we even messing with an eggplant? This looks like it could get out of hand real quick.
Pirate Space Explorers, ARRR, ye be entering our territory. We demand ye give up the cursed eggplant before it causes any more damage.
Bagel shop owner, I keep seeing you two come in and out of my shop at different times. What the hell is going on here?
Charlie Brown. Good grief, I thought I was the only one trapped in this infinite loop. Do you guys know how to make it stop?
Dialogue.
Alright, Morty, I've got a plan to break out of this endless cycle. We need to create a temporal beacon that disrupts the eggplant's quantum field.
How are we supposed to do that, Rick? We don't have any temporal beacons.
I've got a few spare parts in the garage, Morty. We can rig up something that might work, but we need to act fast before our memories deteriorate any further.
Pirate space explorers. Ye think ye can just disrupt the eggplant's quantum field? You know not what ye meddle with. We'll be taking the eggplant now, lads.
Bagel shop owner. Oh my god, it's like Groundhog Day in here. Can't you guys just leave and break the loop?
Sorry, we can't just leave, Bagel Man. We're determined to break free of this cycle, even if it means risking our lives.
Charlie Brown. I've tried everything to get out of this loop, but nothing seems to work. Maybe you guys can finally put an end to this madness.
Alright, Morty, let's get to work on that beacon. We've got no time to waste if we want to save ourselves and Charlie Brown.
I hope this works, Rick. I don't want to be stuck in a time loop forever.
Conclusion.
After several failed attempts in a battle with the pirate space explorers, Rick and Morty successfully create a temporal beacon that disrupts the eggplant's quantum field, breaking the time loop and allowing them to continue their adventures through the multiverse. As they leave the bagel shop and say goodbye to Charlie Brown, they realize that anything is possible when science meets imagination. The episode starts with Rick attempting to rewire his teleportation device while Morty stands by, anxiously worrying about the potential dangers. Meanwhile, Jerry is engrossed in reading the latest issue of Gossip Mill, a bird-centric magazine that has been causing a stir in the avian scientific community. As the trio discusses the latest gossip about a pair of colorful birds biting each other's beaks on a blue pole, Summer enters the room with a special request for Rick. She needs him to help her build a device that will allow her to communicate with animals, specifically birds. Rick takes on the challenge, and soon enough, Summer's device is ready for testing. The group ventures outside to try it out, and they soon find themselves surrounded by a flock of curious birds. As Summer begins to communicate with the birds, Jerry excitedly takes notes on their behavior. Rick, on the other hand, grows increasingly impatient and decides to test the device's limits. He sets his sights on the two colorful birds from Gossip Mill and tries to get them to divulge their secrets. However, the birds prove to be a bit more cunning than Rick had anticipated, and chaos ensues. The episode becomes a whirlwind of bird-related hijinks, with hilarious one-liners and slapstick comedy thrown in throughout. In the end, the group manages to survive the insanity, but not before Rick learns a valuable lesson about messing with nature.
Some of the lines from the episode are:
Summer, this device is simplistic at best. I could build a more advanced version in my sleep.
I don't think that's a good idea, Rick. Remember what happened last time you tried that?
Hey, did you guys hear about those birds on the blue pole? They're quite the scandal.
Okay, I think I've got it. Let me try talking to that one over there.
Bird one, who are you? Why are you bothering us? That's it, I'm taking over. Give me the device.
Bird 2, hey, watch it. You're gonna poke our eyes out.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
I don't know about this, guys. I think we should.
Rick accidentally teleports himself and the birds to another dimension.
Great. Now we're stuck here. Thanks a lot, Rick.
Bird 1, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Just please get us out of here.
Title: The Quantum Nano Invisible Man Rampage.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty attend a midnight movie showing of the classic horror film The Invisible Man, only to find themselves unwittingly caught in the middle of a quantum nano invisible man rampage.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are sitting in the theater, waiting for the movie to start. Rick complains about the quality of the popcorn and uses his multiverse portal gun to teleport to a parallel universe to steal a better snack.
Rick, Morty, this popcorn is garbage. Let's go get some better snacks from another dimension.
Morty complains that he's already spent his allowance on the snacks, but Rick disregards his protestations and drags him along to the parallel universe snack bar.
Act 2.
While Rick is gone, Morty becomes absorbed in the movie. Suddenly, the nano-quantum invisible man from the movie bursts out of the screen and starts wreaking havoc in the theater.
Morty, Rick, the Invisible Man is real.
Act 3.
Rick returns with his snacks, oblivious to the commotion. He quickly realizes what's going on and uses his genius-level intellect to come up with a plan to stop the Invisible Man.
Rick, Morty, I'm going to use this quantum blaster to destabilize the nanoparticles that make the Invisible Man invisible. But we need to lure him out first.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty set a trap for the Invisible Man, using the yellow poster they saw earlier as bait. The Invisible Man takes the bait and they successfully destabilize him, but he doesn't disappear. Instead, he becomes a yellow and black polka-dotted monster.
Morty, oh no, Rick, the Invisible Man is now a polka-dotted monster.
Act 5.
Rick and Morty try to reverse the effects of the quantum blaster, but only end up turning the monster into a giant top-hatted and bespectacled creature with yellow and black stripes.
Rick, oh great, Morty, now we've turned him into a giant top-hatted and bespectacled creature with yellow and black stripes.
Act 6.
Rick and Morty frantically try to fix the quantum blaster, but accidentally create a portal vortex that sucks them and the giant creature into a parallel universe.
Morty, uh-oh, Rick, we're in some kind of parallel universe now.
Act 7.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a dimension where everything is reversed. Time flows backwards, left is right, up is down, and the giant creature is a harmless butterfly.
Rick, oh no, Morty, we're in some kind of reverse universe. Quick, let's fix the quantum blaster and get out of here before we get trapped here forever.
Blah.
Rick and Morty successfully get back to their own universe, with the quantum blaster fixed and the Invisible Man turned monster, Butterfly, safely back in the movie. They reflect on the craziness of the event and Morty asks if they can just stay home for a while.
Morty, Rick, can't we just have a normal night in for once?
Rick, normal, Morty, normal is boring. Let's go do something even crazier.
Title: The Karate Chaos.
Synopsis: In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a karate dojo run by a man in a green kimono. The man is practicing his moves on a yellow mat with a black belt and a red bag. Meanwhile, Summer is struggling with her biology homework on human blood vessels. Scene 1.
Morty, we've got bigger fish to fry than your teenage sister's homework.
What do you mean, Rick?
We're gonna infiltrate the karate dojo and calculate the probability of being able to take down their sensei.
Scene 2.
I can't focus on this biology project. I wish something would trigger my interest in this topic.
Suddenly, a man in a green kimono kicks open the window.
Green kimono man, Ki.
What the hell?
Scene 3.
Rick, this is insane. Why are we getting involved in a karate rivalry between Cobra Kai and Miyagi-Do?
Shut up and calculate, Morty. We need to figure out their secret technique so we can exploit it.
Scene 4.
Hyperventilating. This is crazy. I'm hallucinating green men in kimonos.
Suddenly, the green kimono man does a flip and transforms into a giant cobra.
Screaming. Ah!
Scene 5.
Damn it, Morty, we miscalculated the strength of the sensei's cobra transformation technique.
What do we do now, Rick?
Pulling out a portal gun. We do what we always do, Morty. We run away and hope Summer survives on her own.
Scene 6.
Laying on the ground with karate injuries. I can't believe I survived that. But at least I'm motivated to finish my biology project on blood vessels now.
End scene.
Sitting on the couch with Morty and Summer. Well, I guess we learned an important lesson today. Never mess with karate or Cobra Kai.
Yeah, but what about our calculations?
Laughs. Who cares about calculations when you're running for your life, Morty?
Title: Arcade Basketball and Creperie Chaos.
Plot synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and Morty playing basketball in an arcade, using one hoop in the center of the game and another on the side. Jerry, joining the game, suggests a bet. The loser pays for crepes at the nearby creperie. Rick agrees, but things quickly spin out of control as their intense competition causes the game to malfunction and create a portal to another dimension.
Rick, Morty, look alive! We've got a basketball game to win! And Jerry, don't think your height advantage will save you!
Morty. Rick, please don't hurt me like last time we played.
Jerry, as the tallest one here, I am the clear winner. But let's add some stakes, shall we? Loser buys crepes for everyone.
Rick, fine, but don't expect me to go easy on you. Dribbles the ball, causing the game to glitch. Whoa, what the hell? This isn't regulation physics.
Morty. Rick, I think we just created a portal to another dimension. What do we do?
Jerry, score the winning shot and let's get out of here. Beth, entering the arcade. What are you guys doing? You know I hate it when you mess with the laws of physics.
Rick, relax, Beth. We're just playing arcade basketball. And we opened a portal, no big deal.
Morty. But the portal is taking us to a crepe-filled dimension.
Everyone, let's go.
Cashier at Creperie, as the group bursts in. Can I help you?
Jerry, we're the winners. Time to cash in on some crepes.
Crepe chef. You can only have crepes if you can beat me in a cooking competition.
Everyone, in unison, challenge accepted.
Crepe chef. What's your specialty dish?
Rick, Wubba Lubba Dub Griddle Cakes.
Crepe chef. Bring it on. Final judging, with both dishes presented, and the winner is Jerry's plain crepe. Its simplicity is a masterpiece.
Everyone, disappointed. Oh.
The episode ends with the group leaving the arcade, tummies full of delicious crepes and a newfound appreciation for the laws of physics.
Title: The Multidimensional Mayhem Equilibrium.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick tinkering in his lab on a multidimensional portal gun, when Morty barges in with a new meme he discovered on the internet. Rick scoffs at Morty's meme, causing Morty to go into a fit of rage, triggering the portal gun and landing them in a universe where memes are the source of all power.
Morty, do you have any idea what you've done? You've shifted our entire equilibrium to a universe where memes are the currency of choice.
But Rick, the meme was hilarious.
Hilarious or not, Morty, we've got to find a way to get back to our own universe before this one destroys us.
As Rick and Morty journey through the meme universe, they encounter a man with a beard and a black shirt, who introduces himself as Sinha, the mastermind behind the most powerful memes in the universe. Sinha challenges Rick and Morty to a game of Clue, with the winner obtaining the power to control the memes in the universe.
Morty, this isn't just a game. Sinha's memes have the potential to destroy entire universes if they fall into the wrong hands.
But Rick, we can't let Sinha win. We've got to use our scientific know-how to beat him at his own game.
The game becomes a wacky and hilarious affair, with Rick and Morty using crazy scientific inventions and complex mathematical equations to outwit Sinha. However, just when they think they've won, Sinha reveals a secret trapdoor that leads to the final challenge, a ninja game show.
Morty, this is it. If we don't beat this ninja game show, we'll be trapped in the meme universe forever.
I don't want to be a meme, Rick. Let's do this!
The game show is an intense obstacle course, filled with traps and challenges that seem impossible to overcome. However, Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to their advantage, building a holmium laser gun that destroys each obstacle in their path.
They reach the end of the game show, where they are faced with the final challenge, a live performance of Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run. Rick and Morty rock out with the help of a holographic backing band, winning the game and obtaining the power to control memes in the universe.
Rick, we did it! We won!
Yes, Morty, we won. But let's not forget the dangers of messing with the multidimensional equilibrium. This could have ended badly for us.
I know, Rick, but at least we had fun while it lasted.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to their own universe, where they use their newfound meme power for good, spreading hilarious memes throughout the multiverse.
Episode title: The Quantum Paradox of Chun-Li's Costume.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage going through a pile of scientific equipment. Summer enters.
Hey guys, what are you doing?
We're trying to prove a quantum theory about parallel universes. Morty thinks it might explain why Chun-Li's costume doesn't obey the laws of physics.
I mean, have you seen how it stays on? It's like there's some kind of quantum force field or something.
Aha! And how does that connect to this? Holds up a picture of Chun-Li pointing at herself.
That's the paradox we're trying to solve, Summer. She's pointing at herself, but also at the other version of herself in a different universe.
And that's why we need to use this quantum entanglement device to create a bridge between the two universes.
Okay, I'm just gonna go watch TV or something.
Suit yourself, Summer. We'll be busy breaking the laws of physics.
Later in the episode, Rick and Morty successfully create a bridge between universes and encounter Chun-Li in both of them. However, they soon realize that the paradox of her costume is not the only strange thing happening.
Chun-Li, Universe A, I'm pointing at myself, but she's pointing at me and also at herself.
Chun-Li, Universe B, no, I'm pointing at myself, but she's pointing at me and herself too.
This is a quantum paradox within a paradox.
It's like a never-ending loop of Chun-Li costumes. Summer, from the TV room, you guys are ridiculous.
In the end, they solve the paradox by realizing that Chun-Li's costume is actually made up of tiny wormholes that connect different parts of her body. This allows her to move and fight without the costume coming apart.
Well, that explains it. The question is, what else in the multiverse is made up of wormholes?
I hope I never find out.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty back in the garage, tinkering with a new scientific project. Summer joins them and they all share a laugh.
So, what's next?
I'm thinking a portal gun that shoots ice cream. And maybe some more Chun-Li costumes, just for research purposes of course.
Title: The Malleable Purple Paradox.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with some scientific equipment. Suddenly, they receive a distress signal from a parallel universe where a woman with purple hair standing in front of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, with a purple wig, is in grave danger.
Great, Morty, another universe in peril. Let's go save the day.
I don't know, Rick. This universe seems pretty malleable. Like anything could happen.
Morty, that's just a bunch of PhD university mumbo-jumbo. We need to act fast.
They portal to the parallel universe and find the woman with purple hair at the base of the Eiffel Tower, crying over a stolen painting.
Woman, my prized possession, a oil painting of the purple-furred, pink-haired catgirl thief Sarah Anderson holding her lover Jackson Briscoe under the Eiffel Tower, has been stolen. It was rendered in 8K resolution and worth trillions of interdimensional schmeckles.
I'm sorry to hear that, but we're not art thieves. We're the good guys.
Yeah, who would steal a painting like that anyway?
Suddenly, a gang of interdimensional art thieves materializes out of nowhere, led by a purple-skinned creature with tentacles for hair.
Purple thief. We stole the painting. And we'll do anything to keep it.
Anything, huh? How about a taste of our scientific savvy?
Yeah, we'll send you to a parallel universe where you're nothing but a lab rat.
Purple thief. Never.
A wild chase ensues, with Rick and Morty using all kinds of scientific gadgets to outsmart the art thieves. They eventually catch up to them at the top of the Eiffel Tower, where the purple thief is holding the painting hostage.
Give it up, tentacle face. We've got you surrounded.
Purple thief. You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over. I'll be back.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning the painting to the woman with purple hair and bidding her adieu.
Well, that was fun. Time to head back to our own universe.
Wait, Rick, do you think we'll ever see those interdimensional art thieves again?
Who knows, Morty, but one thing's for sure. That purple-skinned, tentacle-haired creature was definitely a malleable purple paradox.
Wow, Rick, that's some pretty PhD-level analysis.
Hey, I didn't get this smart by accident.
Title: The Eiffel Tower Heist. The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in the garage, surrounded by various machines and devices.
Morty, I've come up with a plan to steal a valuable painting from the Louvre in Paris.
Aw, Rick, that sounds kinda illegal.
Rolls his eyes. That's never stopped us before, Morty. Besides, this painting belongs to our client, Sarah Anderson.
Who's Sarah Anderson?
She's a notorious thief with purple fur and pink hair. She wants us to steal the painting of her and her lover, Jackson Briscoe, from under the Eiffel Tower.
Skeptical. How are we gonna do that, Rick?
Simple. We'll use this computer program I made to generate a 8K resolution picture of the Eiffel Tower. Points to a computer screen, and then we'll use a portal gun to teleport in and out without being detected.
Wow, that sounds pretty smart, Rick.
Of course it is, Morty. I have a PhD in every science.
The scene cuts to them arriving in Paris, standing in front of the Eiffel Tower at sunset.
Alright, Morty, it's showtime. Pulls out portal gun. Follow my lead.
They teleport to the base of the